Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the Voice of the People. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling, 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 hustling. Every day I'm hustling, 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 every day I'm hustling.
We have new video from a crash that sent welterweight boxing champion Errol Spence Jr. to the intensive care unit. The crash ejected the boxer, but miraculously, he is expected to be okay.
TheBoxingVoice.com. It's been a miracle, and I'm a blessing from God that, I haven't had anything serious that would have had me out for a year or two, or just would have been, ending my career. None of them guys wish that I wasn't back so fast, but I am back, and I want to fight the top names in the division.
I have to ask you about your eye. We were all worried about you when you had to pull out of the Manny Pacquiao fight.
I want to fight, so
But you could have gone blind.
yeah, one eye. I got another eye, so.
WBC of IBF welterweight champion of the world.
That's why I sound bad, and I told people I didn't want to tune-up fight. I've been getting a second chance at life, and I've been getting a third chance at boxing. Nobody's avoiding Spence-Crawford. It's big fish on this side too that, I gotta fry. Like I said, I'm gonna get these belts over here, then I'm gonna come take Spence-Crawford belt because I said I'm gonna be undisputed welterweight champion of the world.
SDS Promotions.
What up, what up, what up? What's up, people? Welcome back to another edition of the Boxing Voice Radio. On this episode, we're going to be discussing the Errol Spence leak call. Talking frustrations, making the Crawford fight. Who's really to blame here? When Crawford took the fight with Avanesian, many pointed the finger. If you're looking for some sort of confirmation, maybe this phone call is that for you. Now, you have to ask yourself, how in the world did a phone call get leaked? Who recorded it? Think about that for a second. Why is the phone call being leaked? And how in the world was it being recorded? For what purposes? For what purposes? This is just crazy. And then the audio, that audio originates on TikTok from a newly formed account. So, yeah, the strings are being pulled, is what I'll say. I don't know what we can believe this, we have to make this assessment together, right? We'll listen to the very long phone call that was allegedly leaked, and then we'll put out a poll and try to figure out what to make of it, what information we pick up in it, and yeah. I don't know. Look, let's just hear the leak call, right? So, let me see. The TikTok was at I Love Boxing 19. Let me see if it's still there. Because, I came across this on Twitter, but shout out to the boxing sphere or universe that connects us. In one way or another, we find each other, especially information. If you're seeking it, it'll find you. And let me see. How do you even? That's now. Okay, that's probably not what I want. All right. Now let's see. I love boxing. Common spell 19. Okay. So a day ago, this audio was dropped. And give me 1 second here. Let me get this cable because I was going to screen share it from the desktop, but it's probably better off from the phone. So give me 1 second.
Vegas, baby, Vegas! Las Vegas, Nevada. Are you ready?
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Welcome to Las Vegas, baby. We taking over.
Ness Heyman.
Mr. Vegas, you are Mr. Las Vegas.
I get in every fucking shit. They want me there. TBV presents a ring walk with Danny.
Ring walk Danny.
Daniel.
Owen Bama.
All right. See, that was quick. We're back, and we have everything connected the way that I want. So I wanted to do it this way just because it's simpler, and more comfortable and convenient because this is going to be long. This is 4 minutes. So we have 2 here by the same account. So we'll go into the account, and he has 2. And check this out. He has only 262 views and 139 views. But look at how the internet works, right? Now I give you a simple screen share so that you can see on Twitter. It has 11,600 from the Twitter account that shared it. Now, that doesn't mean end all be all. Obviously, I'm talking about it. People talked about it yesterday on their platform. So this has spread like wildfire. That being said, I want to see.
Oh, man. Yeah.
I don't know which one is the first one. I want to assume the right is the first one. The one on the right side would be the first one. And then the left, I'm assuming, is the next post for this account. Either way, we're going to listen to both. I'm told the audio is horrible. And that's okay. It is what it is. But, I do want you to know that the audio is not good. It's not going to be easy to listen to this, but we're going to do our best. We're just going to plow through it. Bad audio or not, I hear there's some jewels. I didn't want to listen to it without you. I didn't want to hear it first and then be biased and say, oh, but he said this 4 minutes later. So, now we really got to wait because Danny's here and I'm sure he didn't hear it, right? You didn't hear the lead call. Exactly. So we're about ready to listen to it. If you can hurry up, because Danny just arrived, and I have not heard it. Again, I prefer my response and reaction to be organic with you guys. Look, he doesn't even know what the show is about. He's like, heard what? It's 4 minutes of very juicy information from what I'm told. I've seen the comments on Twitter. Like, if we go back to this, to buy us some time while Danny gets his coffee and things and we get ready to hear this together as a group, right? So if we go back to Twitter, look at these comments, Damn, dog don't trust his own lawyers. Whose dog? Whose lawyers? Look at this. I'm going to have to type this out to help people. That must mean that the audio is bad. And look. Yeah, because it's some jewels being dropped in this conversation. If people will stop complaining about the audio and actually mother-freaking listen. So those are just some of the comments I want you to see because what we're going to hear is obviously allegedly good. I have not heard it. Once again, I wanted to hear it with you. Hey, yo, tell me. I wanted to hear it with you. So, you know, I didn't hear it yet. I haven't heard it yet. I'm waiting on Danny. He's adding creamer. You know, even though his Border Wars is back, he's adding creamer. So, you know, let him do his thing. That being said, if you haven't already smashed that thumbs up button, go ahead and do so. We are always trying to go. We're trying to get to that million. You know, it takes a bit of time to get there. So, first goal, 158,000. Right now, it looks like we're at 157,732. So, we still need about 300, man. Still need about 300. So, calling all boxing fans. Come on down, subscribe to the YouTube channel, click that notification bell, because guess what? We're going live from Glendale, Arizona tomorrow, Saturday, for the Jake Paul fight. We're going to be live at McFadden's, and we're going to be doing a live show from McFadden's, and we want you to come on down. Come on down, man. And listen, if you are coming, you don't got to buy me no drink. Don't worry about it. I'll take a pre-roll, man. I hear shit legal out there, so you know you ain't got nothing to worry about. Yo, so Danny is here. He's got his headphones, and we can start playing this audio, because whatever else he needs to do, he can do it in the background. But we ready to rock and roll now. So here we go. We're gonna go into this one. It looks like, oh, you're a TikTok. You're more TikTok than me. This is an account with only 2 posts. Which one was first, the right or the left?
The right.
Okay.
Yeah. Not much till now. Cooling. Just came back from Disneyland a day ago for my kid's birthday. You said what? Oh yeah, I got you. Yeah. What are you talking about? He just said, you know, I guess Crawford don't really understand what's going on. He asked a question, and I guess he don't really trust his attorney, so he want to talk to Al personally and ask questions about what's going on and this and that. So I don't know, but he said he should be getting it wrapped up shortly. So. Yeah, I know, man. I'll be getting killed on media. Yeah. Everybody's talking about I wouldn't go. I'm like, I ain't got time for it. Like, I know what's going on. I mean, I'm thinking hopefully we can do it in January. I mean, that's the only fight out there for me, so. Yeah, I'm not fighting term. So. That's out the window. Yeah. I already told her that. I said, nah, that's fast me. I'm not fighting him. There's no fight I want. I mean, that's the most money. That's the legacy fight. You know, that's it right there. That really decides who's the best in boxing. Me or him. Yeah. Oh, you talking about Terrence? Yeah. But I mean, I don't know. I'll just say he he got a lot more he got a lot more questions with him than he did with Bob. Yeah. He said he asked me, like you asked, you know, Bob all these questions. Yeah. I mean, everybody expert on social media. Everybody got all the answers. Correct. Oh, nah, I just want to get it done, signed, and so everybody get off my back. I said, I got some shit to get off my chest, too, so. Yeah, you got a lot of people like Bo Mac and other people in his ears, so. But I I mean, he don't have no way up.
So that was the first piece. There's another video that we haven't played, but that wasn't that bad. I guess it sounds worse on Twitter because they're complaining over there, but I heard it pretty well. There were some things I was not sure on, particularly one where you smiled. Two, you smiled. So was it one that felt like he said, this is the most money I'll make?
He did say that. Or I think he said it's the money fight.
Okay, and then I seen you, like, look at me and smile and do that head nod. Then there was a second time you kind of did that, but I don't remember the words that he said because I couldn't really understand.
When he said he ain't fighting Keith.
Nah, I understood that. But that was telling. So is Keith fighting Boots? Because if Stenonius is in negotiations with Earl and Bud is fighting Avanesian, and he already told Al he ain't fighting Keith, the only one that wants Thurman is Ennis and his fans.
Yeah, I do find it interesting that it's a
one-way recorded conversation.
Yeah.
You can't hear who he talking to, but it allegedly says in this one, this is Spence and Espinoza. Allegedly because of the title.
Oh, man. Other people in his ears, so. But, I mean, he don't have nowhere to go either. It's either me, because, he's not going to go past me and fight Jamil, so, or fight anybody else. That makes sense. Yeah. So it's just me. Yeah, you know what he's doing. That's why I'm not worried about it. Yeah, he told me, it was like, stop. Like how a kid called and asked about, about what's going on. He's like, stop, just don't worry about the fight. It's gonna happen. You want it, it's gonna happen. Just don't worry about it. It's gonna happen. You want it, it's gonna happen. I'm just gonna make sure it's in your interest and it's in your best interest. And everything is gonna be good for you. Just stop worrying about it. Okay? All right. Oh, man.
I might have to play that one again. That's probably what people are saying is hard to hear. I don't know what I heard. Do you?
All I could understand was him saying that I'll just keep telling him that he gonna get the fight.
Yeah. I did understand that. And I do hear another voice. There is another voice, but it doesn't sound like it's on the call, more in the background. Can you agree?
Yes, I can.
Bro, how do you feel about this just in general? Like, is this cool that this is where negotiations are, that we as the fans get a little bit of the negotiations? They're stringing us along. They're giving us storyline. They're keeping us entertained? Or do you think this is corny and, it's starting to be WWE because, like, this looks scripted and, like, we have leaked calls now? Like, what is negotiations coming to?
Yeah, I don't know that it's scripted, champ. I definitely, I don't agree with shit getting leaked. You know what I'm saying? I'm not one of the type. I don't like that. But I didn't think of it that way, and this very well could be, promotion.
I mean, obviously in the first clip, he clearly says, I'm getting whatever word he uses, I'm going to say dogged on Twitter, Instagram, the media, like he's mentioned that twice on both of those clips where, he just want to get this shit over with because people think he ducking.
In the second clip, he said, how he's ready to get everybody off his back.
And
he said he's ready to get some shit off his chest or something along those lines.
So what's the poll for the morning? What are we asking our audience?
Oh, no.
Do we believe?
So this is it?
I mean, damn, you want more 4 minutes of an Earl private conversation?
No. I just, yeah.
So you think this is nothing? I mean, I think this, who's really to blame as part of the title? I think this kind of, again, if you don't believe it's scripted, because I've used the word scripted and he's like, turns his face, and then the second time he said he doesn't believe scripted. So, sounds like Crawford fucked up this fight. Just saying. I mean, you got one guy basically saying all he wants is this fight, being candid about understanding this is the biggest fight for him. Then in the second clip, you hear him saying, well, ain't no way Crawford can pass me and fight Jamel. He got to come through me. And then you hear him saying, I ain't going to fight Keith. So he's not the roadblock. In this audio, that's how it looks. And again, that's why I said, is it scripted? He's telling you he's being dogged in social media. So is this a piece of info they throwing out to us to get us off Earl's back?
I don't know, but what I will say is that I believe this is just so fucking weird, bro. One-way recording. Like, we don't know what the fuck is being said to Earl, and that's just so weird to me. That shit is super weird to me.
I mean, I'm sure Espinoza's going to talk about this. He's so real. He jumping on these Twitter spaces. Someone's going to ask him, you know. Someone will ask him. Don Suave says, listen to what he was saying.
What is he saying?
I mean, yeah, I must have missed it because I thought I heard what he was saying, and we're discussing it. It was before Ness. What are we? Oh, maybe they're talking about you. What you were saying before me. I have no clue. But what is the poll? What do we need to ask ourselves? Do we believe the audio? Do we keep it that simple?
I'm gonna be honest with you. Audio getting leaked and shit like that. I wonder now, do we even get the fight?
I mean, obviously, you're right to think that because Earl in this audio clearly thinks the fight could still happen for January. With Crawford announcing the fight for December, no way January is even a possibility. So the optimism of Errol Spence Jr. probably is no longer there. Again, whenever this audio happened, he was, thinking of a potential January date. So, I don't know. You might be right here, bro. I hope that's not the case. It's like, again, in this audio, it sounds like Earl understands that the biggest fight for him is this particular fight with Crawford. And he feels, based off the audio, that Crawford doesn't have anything bigger without getting through him, at least if that means going through Al. Like, it sounded like he feels secure that Al won't give him a Charlo fight without giving him the Earl fight first. Can you agree or disagree?
No, I agree, absolutely.
Based off the audio, or just based off Al and the person you think he is? I mean,
based off of both, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah, based off of both, because at the end of the day, Earl's the one on pay-per-view, so Al's going to want to get his money, you get what I'm saying, with his cash cow. So.
Oh, man. So what are we doing here in terms of poll? While we kind of figure that out, don't forget to smash that thumbs up button. Obviously, if you're enjoying the conversation. What's up?
See a super chat that got me intrigued.
Oh, by intrigue.
No pun intended.
If you're watching this live, please hit that thumbs up button so the algorithm can let other boxing fans know that we're talking about this very, it's a very hot topic, let's be real. But we do have a couple of super chats. Shout out to everybody that participates. Looks like we got NHA Tube with the $2 super chat. He says, Texas is a one-party consent state. Spence leaked it. All right. Meaning, I guess he's trying to say that in Texas, you don't need the consent of Espinoza, who was on the other end of the call, to record the call.
Allegedly.
And Because of that, he allegedly believes that Earl leaked it. Moving on to Sway from New York City, $5 Super Chat says, Bud never wanted to fight. He trusts Bob more than Al. You think he ever asked for Keenahan books, who was a crime boss? Bud negotiating in bad faith. Any thoughts on that Super Chat, especially based off the audio where, you know, Earl says he doesn't even believe his own lawyers. And that he wants, and Al told him that he got questions, more questions than he ever had. He said, Al said he's receiving more questions from Crawford than what Bob had.
Again, man, it's just hard.
But I get Crawford, bro. It's like now I'm by myself. I don't got Bob, who's been a lawyer, who's been in the entertainment business, who's been promoting for all these years to get my back. Now it's me that got to find home. Now I got to make sure ain't no fucking loophole. Make sure you ain't fucking getting me. That's how I feel. Like he don't got Bob in that team no more.
Better get you a lawyer.
I mean, he obviously got a lawyer, and they just, you know, they need time. They need time, or they stalled to take the big $10 million payday. We got LV Slugger with a $2 super chat. He said, Bud accepted terms for the EJ fight sometime next year. That's not what it sounds like based off all the information that's been getting leaked. It sounds like he never signed the contract for the February date that Dan Rayfield was reporting. But remember, Rayfield was reporting something before. All right, so here we go. We got a poll based off our producer. After hearing this leaked audio, is your mind changed on who you originally blamed? But you didn't put any answers there. Those answers still don't tell us who they thought was to blame. Hilarious. My man said yes, no. And what was the last one? Nothing's changed. This is going to be the silliest poll because we don't know what the yes and the no is, you know? But all right. Do I put still blame Crawford, still blame Earl, nothing has changed? Or still blame Crawford?
What options he gave?
Look at him. Nothing. It doesn't even make sense.
Yo, so no. Go back.
To
yes.
him?
Okay.
No, but he's talking about the audio from Earl.
Okay, hold on, wait. But that video, yes, that is what Intrigue was talking about.
What?
That video, dude, in the fucking yes. That I guess Mauricio in the interview last night.
Yeah.
Said that he's mandating.
That don't mean Earl gonna fight him. If Earl's a man of his word, which he's really proved, he might vacate that belt. He said he not fighting him. So I don't know if that's what Intrigue sent or not. Where did you send it, Intrigue? Or must be WhatsApp. Let's see. It sure enough is. Yeah, so I don't know. Intrigue, call in, B. We on Discord with it. I would like you to call in on Super Chat. Check his Super Chat because Crawford, Spence still can vacate. He can still vacate. Or.
So what am I checking? You just want me to reread it?
No. Oh, did Intrigue? You read Intrigue Super Chat?
No, you cut me.
Right there.
Yeah, he said Thurman versus Spence is next. WBC Mando next in line. The WBC mandatory is next in line based on what Mauricio said last night. If Earl vacates, we get Boots versus Thurman. I'm happy either way.
You know what's funny?
Mm-hmm.
I just said that yesterday. You and I was arguing to people that there's no way the WBA is going to get another opportunity after they accept the step-aside money with Stenonius.
Correct.
And now the president comes out. Now I know y'all going to say, yeah, but that's the president of the WBC. Understand this. He's the OG. I promise you, if you ever see them move together, Suleiman is the OG. Everybody understands that the WBC is the most lucrative sanctioning body, the most powerful sanctioning body, does the most for boxing and outside of the sport. So all them dudes be falling in line. Believe me when I tell you. And they all come to his convention. It ain't the other way around. I don't know if he's at Paco's because he's really cool with one or two of them. So he might be at Paco's wearing that shirt. He might be in Puerto Rico with that Guayabera shirt. You know what I'm saying? On his Caribbean.
Yeah, it's a lot of people in Puerto Rico right now.
I mean, I tried to do it, but it snuck up on us. It was October 24th to the 28th. So they one more day out there.
But yeah, champ. So is that something that you care to look at?
What?
That interview.
You want us to play that?
I mean,
we got you.
I think it's a bit relevant with what we're discussing.
I mean, I hate that Supermax reminded us of this, but hopefully because of young Devin Haney and Bill Haney and the way that they move and the way that they talking, there's no way that Earl takes franchise. Because think about it, in theory, Earl doesn't want to fight Thurman, takes franchise, fights Stenonius, Crawford fights Avanesian. They undispute with the franchise. Meanwhile, Thurman running around here fighting Ennis for the fucking WBC. That shit could happen, bro. That shit could happen. Bro, this is 5 minutes, man. Give me a timestamp. Y'all tripping. Y'all trying to get Fight Hype to send us to hell.
He said to send us to hell.
I mean, if I sit here and play 5 minutes of their video, bro, that ain't no friendship shit. At that point, you stealing. It's like, yo, send them there, not use your platform to watch my videos so they could state. Like, that's not fair.
No, I hear you.
It's not fair. So I need a timestamp if you actually want us to play something relevant from this video with the WBC president speaking about Spence versus Thurman is next. Now, keep in mind, though, there's still time. Why? Convention happens next week, 2 weeks. The 6th of November, they mandate. It doesn't immediately happen. Like you get that open space negotiation. Then when that open space fails, then they order a time frame for you to get it done in with before they have to mandate a purse bid, right? Am I saying that right? He ignored me.
Super chat kind of caught me off guard, champ. I'm sorry.
What you got, man? What's more important?
We got Jonathan Lambarena, $5 super chat said, if Earl was in Bud's position, Bob would have made the fight years ago. People would rather trust a music industry man over a boxing business legend. Hashtag blame Al. Yeah, I don't know that I can agree with you on that, man, because at the end of the day, Al Heyman has proven time and time again to show that he is a legend in the sport. I mean, he has done phenomenal things for the boxing business. So I don't know that you could say blame Al. What's up, Ness?
No, I mean, according to Rob, who checked the article on Boxing Scene, he says that the quote is, Bob says Spence-Crawford would have been made if Crawford had a promoter. And that's what I'm saying. The things that he didn't have to worry about, now he got to worry about. He had a whole experienced, not only promotional outfit, but group of lawyers. Like, Bob is not just getting some regular Joe Schmo lawyers when that's what he used to do. You understand?
Like, think about it. Bob, whatever lawyers he got, was able to get BH into the country in time for that fight.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and
which in theory shouldn't have fucking been hard with a 30-year-old drug case, but, you know, this is the world. You want to, you know, right there in that sense, you'd be like, this is America, but it's not. That's the world, bro. That's the world. That's how they treat, that's how they treat you.
Yo, it felt so nice yesterday, and maybe we're going to talk about it at 12. I'm not sure what you had in mind, but did you see the Jake workouts yesterday?
Nah, man. So, I put the previews and predictions, obviously, for today, but, I mean, we could talk of the workout.
Thursday?
It is? Yeah.
Oh, fuck, bro. Weeks just flown by. No, so he pulled up in a horse, right? He pulls up in a horse, but guess what? Guess what I see as Jake Paul is pulling up to the horse in front of the arena.
I didn't watch that full clip, but I seen something on my timeline like Jake knows how to make an entrance, and he's on a horse.
Yeah,
with hand wraps.
I mean, he's going to the workout, but still wants to entertain. He's in Phoenix, Arizona. But nah, champ, look, you know what I seen as he's rolling up? Because they got like the not the aerial, but the pan shot, you feel me? Saw McFadden's right there. I'm like,
Oh,
damn,
wow.
right there. It's right there.
That's dope.
Yeah.
That is dope. All right, so we do want to take callers. We do have our poll open. See if we got anybody on Blog Talk. You know the number to call in, 1-425-569-5241. Press 1 time. I'm also getting the timestamp. It's, let me see. He said the last 48 seconds.
So it's 5:25. So yeah, about five. Nope. About right there.
It's kind of out of your control here because I think that Spence has to deal with another mandatory before he deals with the WBC mandatory. But am I mistaken? Isn't Boots Ennis your number one contender?
No, the WBC's mandatory is next.
I'm gonna be honest with you. That's not what we were saying, though.
What?
We were saying the IBF was next. We were saying the IBF was next.
You're right.
You know what I'm saying?
Damn, you are right.
Last time he defended,
because I don't want Thurman.
Last time he
Boots.
defended that was Ocampo. You get what I'm saying? Last time he defended
How'd
the
they
BC.
skip?
Last time they defended the BC was
Danny.
So
maybe
he didn't win the BC until September 28, 2019 when he defeated Sean. But the IBF, so you saying, I don't know, bro.
Somebody took step aside.
Who? Boots? Step aside for what?
Whoever was before Boots, maybe?
Do you think
I don't know. That's strange. How the fuck they skipped the IBF?
Well, let's let it finish playing then.
That has been confirmed. Thurman is a number one contender, but everything will be seen at the convention.
Oh, okay. That's going to be finalized at the convention?
Yeah, I believe Ennis is the IBF or...
You're right. You're right. I'm sorry. That's my mistake.
It's the IBF mandatory.
Yeah, okay.
So he did confirm Ennis is the IBF mandatory, but still said that they next. That's going to be one of my questions. I'm coming in hot with that. Like, how do you get to go twice before the IBF? Like, you just had Danny. I'm coming in hot. Whoever steals my question, we fighting. No, because for real, like, how do you go? Danny just went. Don't make any sense.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, we'll just see how that plays out. That will be obviously.
Okay, so there's not going to be anything else. But shout out Fight Hype. And that is Lance Pugmire.
Shout out.
Doing the interview via Zoom with Mauricio. So on our poll, we have, after hearing this leaked audio, is your mind changed on who you originally blamed? Still blame Crawford, option 1, at 40%. Still blame Spence at 24%. Nothing has changed, nearly at 40%, coming in at 37%. Now, we got almost 800 people watching. Is it so hard to hit that thumbs up button? Go ahead and smash that thumbs up button as we're going to start taking callers, and I'm sure you want to call in and give us your opinion, not only on, this subject, but probably these upcoming fights this weekend. We got a jam-packed weekend, and I would like your opinion.
Yes. Somebody's in the chat. The Axiom is saying Stenonius messed
what?
He said messed his IBF Mando up when he became the WBA regular champ. So was Stenonius one next in line and turned it down for the WBA?
I don't know, man. I ain't even know Stenonius was in the IBF. Brandon Lenz in Houston should confirm that. He's his favorite fighter.
See, and this is why I'm glad that we working hard, and thanks to all the help from you all to get to the WBC convention, right? Because
to get answers.
To get answers, and you're terrible.
Who?
Why not just pin it?
I did pin it.
And just flood it.
Yeah.
This is why conventions are important. I didn't even know this was a thing.
What, to state your case?
Yes.
Bro, of course.
No. Yes, I didn't know that you literally come to the convention with a formal proposal to state your case.
Of course. There's other... Bro, again, we keep using the middleweight division so we memorize another division that has a bunch of fighters. But if there's 1,500 fighters in the middleweight division, you know, and they're being fought globally, yes, someone can be a speaker for you because it's like you're domestically fighting all these Colombians. They got to make a case as to why you as good as the guys that's over here getting the opportunities versus the people we know. And it's like, bro, he hasn't gotten it because he's in a third world country. He's Colombian.
Yeah,
we haven't been able to get his visa.
No,
but look at this guy. Look at what he does. He's
I knew all that shit took place. What I'm telling you is I thought it took place the way you actually just explained it. But, you know what I'm saying? You actually sit down. You have
Well, because since you've never been to a convention, so there's a whole stage of the committee.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, if you're going to state your case verbally, you also want to either have a keynote, like, bro.
Like a presentation.
My man, you got to win them over. What, you going to go over there and freestyle with no paperwork? So now they just listening to you.
I'm just saying, bro.
No. I'm explaining. Yeah. I'm explaining. You don't want them just listening to you. You want them sitting there, listening and following along. Give them action shots of Albert Bell landing a knockout punch. Show him his percentage of jabs thrown versus landed. Like, yes, woo them and make it visible and give them visuals. Video retains retention more than words. Yes, it's a presentation. You better sell yourself. Now, if you Shakur, you don't need to do that because you got the background, you got the gold medal, you got the major promoter. But when you Shadeja Green, yeah, you got to show up. You got to fucking sing and dance. Because guess what? Your paycheck that you bring into the table, it ain't with Shakur and Valdez. Look, Valdez off of laws getting Navarrete, man. Yeah, no, listen. This is boxing. This is how we sensationalize our sport. Danny just showed me a post. Please read it so I don't misphrase it.
The Arizona Boxing and MMA Commission is meeting tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. regarding Anderson Silva. And regarding Anderson Silva is what this says, but to let you guys know, he spoke this week regarding camp, and I guess he said he was knocked out in sparring twice, but then retracted his statement saying he was knocked down. Shouldn't have said that shit at all. But so what's today's date? Today's the 27th. So the meeting is actually today. This tweet came out last night. So that meeting should be this evening. So something that obviously we'll be covering and keeping an eye out for, as we are due to make our Glendale debut this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, again, I just think this sensationalizes the sport. This sauces up the event. They're trying to generate more publicity, and all publicity is good publicity. So to them, it doesn't matter if, there's a fake threat to cancel the sport, because more eyeballs get on it and more people looking at it.
Yeah, no, for sure, Chan. Well, just want to remind everybody that this weekend we'll be in Arizona, McFadden Social House live fight party for the Anderson Silva versus Jake Paul pay-per-view. And, of course, we'll be covering some fights on that undercard. We'll be covering the Dr. Mike fight, the Le'Veon Bell fight, TBV's good friend Shadeja Green is on the card. Jeremiah Milton, our good friend, is on the card. And I'm very excited about those two fights, Ness, because I have to love Jake Paul for doing what he's doing.
Yep.
You know, we've seen all the prelims on the Showtime YouTube channel, which these will be available as well, but they're going to be on Jake Paul's YouTube channel as well. And I just find that amazing, champ. I think that's great. And for Shadeja, for Jeremiah and everybody else on that prelim, I mean, you just have to imagine their stock and their popularity is going to grow, champ. Especially, I mean, think about it. You talking about Jeremiah and Shadeja, two individuals who produce highlight reel knockouts who are, very strong punchers. So I think that's going to be great for them, and once again, shout out to Jake Paul for making that happen.
Let's hope, man. Let's hope that Shadeja could produce a knockout real type performance to get those eyeballs and to woo MVP Promotions, man. That could be the biggest thing that could happen to her. If she could sign to Jake, she'll get those fights. All of a sudden, she'll be appealing to Franchon and Clarissa because Jake brings the money, Jake brings the television. So, that's there. All right, we're going to open up these phone lines. Let me go ahead and play this little, thingamajig. What up?
Look at that, 20 million subscribers on his YouTube channel.
But that's crazy. He's been at 24 minutes. And I know that's crazy for me to say as I haven't even gotten to 1 million, but I'm just saying I feel like he was at 20 when he first bust on the scene. And with all this that's been happening, I'm shocked that he hasn't grown more. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he wasn't at 20 and it was his brother that was at 20. And now he's also at 20. So
or maybe you're thinking 20 all platforms combined at the time that you came across him. You get what I'm saying? Because he was big for a while. But I just wanted to look, right? So when you look at...
look at how many views he got on the press conference.
So look, the Jake Tyrone Woodley official press conference, 1.7 million. The Jake Paul Tyrone Woodley official trailer, that's 31 seconds, 774,000. All Access, which is half an hour, 1.1 million. The final presser with Woodley, 832,000.
But what channel is this? His or Showtime?
Jake's.
Okay.
It's Jake's channel.
What is that? I turned down 40 million for this? What is he talking about? That's crazy.
Where?
2 months ago.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Want me to click on it?
Nah.
Okay.
What about the Silver press conference? What he got? 115,000 11 hours ago.
Oh, that's the open workout, and then the presser a month ago, 607,000.
Damn, my life as a pro boxer got him a million. A month ago, too. That boy do numbers. You ain't even subscribed. Hate is real.
This your computer from your YouTube account.
Yeah, that's right. Subscribe and hit the notification, bro. What's that? So the Jake official presser got 600,000. That was a month ago. So I guess that's not bad. That's almost half of what the Woodley got, and Woodley's been out for a year.
And I want to see what he gets in, live. Because that's going to be interesting to see.
Oh, my God. We might have to watch that to make people believers. Let me go to this channel. I don't know if we should switch up like that. We talking about Earl, but damn, I want to watch that 30 minutes of hell, Jake Paul's insane workout. I could skim. It's not even 30 minutes. It's 10. He condensed it. Shout out to him. He knows how to create content because I was going to say I'm going to skim through that 30 minutes, but he did it for me. I got Intrigued the Incredible, which you already answered, so we refreshing to get to these other super chats. Phone lines all open, ladies and gents.
Remember to rate us 5 stars on iTunes.
Drop that 5-star review on iTunes. Keep us #1. You can also drop us a 5-star review on Spreaker, on iHeart, on Spotify, on iTunes. Do what you got.
Quadratillo took that step aside, and that was
but that was a long
turn.
time ago. That was in 19.
They said that was the IBF's turn.
Bro, and then Danny went, and then Stenonius went. That's what I'm saying. How the fuck is it? I'll be there, though. I'll ask them how they get in another go. It ain't they go. Show me how is they fucking go. How they go. It ain't they go. How they get. Danny just fought him. Unless they both Wasn't Danny in 19 too?
No, that was December 5th, 2020.
Well, there you go, man. It ain't they go, man. Somehow they big brother they go. I got Mike Wilkins that says, "What up, good?" No, what's good, Ness? Ring walk. Just wanted to say, love the show yesterday. Great segment with Paulie and Bill. Shout out to you. We appreciate it. Shout out to Bill and Paulie Malignaggi for coming on and holding court right here on the Voice of the People. We got B-Dog with a $2 super chat. He says he had all those cues for Al because of how Bob did them. And by cues, he means questions. We got Big Supermax on the line. We about to go
to his intro.
Oloki, you are next, my friend. Por eso lo vuelvo a repetir. La era del Canelo es la mejor porque peleó con los mejores. La suerte es para los mediocres, my friend.
BoxingVoice.com.
Yo.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Perfect.
Yep.
All right. First of all, good morning, fellas.
Morning, champ.
Great show as always. On the topic of the leaked audio, well, first let me say this. Shout out to my guy, Jay Hardcore Boxing News. He broke it down to me, and I'm actually convinced, man, I don't think this is a duck by Bud. I'm actually starting to lean more towards that. I think he's getting ready to cash out, and for that, I can't blame him, man. I'm not going to step on any man for getting that money. And as far as the leaked audio is concerned, to be completely unbiased and down the middle, it really does seem more like a PR thing than anything. Maybe they did record it ahead of time, so they obviously knew there was issues with the Errol fight, with the Bud fight coming up, so they decided to have something that they could leak back out because, like we heard, Errol is been getting dragged in the media, so they needed something to fall back on to, help push the narrative. So all in all, at the end of the day, we're not getting this fight next, and that's disappointing all the way around. And as far as the WBC calling the mandatory, I don't look too much into that because if I'm not mistaken, even if they call for the mandatory, you have like a year to defend that. So I mean that could leave all the way to next November. They called for Jamal's mandatory when Golovkin was still the champion, and that switched up. So other than that, man, like I said, I think it's just a PR move to kind of clean it up, help push the narrative. We're not getting this fight next, but I do believe that Bud is getting ready to retire. And if that's the case, man, I can't fault the man for getting his bag, getting the money. But hey, everybody stay tuned. Border Wars 14, February 25th, Vegas. We'll see y'all out there.
Yo, Supermax.
Yo. What up?
Yo, what's your brother weighing?
185.
Right now, he jumped on the scale yesterday like 205.
But he said he want to fight at 185. Right?
Yeah, he's right now he's 205. So by the time we have a 4-month camp, he'll be around 185, maybe even 175. All depends on how he's feeling.
Danny out here trying to stay safe. What you want, a rematch? You trying to do a rematch?
Bro, he asked for it, I don't know how many years ago. I was just asking, bro. I ain't fought since.
I mean, that's why, though. I would say let him get a win. He ain't won that. Like, I want him versus...
Oh, I didn't know that.
I want him versus Jason Hotsey. Or him versus...
Let you go. You sound like shit.
Nah, he working, man. Shout out to all my truck drivers out there. But, yeah, I want him versus Jason Hotsey.
My dad included. Shout out to my pops behind the wheel right now.
Matt versus Show Kid, Matt versus Jason Hotsey. Those are two good fights. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah. Luis Reyes, man, you need to come out.
The problem?
What?
The problem is, bro, like, no funny shit. I don't keep up with Border Wars. It's like, I don't know who be fighting.
No, that's what I'm here for, man. That's what I'm here for. Plus, what you weighing?
Definitely less than 205.
Oh, you under 200?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you wasn't under 200, you might as well hit the weights, boxing train, take out the brother. That's a better storyline than giving the rematch because had he got a win, but he lost since you beat him, you set him on a trajectory downhill. Like, he need to turn that shit around. So the best thing is the brother, plus there's a strap on the line. Chubby weight title. Eddie vacated it. Mex want to fight for it. Him and Jerron Wolf from Louisiana might fight for that belt if you don't step in and snatch that. Snatch that. Snatch that. Snatch. I'm just saying, I'm just putting that in the air. You heard me? And if you want to fight on Border Wars, hit me up. DM me. We're going to talk. We're going to match you right. We're going to match you right. We be matching people right, you know. Those that go outside the covenant of the matchmaking, they're on their own. And by that I mean you made a side deal with someone based off your mouth and his mouth. That's not my fault. You know, we can view each other's footage and decide whether or not one of you are too experienced for the other, and cancel that fight based off that. But if you look the same and you talked yourself into a fight that I don't think you should take, I'm going to advise you not to take it. If you still take it, that's on you. That's on you. But those that don't listen to me usually end up losing, and I'm going to be real. Because I tried to put you in as even as possible. You know what I mean? And, yeah. So, Chef Chino de Califas, what is Border Wars? DM me, brother. I'll tell you all about it and send you some links to our past 13 seasons of it. That being said, we're here discussing Errol Spence leaked call and him talking his frustrations making this Terrence Bud Crawford fight, and we're asking ourselves who's really to blame. We also have a poll talking about blame. After hearing this leaked audio, is your mind changed on who you originally blamed? So we got option number 1, still blame Crawford. Option number 2, still blame Errol Spence. And then option number 3 at 34%, nothing has changed. But 45% is still blame Crawford. So a lot of you believe Crawford is to blame. And I'm assuming they basing that, Danny, off him signing a fight Quadratullo and Earl not having a fight yet. I think it's that black and white for them. You're right. Quadratullo was the guy Earl would have fought. But look, we'll get to some callers. You're tired of hearing us. We got the Discord link. It's in the chat. You want to call, you know what to do. The number is 1425-569-5241. Press 1 one time to voice your opinion right here on the Voice of the People hotline. Looks like up first, in the order that they're coming in, we got Big Fish Vega. What is up?
Let the little fish go so that we can catch the big fish later.
I'm the big dog at the welterweight division.
WBC and IBF welterweight champion of the world.
At the end of the day, I'm a way better fighter than Terrence Crawford.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Me and Terrence Crawford on this side of the street.
We cleaning our side of the street, then we coming after Crawford.
60-40 or 70-30, whatever we get.
Say something else. Say something else.
Big Fish Vega.
Big Fish Mafia. It ain't a movement, it's a lifestyle.
SDS Promotions.
Hello, can you hear me?
Perfect.
All right, good. Yeah, I'm on the road, so I'm unsure about the service. But goddamn, man, been waiting to get this call in. Yeah, I think Errol Spence has been keeping the same energy in the media, out the media. It's the fight he wants. You don't want to fight Thurman. You heard it on the recording. It's just the same shit, just being regurgitated. And you know, with the audio being leaked, I mean, it's like, you know, when this first happened with this fight falling through, I said blame both parties. But it just, to me, Errol had left it all in Al Heyman's hands, and it's between Crawford and PBC handling on what's going on. I mean, Crawford wanted changes. They said PBC made the changes. What they said, October 5th, you received it, October 6th. And you heard David Avanesyan's manager say that they made the deal within a day or two. So I mean, it's still a lot of questions. I don't think we're ever going to get all the answers we want. But yeah, I think people that were blaming Errol specifically, it may change their mind a bit or enough to where they can't do it no more. I mean, with WBC talking about Thurman being the mandatory next, I think WBC has a reverse card, or if you want to call it a Uno card, because I remember with Josh Taylor, the WBA quote unquote went out of turn and ordered the WBA mandatory fight, and that pissed off a lot of people. And you see that's why Josh Taylor vacated it first. There was a lot of rumors saying that what's his name, the Mendoza went out of turn against what was agreed upon with all the other sanctioning bodies. So that maybe that's why Suleiman's saying that he's going to go ahead and be the big dog and big dog it, or probably more proper to say big fish it. And yeah, man, Border Wars, man, I can't wait. I'm very excited, Ness.
So what fight you taking? I mean, obviously it's very early and you don't have to decide yet, so do not feel pressured on this call to answer my question. No, I'm serious. I'm serious.
No, man, my answer is Caesar. He's in Vegas. Listen, man.
That's all. That's all. That's all.
Yeah.
I just want to know because I like to give everybody enough time. So if Caesar and you know that you are both fighting each other, and that's the fight I like. I didn't want you to fight Ray. I'll say it. Ray, I know that he's fought before. So when I was just talking about people getting themselves into trouble with I was talking about you because I seen you accepting Ray's fight, and Ray has fought before. You got to get a fight off first, man. You got to get in there under them lights, do it. And I know you was at the last one. So, now it's time to get in there under them lights. Then you can see Ray later, But I wouldn't recommend going in there with someone who has experience without getting some yourself.
I mean, that sounds all cute. I mean, slow the business. Yeah, he's been in there before. I mean, that's cute. Like I said, I mean, I'm strapped and ready to set it off, man. Queen Latifah, that ain't – it is what – like I said, it's more about the weight. I want to try to challenge myself to get down to 154. Caesar, I talked to him. He's down. He's in Vegas. It's a lot less obstacles than someone saying, 163 or I got to see my business in order. Those are already roadblocks I see. And I ain't trying to go through all this bullshit. Caesar's over there and the weights I want. It's a lot less I have to go through. I'm fighting. Every obstacle, I'm just going to go right over for myself. So, because that's how much I want to do this. You could talk about experience. Listen, man, I ain't worried about all that. I don't see no one beating me. I take on all comers. But, yeah, Caesar it is. Hey, Ness, Danny, appreciate y'all. And let's get to it, man.
For sure, brother. Thank you for calling in. We appreciate it. We appreciate your call. You know the number, 1425-569-5241. Press 1 time to voice your opinion. We got Jonathan Lambarena, $5 Super Chat, says, if Earl wasn't...
that. Next one.
We got Mr. Michael in New York City, $5 Super Chat, says, Bud just doesn't know what he is doing. Imagine trying to do business deal with Bernie and Bud. It's sad. Why you got to throw Bernie in there? Like he bringing Bernie to the big deals. Not that he not. I don't know that he is or he isn't. I'm just saying we don't know if he is or he isn't. We got $1 Trillion Dreams, $5 Super Chat says, dude, why didn't your poll include the damn network and platform, Showtime, PBC? They got an agenda to keep the fights and the belts in-house. Hence, Thurman. What do you think about that, Super Chat? Nice conspiracy there.
I mean, they have their fighters who have commitments to them. You said it. No promoter or network wants to let the belts leave, to the other side of the street or not have them where you're at. So.
I agree with you there. We got a $5 Super Chat from Big Super Mex. He says, have Jose fight Danny. That was what it was supposed to be. Remember, Danny jumped in the ring after Cruz fight and have Hotzi versus Matt. Winners can meet later. Yeah, the problem with that is Danny's an actual threat to Jose. And Jose's 40-something these days with a belt. He not giving you a shot. You are younger by almost 20 years, if not 20 years. And
Jose,
the Canadian.
No, I think he talking about Cruz.
No.
Oh.
When Jose and Cruz fought the day that you fought, you jumped in the ring. That's what he's saying. So he's saying that's what it was supposed to be. You were supposed to fight Jose, or you wanted to anyway because you did that call out.
I remember,
which you obviously don't remember. But that being said,
because I remember facing off with Cruz.
Cruz taking the Rob the Genius fight for a belt at Cruiser. Let's see who we got on the line. It looks like we got Cashman P. Cashman P. What up?
I'm on mute. Yeah, what's good? What's good, man? What's going on?
Chilling. Good morning, brother.
Good morning, y'all. I got a couple of issues with the Spence and Bud situation, man. I'm kind of like on two sides of the fence when it comes to Bud because when Bud first came out, Bud was like, "Yo, he'll do whatever he gotta do to make the fight." Blah, blah, and like we like, all right, cool. But then we come and find out that he wants more information. He wants a lot of information before everything gets signed off. If that's true or not, I don't know if what I'm saying is true. But I'm like, you can't really get mad if somebody want to get his finances right. But then again, it's like, yo, you said that you'll do anything to make the fight, so then do that. So that's my little issue right now when it comes to the Bud situation. Fucking in regards to Spence, that's my dog, man. I'm a Spence fan, man. But that leaked audio shit, I don't even know where that shit came from, man. That's just a little goofy. But I feel like Spence been on that same road ever since he met Bud face to face. And he was like, yo, I'm gonna clear my side and I'm gonna handle you next. And I don't really like that Bud he didn't put all his eggs in one basket like how Spence allegedly did. You know what I'm saying? Like if you have a backup plan, that means you're not 1000% into this situation. Do y'all agree on that?
Yeah. But that backup plan, they making it seem like that backup plan came out of nowhere and it got done in 2 days.
That sounds a little weird to me. If it's a backup plan,
I mean, you tell me how long you gonna take to accept $10 million.
2 seconds.
Well, there we go. You feel me? Especially if I got the talent, the work ethic, the team, the skill of Bud, and you telling me Avanesian, man, I don't even know how fast Bud accepted that shit. Let's be real.
Yeah, probably seen that shit. Was like, all right, cool, shit.
For real.
but then I heard something about, I don't know if this is true or not too, but I heard that PBC they thing with Fox is about to expire, so they're trying to get all the fights for 2023. I don't know if you guys discussed this yesterday or the day before, but
I haven't seen
they're trying to
that.
like schedule all the fights for next year so that they could send an offer to Fox like, yo, we got all these big fights. We need to redo the contract because allegedly, I don't know if it's true or not, but the contract is supposed to expire this year. So I don't know if that has everything to do with the scheme of how they run it, how they going about everything. They want to get all the big fights.
I doubt it, man. This is all negotiations because we know for a fact that November 19th was a pay-per-view date on Hell. December 17th is still a pay-per-view date on Hell, on hold. So it's like, if your theory was true, those dates wouldn't even be on hold because we want to do them in 2023 under this new Fox deal. So, yeah, this is just fucking negotiations.
And December 17th is still on hold.
It's still on hold, but that was supposed to be Tank Day. Obviously, with the court, he can't do it, right? So, that might end up being Earl date now.
Yeah, and if they both fight in December, shit, they got one more time to fucking try to get it done before Spence was like,
ideally,
I'm moving up.
Ideally, they both fight in December. It'll promote it.
Since it'll be back-to-back weeks, you get what I'm saying? It'll get more buzz.
Hopefully. But Cash, man, send that cash. You want to keep going, man. You had like 30-minute call. Who next?
It looks like we got, hold on. Looks like we got Spider Rico up next.
Who next? Oh, the undefeated Border Wars fighter. What up? Nah, he over here.
I know. I'm telling you to pull up. So
Yeah.
Spider.
That's Caesar in Vegas and I mean in 908.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Yo. What up, Spider?
Yeah, it's Esteban, your local Border Wars boxer. You know, just doing a little morning walk, listen to the show. Shout out to everybody in the TBV universe. I haven't called in a while, but I heard about Border Wars. I'm glad you decided to make another, Nestor.
We back, baby. We back.
Yeah, it's exciting. I couldn't even sleep. I slept about 4 hours. I had to get up and get it, you know?
Let's go.
But it's a lot of talk about Crawford and Spence, you know. That's the dream fight. And I just can never hate on Crawford because, you know, I heard he got shot in the head and he's still alive. You know, a person like that, y'all could do all the talking you want. You could even shoot him in the head. He not gonna die. He gonna keep coming back, whether it's this platform, that platform. And I remember when I was locked down, you know, the ESPN platform, they let us watch the boxing match when he fought Kavalaskis. And he got knocked down, you know, and all the real ones was huddled around the TV. And you know, he came back to knock him out, and everybody was just excited, like, you know, like Crawford make it just was an exciting moment for me. And to everyone that was locked down, and still, I just wanted to sing this. It's something I learned. It go like this. Free my niggas out that lockdown. Free my niggas out that lockdown. Let my niggas out that dog pound. Let my niggas out that dog pound. All right, Nestor.
Okay.
I see everybody.
All right, champ.
All right,
Let's
champ.
go to Caesar in Vegas.
Talk to me. What up, champ?
Yo, hold on real quick.
Yo.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey. Yeah, I can hear you guys, but like kind of far away, and I can't listen to any other calls. Like the last two calls, I wasn't able to hear the callers.
Yeah,
Blog
man.
Talk anyway.
I don't know. I don't know if that's a blog talk thing or what, but we can hear you for sure, and they can hear you.
Cool. Well, oh no, man. Like I'm kind of burnt out on this whole negotiation thing and back and forth with Crawford and Bud. Like I don't even know what to think anymore. I was like kind of teetering, like, oh man, Bud ducking, oh man, or like at the end of the day, I just want to fight. I'm kind of over the whole, you know, them kind of dicking us around, shit. So I mean, I guess we're just gonna be sitting around. I'm still hopeful for early next year, February, hopefully, because January is not. Definitely does not seem realistic. So I'm hopeful for January, February. But in terms of border wars, I did speak to Vega yesterday. We were messaging back and forth. I told him that I had already said yes to the other guy, and I didn't want to switch up on him, but that the other dude hasn't confirmed. So
Which other guy?
I mean, I don't know if I gotta wait for him to.
Which other guy?
Roland.
Oh, rolling with the punches. Yeah.
You said that he had said yes. So
he
I
said
yes,
I told you.
then,
But look, I told you he said yes, but that he got someone else he's trying to get. So if he can't get that person, then he'll fight you, is what he said. Yeah, he trying to get a big fight. He want a name, you know what I'm saying? He been out there already, so a couple of people called him out, so he trying to see if they serious.
Okay. So how many guys do we have at this 160 or 154 right now?
I would have to check the ranks, but let me see if I can get that up in time. And once again, these rankings have to be updated, but you got quite a few people. The thing is that you ain't that experienced, because we got Oscar, who's a little older, but but obviously, you know, he's got that amateur experience, you know. But yeah, I got super middleweight pulled up. Let me see. Because truthfully, these people fluctuate between 160 and 168. Let me get a screen share here. Keem the Dream, you know, but again, I wouldn't throw you in there with Keem. He's more experienced than you. Jordan, more experienced than you. But these guys are at 160. You know, you got for Surefire D, he got way more experience. Esteban had just called, he got way more experience. Jerome Lambert went pro. Keem the Dream is still there. Corey Frank, national champ. Guillermo is back. He's taking on Anthony Forbes from Florida, the big ticket seller. Zeke the Freak is back, and he wants 54, but he got more experience than you. Adrian, he's got a fight and more experience. Austin, more experience. You know, believe me,
So
you where you need to be unless we could get you another fight. Those guys that I sent you, those are your options. Vega and Roland, and Vega is just as novice as you. You know, he never fought.
Cool. Well, man, I'll take either one of them. So if Vega wants to get her on, let's do it.
All right, brother. And again, don't feel not just you, but anybody. Nobody needs to feel pressured. It's very early. Just get the training, man, and don't abuse the holidays. Is all I can tell you guys. Let me see who's up next here. We got Amin in Essex, New Jersey.
He dropped off.
What? Damn it, man.
He dropped off.
King Amin, why'd you do that? We got J Mac Attack coming in on Discord.
I'm in the ocean. You say you the big fish. I'm looking for you.
Maybe a Spence get his tail out his butt and he'll fight me.
You are watching a master at work.
Practice, baby. When I stop him, y'all gonna say he was too weak.
Oh, big in the motherfucker, man. We ain't gonna be able to fire your punk ass out here. What you wanna bet on? You can bet 100,000 on that. Let's bet $1 million. I'll break your fucking neck.
J-Mac, New Orleans.
Don't like what I said, nigga? Do something fucking about it. One of the best finishers in the game. Give me the towel. Give me the towel.
SDS Promotion.
Get ready for the back attack.
J-Mac. Hop in and hop back out, champ. Hop in and back out. We'll wait for you. Because something ain't right. Champ.
All right.
Champ. You know the number to call in if you want to call in and voice your opinion on this topic. We talking elite conversation. There you go. What up?
Hey, yeah, shout out. I ain't know what y'all got. Y'all had Akon on here earlier. Somebody locked up or some shit.
Ha! Esteban.
Okay, I thought we were singing on here now. Nah, hey man, look, I'm gonna keep it honest. My pick is still. I don't accuse Errol or Bud. Honestly, it's always been with PBC and they network. What they doing, what they trying to make plans, what they trying to push back for. They got multiple stories out there on reasons why the fight can be delayed. And I don't think it's an Errol or Bud problem. I think a lot of people losing the context. In the video, I heard Errol say something about January, and then I heard that Bud got something in the first quarter next year. February, first quarter, I don't know a timestamp or whatever. But something that Bud was getting from PBC, and it pushed him back into made him feel like he wasn't going to be able to fight this year. So he accepted a fight and accepted a $10 million minimum fight. So that's why I think he went ahead with it. He also said a few shows ago, I think you said something about Bud said he wanted to fight before the year was out and what have you. And he made L aware of that. A lot of people dropping that too. So it sounds like two dudes from an understanding and perspective of what they understood about what they were trying to negotiate for the fight. Errol seems like he's relying on L to come back to him and feed him information. L seems like he's borderline telling Errol what Errol want to hear or what he need to hear, but also still trying to do the things and move a business and make a business decision because, from my understanding, PBC has to solidify a network deal in order to make this fight. They may be trying to use this fight to buy another contract or whatever. So it's so many things going on. So the problem not with the fighters. Never thought Errol didn't want to fight Bud, and I damn sure know Bud don't want to knock it.
All right, champ, you did drop.
J-Mac, you went through like a dead zone. Call you dead zone. Not
Yo,
dead
can
zone.
you hear me?
Now we do.
Oh, what's the last thing y'all heard?
Shit that you said.
Earl?
Nah, you said that you don't blame. You never thought it was Earl or Bud. That you always thought it was the networks.
Yeah, I said I never thought it was Errol or Bud. I just always thought it was the networks. And I think that video don't move the needle or push it. It just give you a perspective of what Errol was being told in the conversation Errol had. The leaking thing is a little weird, honestly. It's almost like who put that out there. When I first heard it, I said, like, God damn, like somebody really trying to sell something. Cause shit like that normally don't get leaked out. They had a caller that called in earlier. I think his name was Cashman. He said he was a little complex about Bud's decision and what was going on about making a fight. I'll say this. We have all been in situations. When I had first got me a truck, and before I was working for somebody, normally somebody handled my loads. They got all the money, the insurance, everything was covered. When I had my own shit, I had to ask a lot of questions. So normally I ask more questions than normally somebody handling my business. So when you in the business of making business for yourself, the best thing I could tell you to do is ask questions. And that's, I believe you got in the point when you signed with old boy and God rest his soul, you asked a lot of questions. I don't think you just went in there and said, I'm signing up and what have you. So for anybody that don't understand another man's conducting his business, you're not meant to understand it. So I don't see what's the complexity about it. That's my call.
All right,
it,
good
champ.
call,
Good-
good
yeah, good
call,
call for
man.
sure.
And he's right. You know, I pretty much lost the friendship because my friend felt I was asking too many questions, but I just wanted to cover my ass. So, yeah, you know, I understand, and really no one can understand the complexity of contracts except for the person receiving them and the lawyer going over them. I am trying to get this guest on. We're going to see, can we freak this, what person? Whenever you want, Brandon. You know?
But if you do want to call in, voice your opinion, 425
You know the number.
569
52
41. Press 1. One time. Who we got? Who this, Nash?
We got our guesses. Who we got? Let's see. Pam. Bam. Rick, what up? Damn, you in the bed. You know we live, right?
I'm laying in bed.
You know we live.
What's that?
I said, you know we are live.
Yeah, that's all right. What's the difference? I'm in bed, so what?
Hey, I mean, I ain't know you wanted, you just making sure you know. I don't want you to feel sandbagged.
No, I'm not sandbagged at all. I've been up working since 3 o'clock in the morning, and I just wanted to, do what I got to do, and I'm going to go out to lunch with my friends at 12 o'clock today, and just do what I'm doing, every day. So what's going on, guys?
Well, I mean, obviously, I wanted to get you on. I guess I owe you an apology. For a long time, I thought that you were just a Deontay Wilder hater and, would report on low pay-per-view numbers. You got this one right. You aren't always right, let's be real, but you got this one right. You were spot on before
I'm always right with the pay-per-view numbers. Okay. I always am. They put out false. They listen. This is how you can tell the numbers are fake or real. Okay, in this era now, if the TV announces it, like Steven Espinosa on Showtime or an executive from Fox, the numbers are real. Okay, if it's numbers that are floated by PBC, by Tim Smith and Leonard Ellerby, the hacks, then they're not real. They're fake. That's how you can tell. It's a dead giveaway.
So if it comes, you said if it comes from the network, it comes from the promotion.
If it comes directly from the network, there's 99.9% it's real. And if they're lying, it's only by a very little, sometimes by accident, where they get a rough number. But basically, if they're announcing it themselves, it's a real number. In other words, it is an official press release, and it's on the cover and the head of Fight News and Boxing Scene and all that stuff. Yes, those are real numbers, but they're not. They're floating shit to the media, and they're fake. Okay, my numbers have been accurate as hell. Don King, back in the day, Bob Arum, they've all said to me over the years, whether it was over lunch, dinner, just running into them, that my numbers are where are you getting your numbers are spot on, ba ba ba. Okay, where am I getting my numbers? I'm getting my numbers from the same person since July of 2004 that gave me the Floyd Mayweather Arturo Gatti pay-per-view number back then. And I've had to say he's a LA-based attorney in the TV business. Okay, that's what he specializes in. So there's your answer right there. He gets them because he does a lot of sponsorship deals, advertising deals, and brokers them. So, as part of his business and for corporations that he does business with. So he gets all the numbers for everything, TV, pay-per-view, doesn't matter what it is. So they can argue as much as they want. Okay. Tank Davis, when he fought Isaac Cruz on December, what was it, the 5th, opposite the Kansas City Chiefs, did 52,000 homes. Leonard's telling me he did 200,000. Please stop already. Okay, this is what the truth is about Tank Davis. He is a very, very good gate attraction. He is very oddly and very rare. Has not translated to a pay-per-view attraction. He has not been a pay-per-view attraction. He has been a gate attraction, but not a pay-per-view attraction.
So Rick, why do you think they continue to put him on pay-per-view? Obviously, they're not failing.
Because they've got to carry on the fraud. The fraud. They can't go backwards now. What they should have done. Okay, what they really should have done is CBS is Paramount is owned by CBS. They should have done. I'm sorry. Showtime is owned by CBS, and what they should have done, they should have did a deal where they put Tank on as the main event on regular CBS, and the whole show on Showtime underneath and the main event. Okay, and you would have got the regular Showtime subscribers, you would have got common boxing fans, and you would have kicked them off that way nationwide. He's an exciting fighter, okay, but in the meantime you can't go backwards. They're stuck. And they're stuck doing what they're doing. If not, they look like they've been defeated, and that's why they have to continue what they're doing. And that's what the facts are.
Rick, so the UFC has done that as they are with ESPN, and ESPN is owned by ABC, so they've done cards where they're shown on both. Why do you think Top Rank hasn't done that?
Top Rank does it on ESPN and ESPN Plus and ESPN Deportes all at the same simultaneously.
Right, but they have ABC that the UFC has.
Because ABC's not in the sports business unless it's a contracted league. In other words, like the NBA or something like that. They're not in the sports business anymore. That's why there's no wide rule of sports. Everything's been switched over to ESPN, Deportes, ESPN Plus. Unless it's a league event. Okay, think about it. Unless it's a league like the NBA, they don't do sports. Take a look at what they have for offerings. They don't do NASCAR anymore. They don't do anything but NBA. Think about it. What do they do for football?
Well, what I'm saying is that they've done it. What I'm saying is that they've done it with the UFC, where the UFC has had the fights on ABC along with ESPN.
But that's no longer. That was then. That was at the beginning to kick it off. They're not doing it anymore. ABC's really not in the sports business anymore. So that's the way it is.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just I feel that Tank Davis has been marketed smartly to the urban crowd, yes. And that's why he's doing great gates, but it has not transformed to pay-per-view. It just hasn't. I mean, the general public's not buying them. Just the way it is, as a general rule. That's why his pay-per-view numbers are so horrible.
But by horrible, you mean the numbers that aren't being released. The numbers that are released, you're calling fake, right?
Yes. Absolutely.
So you're saying he also didn't do 225 for the Leo Santa Cruz.
1,000% he didn't. Not even open to discussion. It's like ridiculous. All those numbers they've been lies. Really, they've been absolute lies.
Who do you think is the highest paid 135 pounder or lightweight? Like out of all those names, the Teos, the Tanks, the Ryans, the Devons, is Tank not the highest paid?
I don't know that answer, but if he's the highest paid, it's because of the gate, not because of the pay-per-view.
But you're also insinuating that a company would continue to lose money on a guy that they have no intention of.
No. I didn't say they were losing money. That's you said just that. I didn't say they were losing money.
If you're saying the numbers that they're reporting aren't real.
No, because the gates are tremendous. They're doing $3-4 million gates with the guy. So they're probably not losing money. They're making money. They're not the pay-per-view number money. The big revenues coming from the gate, not the pay-per-view, which is the opposite of most fighters. Most fighters are bigger on pay-per-view than they would be at the gate. This is very unusual, where a fighter is not an attraction on pay-per-view, but he's an attraction at the gate.
So, if he did 50,000 for Pitbull, that's almost $4 million.
How's that?
I mean, at 75, you did it. It's 3.75. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, but you got to give 40. You got to give 40% to the distributors and the cable and satellite providers.
That's definitely not true anymore. We've spoken to directly.
It was 50-50. It's down to 40%.
It also can be negotiated. I recommend you contact your pay-per-view.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. So let me ask you, what could be negotiated down to? Let's use your figure.
Oh, I don't have a figure. I won't lie.
Let's just say they used to do 50-50. Now they're doing 40%, and that's quoting somebody else that does pay-per-view besides him. Okay, so besides PBC, so I just feel, in my opinion, they're making money with the fighter, but it's not from the pay-per-view. It's more revenue from the gate.
I just don't see how that's sustainable. Like if he's not making the money on pay-per-view,
no, here's why. No, it is sustainable. Here's why. Because it looks like it's a bigger event when it's on pay-per-view than it would be if it was on regular TV, and you get people to come out because the aura that it's on pay-per-view. So it's also sort of a marketing tool. Does that make sense?
I mean, I can see the logic in that, but I just don't see the logic in someone continuously putting Tank on pay-per-view if they're not making money off of him.
No, they're making money on the overall production of the show, with all the revenues that are coming in, but they're not making money from they're not making what they're supposed to from the pay-per-view. Are they making money? They're bringing in money, but you'd lose a lot of cachet if you were to take him off Showtime now. So I'm sorry, off pay-per-view and put him on Showtime. You'd lose a lot of cachet at the gate and in the credibility of the whole situation in hand. They've got to keep they've got to keep this thing rolling forward, not take a step backwards and have everybody look at them like they've got egg on their so they have egg on their face. That's not what they're looking for.
I don't know, man. It just doesn't make sense that you're gonna continue to lose money or not be successful. Excuse me. You're right. I said that. You're right. Because to me, it's a failure. If you're not doing the right amount of pay-per-views, you're failing.
Okay,
It
so
doesn't make any sense.
let me
Like, for instance, let's
this
talk
by.
specifically about Wilder. He did 75,000. That's like $5.6 million. The rumors he got paid 20. That's a fucking failure to me. You need to cover the fighters.
It was an absolute failure. But here's the flip side. Okay, if they do Andy Ruiz and Wilder, they got a shot to at least get even between the two shows. So, and then
what sort of business model is that? See, that's why I can't believe that. Like, that's not a business model. And coming from Al Heyman, I wouldn't even assume that his business model is let's lose, and hope we make money in the Andy fight. That's crazy.
Listen, you're talking about a guy who was brilliant enough to raise $550 million for boxing and stupid enough to blow it up in 30 months. So don't tell me how brilliant Al Heyman is. He was brilliant raising the money.
Let me debate you on that, because it's funny that you choose to call him stupid on that, but then Eddie and now Black Prime are using his blueprint to the T. Come in, throw money. Let me finish. Okay. Come in, throw money, sign fighters, overpay fighters. That seems like Al Heyman's blueprint from PBC's inception. Then Eddie copied it. Then Eddie Hearn copied it with his $1 billion of DAZN, and now Black Prime is copying it. You know, and no one sued Eddie, by the way. No one sued Eddie.
Okay, can I run something by you? Okay, totally two different things. Eddie Hearn and Al Heyman are the same situation. Okay, yes, they blew up. Okay, BLK Prime is using it to get the app built up by signing these couple fighters that they signed. I think the idea is sustainable for the short time, but I think their long-term plan is sustainable if they have the proper backing. Okay, Al Heyman went and paid guys $3.5 million for $750,000 fights. Okay, and he did it many times. I mean, Eddie Hearn paid $9.7 million, $7 million to Mikey Garcia and $2.7 to Jesse Vargas for a fight nobody cared about, a consolation bout. Okay, I didn't say that Eddie Hearn knew what he was doing, or he did anything that was proper business either. But we were talking about Al Heyman.
What you did say is that Al blew 550, and you called them stupid. But Eddie did the same exact thing, and let's be real, he was stupider. He spent 1.8 for Jesse, 1.8 for Delorme, $7 million for Mikey. God knows, like, come on, bro. Like
Humberto Soto got like $500,000 to fight Jesse Vargas in Tijuana.
Like, Al's biggest spend was that dumbass Darrell fight in Massachusetts with James DeGale. That was like 3-point-something million purse bid spend, but like, he wasn't overpaying C-class fighters. He was overpaying A-list fighters.
Okay, well, I wasn't comparing them. You brought that on. I didn't, but they both were mega failures at what they did. That yet to be proven about BLK. Maybe they're going to go the way of Triller. I don't know.
But
let's see what happens.
What are you basing their failure off? Eddie has an entire network that continues to fund them year after year, and Al has two networks.
Because the business plan needed to be refunded by the billionaire, the Russian billionaire. If it was so successful, it wouldn't have been needed to get refinanced. Am I correct on that, or am I wrong?
I mean, when you're spending to get athletes, and every athlete's its own business.
Yeah, but that was 4 years ago for a year. That's not anymore, and they had to refinance it. If you notice, Eddie's doing a lot less shows in the United States these days. He's been doing shows in the UK, Italy, Australia, and Mexico. Very little in the U.S. They've basically handed the U.S. business to Oscar. because Oscar's fighters are much bigger draws and much bigger subscription-based fighters than Eddie's shows are. That Eddie's shows are. Period. So they've sort of gone the Oscar way a little bit. They've given Oscar Thursday night specials on the up and coming guys, and now they refinanced themselves to handle the Manguillas. Ryan Garcia it was Zordo Ramirez. Now he's fighting for the world title on the zone, and then the other guy is trying to think who. Virgil Ortiz.
Yeah, obviously, Golden Boy has a better American stable, and they should be heading America. Eddie is more of a global promoter, and that's why he's dealing with all those other countries. But what's your thoughts on this Errol Spence Terrence Crawford fight? How did you receive the news that Crawford was fighting Avanesian? What have you heard and been able to dig up on this Black Prime? Is this thing real?
Okay, I'll start with the Spence fight. It's all Heyman's fault. Spence went and did the deal for a percentage. He didn't want to show him the books. He didn't want to have any transparency on the expenses, on the profits, the revenues, the profits, and he's not going to do business that way. And I don't blame him. He's not wrong. Everybody else gets guarantees from Heyman, and except this guy. And it was wrong. And he didn't want to fight. Spence wanted to fight. Crawford wanted to fight. As Heyman was the one that was the fight blocker. I've called him boxing's greatest obstructionist. That's what he is. Stops great fights from happening. He's done it. He's done it ever since he's had PBC for 7 years. He's done it, and he even did it a little when his fighters were promoted by Golden Boy. But it's gotten really bad in recent years, and it's just out of control. And I sympathize with both Crawford and Spence. Spence, because he's straddled with a situation where his advisor's got a conflict of interest, basically running a company that promotes him, and and dwelling out the money, and he's also advising the guy, and Al didn't want to fight. Al Heyman didn't want to fight, where in fact that Spence and Crawford wanted to fight. Crawford said, "I'm not waiting around any longer," and took 48 hours to close the deal with Azavanian and BLK Prime. It was 48 hours for both parties. Matter of fact, the other party was 36 hours as Avanian. Crawford was 2 days, and they got it done. My opinion of BLK Prime, I hope they make it. They're a fresh face. I've talked to Desmond, the CEO, a very nice guy, very professional. I hope they make it. They've got strong backing from investment group and from Silicon Valley, and it's real money. And there's a lot of rumors going around that it's Daniel Kinahan's money and all this kind of. It's not. It's nothing to do with Daniel Kinahan. Daniel Kinahan and I are good friends. And I've spent time with him in person. We've had lunch together. Stuff like that. We've been in meetings together. I know Daniel very well. I count him as a friend, and he's proven to be a friend, and he has nothing to do with it. If Daniel comes back into boxing, it won't be in America, considering all the sanctions that are going on and all that kind of stuff, the American sanction against him and stuff.
So, Rick, you took a stance and said that you believe it's Al's fault, but your good friend Bob Arum came out and said that if Crawford had an actual promoter, the Spence-Crawford fight would be done.
I know Bob said that, and I completely disagree with him. I would say this, that it wouldn't have got done no matter who it would have been, but if the other side was sincere about making the fight Heyman, yes, it would have got done. It wasn't getting done with Al Heyman no matter what. So I disagree with Bob.
Did you hear the leaked audio? And what's your thoughts on the leaked audio, which is a one-way audio that is a favorable piece of evidence to Errol Spence and Al Heyman?
It was because Spence was not in on it. It was all Al Heyman throwing roadblocks up, not to make this fight like transparency and everything else like that, and veto on the expenses. Okay, and you know what? Everybody said, "Well, what does Terrence Crawford know about expenses?" No, an attorney does. Okay, I mean, he hired 2 different attorneys to make this fight. The first guy didn't make it, so he said, "Well, maybe it's the attorney. I'll try another guy." He went and brought another attorney and paid another attorney, and he couldn't make it. Okay, there's too many roadblocks up here, guys. It's not the fighters, it's Al Heyman. If anybody doesn't see that, I'm sorry. Okay, and by the way, just to let you know, people in boxing that are unaffiliated with either fighter or Al Heyman or PBC all think it's Al Heyman. Every one of them that I talk to.
According to Coppinger's final report on the matter, he made it clear that Crawford has a contract that he never returned, and instead he popped up with the Avanesian.
Because it was never returned because it was the same Babaluba as on the previous contract with a couple words changed. The principal fact remained that they were not going to give him veto on the expenses and transparency on the revenues and the profits. Here's your money. You can't look at the books. Okay? That's what happened. Okay? They can send them a contract as much as they want. If the other side doesn't agree to it, where's the contract? A contract is only valid when all parties sign it. Okay? You can't just send a guy to sign it.
That's what I'm trying to say. According to Coppinger, he had 2 reports. The first one was obviously that Terrence Crawford and his team had some discrepancies. They needed transparency on everything that you're saying. So, according to Coppinger's final report, those needs were met. The contract was sent back, and Crawford never got back. And according to Errol Spence, he went silent. Crawford did, and then popped up with the fight.
Well, let's go to the October. That was on October 6th, before they even looked at the contract. On October 7th, Floyd came out with a video on Fight Hype that said the fight's not happening. Maybe next year. Maybe. Okay, refreshing everybody's memory.
Yeah, and that's spot on. But think about it. That's spot on with the leaked audio that indicates Earl saying physically, we're supposed to get it on in January. I told Al I don't want nobody. I'm not fighting Thurman.
First of all, the date wasn't January. It was February 4th. And Crawford told them, I'm fighting this year. Okay, that's what he told them. I'm fighting this year. And I guess they didn't believe him.
So what do you think, your educated guess? Does this fight happen, or have we lost this? Is this the new Lennox Lewis and Riddick Bowe?
Won't happen. Won't happen. There's too many mandatories that are backed up, and the organizations. A unification bout takes precedence over a mandatory, yes, but the organization are going to get pissed off. It won't. If it ever happens, it won't be an undisputed fight, and that's a sad thing.
Who do you think gets the mandatory first, Ennis or Thurman?
Well, Stanionis is first, actually, unless he steps aside.
I mean,
hasn't
he stepped aside already? Hasn't he stepped aside already? That's why he's petitioning again?
He stepped aside once, and we'll see if he does it again. I don't know that. That I don't know. Richard Schaefer's his promoter, and his manager is Shelley Finkel. And Heyman's got a piece of him. So I don't know what they're going to do. I can't tell you. But if it doesn't fight Stanionis, he's going to fight Thurman. He's not fighting Ennis. Get that out of everybody's head.
According to Mauricio Suleiman, he says the WBC is next some fucking way when they already got their mandatory with Danny Garcia.
No, that's not true. Not true. Not true. Stanionis is next.
Mauricio is the one saying that.
I understand, and I'm saying it's not true. Okay, Stanionis is next. Now, that doesn't mean that Stanionis is going to step aside and have him fight Thurman, and they'll fight Thurman. That could be, but in the pecking order, Stanionis is next.
It was my understanding that if you accept step aside and a champion has multiple mandatories, you lose your turn because you accepted money and a fight.
Only in the IBF.
Right.
That's a rule in the IBF. That's the only organization that's a rule.
All right. So, Wilder Fury, what's your guess on the pay-per-view? Excuse me, Wilder Ruiz. Pay-per-view numbers. Ruiz came out yesterday, posted it, basically saying it's coming soon, and he's leaving it in God's hands. So I'm assuming the Wilder Ruiz fight is a real thing. Where do you think they take it, and how many numbers does it do?
Well, there's only two places to really take that fight. Would be in Staples Center or at the or in Vegas. That's the only two places to take the fight. Period.
Wilder did an interview and said that Atlanta's definitely in the running.
I can't see it. You got to remember something, guys. When you go to a place like Atlanta, you're paying for your own hotel rooms, you're paying for your stadium, and you're paying for everything. When you go to Vegas, you get your stadium for free, you get your rooms for free, your food for free, you get everything for free, advertising, all kinds of stuff. So it's you're talking about on a show like that, you're talking about a $500,000 difference just in hotel rooms and food and in a building, maybe 600,000. That's a lot of money to overcome.
Definitely makes sense there. That makes sense.
Yeah, no, I've been thinking the same. Nestor's been hopeful that Deontay's interview saying Atlanta or Houston has possibilities, but just being realistic, I mean, Deontay's done the most ticket sales in Los Angeles in that first Fury fight, so.
Yeah, it's going to be at what was called the Staples Center, the Crypto Maniac Center, or whatever it's called now. I don't know, but and then Vegas at the either MGM or the T-Mobile Arena would be the choices, probably. I would say.
Rick, I just wanted to ask really quick, since we are talking big fights in Vegas, what fight do you think will be big enough to be hosted at Allegiant Stadium here in Vegas? We've argued on the show. I think Tank Ryan is big enough. Other people think Earl and Bud. What do you think?
No, Tank. I believe Tank and Ryan Garcia, because Ryan Garcia brings three different audiences. He brings general boxing fans, four different audiences. I'm sorry, general boxing fans, general sports fans. He brings the Mexican American contingent, and he brings a huge social media following on Instagram. I think he's got like 7 million followers or some crazy number. And I think between all those things right there, I think that Allegiant Stadium is the fight for that. Where the other guy, he has the urban crowd and diehard boxing fans. So I mean, they've got all the bases covered.
No, I was just gonna say, could you see any other fight in the horizon? I agree 1,000% with you on that. Could you see any other fight outside of those two gentlemen taking place? Obviously, something realistic that we've spoke about, or maybe
a company like Top Rank, having a lot of Mexican fighters and Shakur Stevenson now and stuff like that. If they put on like 4 world title fights on one show, some like blockbuster. Okay, I would say they could possibly, they could do a stadium fight there. Some big fight as the head, maybe like I'm trying to think who they could do, but something with Tiafimo, and they got they got Shakur, they got right now they have Haney. I don't know for how long, it depends. They've got a whole nucleus of guys. They have a lot of Mexican and Mexican American fighters. So I believe that they could do a big game, but nothing would top there in that building, unless it's some heavyweight extravaganza that could top Ryan Davis and Ryan Garcia. I'm sorry, Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis.
Rick, so I wanted to give you an opportunity to address some things. Obviously, on the internet, you're known as a PBC hater and a Wilder hater. Yesterday, we had Paulie on, and, he said some things, so we gave him the opportunity to, give us his side of his whole European takeover statement. So, yeah, can you address what the internet believes that you have some sort of hatred towards Al Heyman or the PBC and Deontay Wilder specifically?
Well, they've fucked up boxing over the last 7 years. Al Heyman stopped fights. He's given people phony purses because of the fact that it was money that was somebody else's money, OPM. It wasn't his own money, and he overpaid fighters, and he's fucked up the whole marketplace. He's fucked up the point where big fights can't get made. I'm going to give you one example, but I'm going to leave you this one example because I've got to get going. I'm going to lunch at 12 o'clock, and I've got to get showered and get ready to go. But I'm going to leave you this one example, and we could go through this on another show for a whole hour or whatever. But I'm going to give you one shining example, gentlemen. Okay, you ready? Okay, let's take, for instance, for Burrow Duran and Sugar Ray Leonard, the first fight, 1980. Duran's highest purse in his career was $3 million. He got $2 million for the fight. Leonard's highest, base pay was $1.5 million with a bonus. He got another $500,000. He got $2 million for his prior highest fight. He got $10 million to fight Duran. Why were they able to do that? Because they were paid what they were supposed to get paid for fights they were supposed to win. Now they're fighting each other. It's a mega fight. You could overpay him that kind of money. Today, with Heyman paying those phony purses back when this PBC thing got off the ground, paying Danny Garcia $1.5 million to fight Rod Salka, and these kind of things, you can't make the biggest fights because you can't pay him between 5 and 7 times more for real fights. So that's why the real fights aren't getting made, because he can't pay that much more for those fights. He can pay maybe, instead of $1.5 million, he can maybe make a guy $2.5 million. The guy says, "Why would I do that? Let me just fight another Rod Salka."
But Rick,
he's screwed up.
Rick,
fire away.
You're stunting. Everybody's overpaying. Like, Ryan just got paid $2 million for To Go.
Yeah.
For To Go. Like, how do you justify that, bro? Like, everybody's overpaying.
He does hundreds of thousands. He does hundreds of thousands of new eyeballs every time. 100,000 by 100. What was that? 111,000 buys, new subscribers to DAZN every time he fights. There's your answer right there. And he packs a stadium. And DAZN is worldwide.
Bro, DAZN is operating privately. When did they start releasing numbers, man? They only released numbers when Canelo fought.
I have a relationship with somebody. Now, here's the problem they're having with Davis, with Garcia. The people aren't resubscribing every month. They're only coming on for the fights with Garcia, with Ryan Garcia. They're not, in other words, they're not renewing every month. That's a problem that they're having.
But let's stick to the script. If Heyman is ruining boxing, don't you feel Ryan Garcia, Davis hasn't been made because Ryan is being overpaid?
Oh, no. Ryan Garcia,
that
fight's going to happen. That fight's going to happen. I'm very confident that fight's going to happen. Too many people are saying it's going to happen for it not to happen now.
All right, so let's go to the Anthony Joshua. You telling me Eddie wasn't paying Anthony Joshua more than what he was worth, and that's why we never got our Wilder fight?
No, it was not. He was drawing 95,000 people in the UK, and he was doing $1.5 million buys.
Brother, listen to what you're saying. You're saying that because he's doing whatever number you want to give him versus Dominic Brazil, he deserves 20, 30 million versus Brazil. How the fuck do you make a Wilder fight? How do you make a Fury fight if you paying him 20, 30 million? But then you blaming Al for the same thing. Everybody's being overpaid.
No, because Joshua was an attraction on his own. Those guys were not attraction. Thurman was an attraction. Danny Garcia was an attraction. You're talking about totally two different things.
Danny's not an attraction. Remember that up until Tank
Time
fought.
out.
It's my turn. Up until Tank fought.
We're talking about March. We're talking about March of 2015. He was not an attraction.
If he wasn't an attraction, why your good friend Richard Schaefer had to go find extra fucking money to put him on the Canelo versus Mayweather undercard as the co-main event, and he got $3 million back then. And what was that? 2022, 2012.
At Al Heyman's pressure, yes, 100%. At Al Heyman's pressure. Listen. Can we do this for? Can we do this for a whole hour?
No, you got to go eat lunch. I got you, baby. Don't worry about it. Thank you for coming on.
Thanks, Rick.
Okay. Anytime you guys want it, I'll spend the whole hour debating all these subjects with you. I have no problem. But this was preordained since Monday. We're going to lunch today at 12, and I got to get ready. Okay.
No worries, brother. Still was fun. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Likewise. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Rick Glazer. Did want to get him on. It was fun to get him. His numbers were right this time around. I can't deny that. I didn't think they would be right. He was right, and he was right first, and that's why I felt the need to apologize and bring him on.
Give him his due credit.
Word. When you're right, you're
right.
This time. But we on you, because you can't say Al ruined boxing. There's not. So you telling me that Oscar De La Hoya hasn't been overpaying Canelo Alvarez from the beginning? From the beginning. Okay? And he hasn't been paying Ryan over? So it's like, who isn't overpaying? Maybe Bob. Maybe Bob, but I'm sure many would agree with me that he's overpaying Lomachenko.
Word.
So we all overpay, man. There's always that guy that we believe is worth it, and you got to pay for him. Don't say one man is ruining and overpaying when Eddie got a list of motherfuckers that he gave millions to. Humberto Soto made money versus Jesse at 54.
And TJ.
Come on, bruh.
Wait, and the funny thing is, that fight wasn't even the main or the co-main. That was on the undercard. I remember that.
It's just crazy to me, man. But we got callers, and we grinding. The number to call in, 1-425-569-5241. Press 1 time if you haven't. That's why we ain't go to you. On Blog Talk, we got some people. C-Dub, Roll Tide.
Yo, C-Dub.
Yo.
What up?
Yo, TBV, smash that like button. It's free. Do something with yourself. Man, I just hope everyone is enjoying the cinema, man. This is boxing, Triple G voice. Just have fun
Jacobs.
with it.
Thank you, Daniel Jacobs.
Throw shit on the wall. See if it sticks, man.
Danny Jacobs is somebody else said he overpaid. My bad. C-Dub.
What you saying? You had broke in and out.
I was saying that. Yo, man, why the fuck you got Rick Glazer over me, bro? Put that shit over you. What's wrong with you? You got his name on me on YouTube. All right. But yeah, champ, I was saying that Danny Jacobs is another fighter Eddie Hearn has overpaid.
Correct. I think it's a part. I think everyone has some part in it, including the fans. When they say a certain fighter can't sell, when they say a certain race can't sell, and then Wilder, which is one of the biggest names in boxing, does 75,000 buy. So there's some truth that it's not selling well, or the boxing is not selling. So what is the solution? Okay, you need to bring the price point down. Okay, if we bring the price point down, that means the fighters need to get paid less. So don't be too mad at somebody when they say, hey, the fighters need to get paid less, and there just need to be a restructure across the board on finances. Because Al is just saying, hey, I'm not going to give y'all this money because I'm not going to recoup this profit. I'm not going to get this return on investment, which I need. So just like you're saying that don't blame Bud or put yourself in Bud's shoes or put yourself in Spence shoes, also put yourself in Al's shoes. Are you going to overpay and then be looking like Bob saying, "Hey, I lost millions. I'm not in the bud losing
No,
business anymore, or
for sure,
whoever. I'm
bro.
just not in a losing fight
Yeah,
and
but
losing money on fights."
but the shit go both ways. The shit go both ways. I don't know who called, but they when they was talking to Ness about making that deal, bro. Like, bro, you gonna protect your ass. You get what I'm saying? So
Understand?
if you bud and you already felt like your last promoter wasn't doing you right, you in a lawsuit with him. Now you coming into what's supposed to be the biggest, not supposed to be, but if it don't happen, it's supposed to be the biggest fight of your career. And this for the first time,
Understand?
you know what
You
I'm
have to
saying? So
understand.
I'm
Right.
not in the business of pointing fingers. All I'm saying is I want to give everybody the perspective because it's like, yes, as a businessman, you got to make your money back. You have to,
Understand? And
especially
that's why I say,
especially when it could be a short-term investment in the sense that Bud could win. All right, cool. Even if they run it back, all right, cool. He win again. Now all them belts you don't have. You know what I'm saying? So I get it, but go on, bro.
exactly. So it could be something that you just have to bite the bullet on just for the long term, just for the long game. Say, hey, I gotta take a little less to get all the belts, and then I be the shot caller. Whatever. But that's what I'm saying. Don't just put the blame on Al, because you got to put yourself in Al's shoes as well and say, hey, am I going to spend this money on it and get this return on investment? It's a little bit of blame. You could put a blame on the economy too. The economy went down. Dark streams are going up. We have to restructure our brains and say, hey, pay-per-views is maybe dying. It maybe they need to get paid less because people are not buying pay-per-views as they used to.
Champ.
Right. So
Let me tell you something.
Cut it, cut it, cut it,
You can't. Like I hear what you're saying, and like I told Ness the other day, like when the Wilder numbers came out, it's like, yeah, we in the era of illegal streaming and shit like, but what y'all think the shit just started? Like motherfuckers wasn't streaming Thanksgiving time 2020, so just not even 2 years ago, motherfuckers weren't streaming when Mike and Roy did damn near 2 mil. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, let's take things into consideration, but let's be fair across the board. When it's all said and done, you a draw, you not a draw. And some people are just bigger draws than others, and some people are more appealing than others. Some people have a bigger fan base than others. Some people can sell better than others. Some people can speak, you know what I'm saying? But it's all the same shit, bro. I was illegally streaming in Afghanistan back in 2018. So don't talk to me about the shit today when the shit been going on. And I was a late bloomer. Motherfuckers laughed at me in 2018 because I didn't know what a VPN was in a legal streaming site. You know what I'm saying? Like, motherfuckers, that was 2018. Motherfuckers was laughing at me. So I don't want to hear that, bro. Like, yeah, the shit occurs, but shit been occurring. So when Mike and Roy did 1.8 at $50, that shit was going on then still.
Yeah,
you know
it's just about you. Are you a draw, and can you captivate the people? Can you make them stop stealing?
And I'm going to be honest with you.
Because you right. Mike and Roy made us all pay. I paid.
And maybe
1.9 of us.
And guess what? Maybe they need to do what Mike and Roy did and drop that shit back to 50.
I mean, they tried that with certain guys. It's still good fights. That's still always going to be the model to sell is good fights, man. Caleb Plant versus Canelo was a good fight. Regardless of these hardcore Canelo fans, I knew Caleb would do well. I picked him to go to the decision, not the win, go to the decision. Yes, Canelo did better than expected and got a knockout because it was a good fight. And Caleb showed that in his next fight, that he is a top-level fighter. That being said, man, listen, I want to get to all these callers because I cannot wait to get to my Jardín. And if you are in Las Vegas, you need to check them out as well. They got the Packwoods, or is it Backwoods? But they definitely got that Kush, and it's always good. So head on over there to Jardín, check them out. Those are our good friends. We were actually just there, so I got me some Super Silver Haze. I'm ready to go rock and roll with as soon as we go on our Jardín smoke break. Man, so shout out to our good friends Jesse. Shout out to our good friend DJ Bonix. Man, shout out to Wiz.
And I was going to say all the beautiful bartenders that they have on hand. They have some beautiful attire, beautiful women to help you and assist you and get whatever it is that you need. So head on over to Jardín. Tell them the Boxing Voice sent you. You don't want to go somewhere and not be happy. You know, we only smoking the best. Somebody told me yesterday, and this may go over your head because you are like 49 years old.
Oh,
but
shots fired.
Somebody looked at me yesterday, champ. I'm at the store. They literally, you smell like marijuana. I'm like, this ain't marijuana. They're like, what is it? I'm like, this Hardin, baby. So head on over, check out our friends at Hardin. You want to smoke on that za? The best of the best.
Right on Desert Inn, right?
Yes.
That's
indeed.
right. You know.
Just minutes away from the win. That's the beautiful thing that we're able to end our show at 12 o'clock.
Take that Hardin smoke break.
It's like, bro, it's really like, you think about it, Blue Wire Studio is probably the most beautiful podcast studio in the entire city of Las Vegas.
It is.
Then the Wynn, arguably the most beautiful hotel and resort in the entire city of Las Vegas. And then you head just right down the street, you know what I mean, to Hardin, the most beautiful dispensary with the most beautiful marijuana, with the most beautiful bud tenders in the entire fucking city.
Nah, they definitely got the bud tenders on smash. We're going to have to Ray the Business, who obviously, Ray, I guess you're looking for a fight because Vega took the Caesar fight. What up?
What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
We hear you perfect.
What's up, my man? Yeah, first of all, let me just address some things on here. You know, we're talking about I'm experienced. I do have experience. I'm 2-0. I fought on Undisputed over in Orlando. That was 5 years ago. I was injured after that. I've had big lulls of inactivity. You know what I'm saying? So I'm ready to get back in there. I was already discussing a comeback with Undisputed Promotions and Anthony over here in Orlando because I sell tickets, I sell VIPs, all of that shit. So really, it doesn't even make sense for me to fight in Las Vegas where nobody's going to be there, and financially it doesn't make sense. But it seems like a cool thing to do. I go on the Discord. I say, hey, you're looking for a fight. You willing to fight at 163? Kid shits his pants over it, over 3 pounds. I said, all right, fuck it. I'll book 160. Guy comes out of nowhere talking hella shit, out of pocket. All he had to do was deal with professionalism. Hey, no, I'm looking for something else. Okay, cool. Now the current opponent that he's looking to fight don't even want to fight him. He just called in saying he's looking for rolling with the punches or else. So that fight's in the air. Now, Ness and Danny, I can't speak on where y'all from. But where I'm from, if you talk hella shit like that, I don't give a fuck. If you never fought, I don't give a fuck if you have a broken leg. You're getting your fucking ass whooped. And that's what needs to happen.
Well,
Ray, where you from, champ?
Florida, baby.
Orlando.
No. I know he live out there. Cause I was gonna say, if so, bro, them Florida boys crazy. I swear to God, I got a couple. Man, them Florida boys crazy.
But yeah, Ray,
Florida white boys crazy, man. Listen, here's the deal, bro. Like, we can work things professionally. Hey, cool. And the thing is this ain't even that serious. You know what I mean? But this dude wants to come on. Anybody that's looking at the Discord can see this guy's just completely out of pocket, just talking hella shit. And Ness came out, cleared the air, and said, hey, listen, bro, you're a novice. I don't want you to take that fight because you're going to get your ass whooped. So he had to sit down, eat a little bit of humble pie. Now he's still on the Discord talking shit. So like I said,
but let's build it up.
You need to get your ass whooped.
Listen, let's give him the experience he needs. Throw him in this first fight while you get your rust off. Throw you in there in a fight to get the tune up. And y'all meet in the next one. If you say you a seller in Florida, man, I got the Plant City venue, man. We can see.
You know
what
I'm saying? We could do Plant City. I mean, in the meantime, you know, I appreciate the border wars and everything, but if I'm not fighting this kid, you know, I'm not going to go out there and then be sitting in a room with him because either he's going to get it in the ring or he's going to get it. You know what I'm saying? Talking all that shit. I'll go with my original plan and fight with Anthony on Undisputed and sell that bitch out. No disrespect to border wars.
I hear you, champ. You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, but I appreciate y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out to Ray. We got Big Fish Vega counterpunch.
Uh-oh. Big Fish about to take that fight.
This him? Right here?
No, he over here, I'm
wow.
sure. Yeah, there you go. Big Fish about to take that fight.
It's funny. It's funny, bro. He said it ain't that serious, but he calling me a bitch. He's saying all this bullshit. Man, I don't want to hear that, bitch. I'm from Florida, too. Like, what's up, bro? Like, you acting like it's on some street shit. Shut that soft shit up. You
Wait,
said
but
that
we
trying to
just
say
because
that shit
y'all
to me?
from Florida,
Get the
y'all
fuck
not.
out of here. Like I said, it's border wars, baby. I'm getting what I want. I want 154. You said 163. I called you Mr. 163. You coming over here talking about, I want to see my bitch. Listen, like I said, roadblocks. I'm not with that bullshit. I dealt with that bullshit already. Go overhead, go to Undisputed Promotions where you sell out, do your little bullshit. That's it. Shut the fuck up. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Listen, when someone's tough, you don't call yourself tough. Other people do. You don't have to fucking prove it. I don't gotta prove shit to you, little homie. All right? You said you're training for me already?
He said, little
Go
homie.
ahead, do your Zumba, do whatever you gotta do, your Pilates, you know what I'm saying? Your 5 push-ups, and get the fuck on. Like I said, man, I'm getting what I want. If you want to cry, cry. I don't have any tissues for you, man. Florida, baby. You know what it is. Vegas, February 25th. Hey,
Big
man,
Fish,
appreciate you.
appreciate the call, man. Man, we want y'all to fight in the ring, so that's what we gonna keep it, man. You know what I'm saying? People just competitive. It is what it is, but we gonna get it in the ring. All right, one day for sure. But I will say, I ain't gonna lie, I forgot what the fuck I was gonna say. But I will say I am excited for Border Wars. I ain't gonna lie, I've been keeping an eye out. I've been keeping an eye out because I've been getting a little itch. Everybody talking about it. I'm in the Border Wars chat. All these fucking messages coming up. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I see Rachel Donaire in the chat. We send our love, Rachel. We'll see you down at the WBC convention. As I see that you are a confirmed guest, so thank you always for the support. We do appreciate you, as well.
Looks like we got some more callers here. I got Jay. We went to J Mac. Unless he sends a counter for someone, let me know. I got NO.
Ooh.
What up, NO?
What up? How my audio sound?
You straight?
Alright. Look, man, sound like we back talking about pay-per-view numbers and everything. And I got the leak audio from Spence and all that, but I want to touch on, the conversation you always have with Rick Glazer and these pay-per-view numbers. I mean, I think, L might have started that wave of overpaying, but that shit always been around. But I think he jump started it, trying to take over boxing, the same approach that Eddie Hearn tried to do for Mr. Rick Glazer, and he failed to bring that up. Eddie Hearn did the same thing. You know what I'm saying? They trying to, dangle that carrot to get everybody to come to their promotional company.
Mm-hmm.
That's the strategy. Look like Al Hammond did it the best because he got the most fighters.
Mm-hmm.
So it comes to a point to where, all right, we got to level this shit off now, gentlemen. It's like you can't get all these big paydays for fighting guys with no names no more. Them days over with, but you got to look at it from the fighter side too, Ness. I've been getting paid to fight these guys, so now you want me to step it up? The money got to, you know what I'm saying? The money got to match the opponent. So it's just a funny little line that these promoters toting with these fighters, and they got to figure out some way to work it out. Better the pay scale might have to go down. I don't know. And as far as on the pay-per-views, the Mike Tyson and Roy Jones fight, like, Danny, I hear you keep bringing that point, but look at all the side attraction they had. Look who announcing the fight, Snoop Dogg, whoever else they had on the panel. It's a lot of viral people that's involved with that pay-per-view.
All I mean is that you need to copy.
Count live shows. You got a live show before the fight even come on. So you can't like that. And then
so that's why Trilla's still in boxing, right? And that's why T.O. and George fought in Miami in that beautiful stadium with J-Lo performing, and everything was a fucking success, right? Because everybody can do it. Come on, bro. I don't want to hear that shit like motherfuckers wasn't fighting. Like motherfuckers wasn't fighting, and they had fucking Jim Jones performing, and they had Fat Joe performing, and they had the Locks. I don't want to hear that shit. You either like that or you not. You either an attraction or you not. You either sell or you don't. It's that simple.
You telling me Tim Bradley and Andre Ward, they biggest motherfucking Snoop Dogg and motherfuckers like that? Come on, man. Stop that shit, man. Let's talk real. If we're going to be real, let's talk the real. Let's talk real.
But what you mean, NL? What you mean Tim Bradley and Snoop Dogg? What you mean?
Don't
Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, you talking top rank. You top it. Don't change it. Don't change it. Don't change it. Now you trying to go top rank. No, you brought up Triller, because that's what that was. Let's stay on Triller, right? Is Triller a fucking success? Because, bro, I swear to God, I was loving the verses.
Wait, but
the
I
locks.
think he don't understand you. So what basically Danny is saying, it's the fighter, whether you can sell or not. Like, either you can or you can't. He's telling you even Triller, who put that successful show on, isn't in boxing because they can't do it. It was the fighters. The combination of a good fight made those pay-per-views sell. That's his argument.
That's two superstar legends, like, already proven, like, man. But I see what you're saying to a degree, but it's not the same, like, bro. It's kind of, you moving the goalposts with that one,
I'm
bro.
not, bro.
You got an all-time legend in Mike Tyson, an all-time legend in Roy Jones. That's like Florida Sugar Ray Leonard. You think that's not going to
Bro, their
outsell?
grandparents, grandparents that we've seen stretch the fuck out on the canvas before. You understand?
Yes.
Like, bro, people, like, let me tell you, everybody in my fucking family was stoked about that fight. They thinking the shit for real.
It was real.
Man, you hanging yourself right now, dog. Everybody in your family, they know Mike Tyson, they know Roy Jones, they were ex-fans, they were ex-super fans.
Exactly.
Both of them.
Exactly.
That's
So they had the star power to hang around. So when they 20 years past their prime, they are able to do that. You're talking about exceptions. Mike Tyson, an exception. Roy Jones, an exception. Floyd Mayweather Jr., an exception. Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., I'm sorry, definitely not Jr. Sr., the father, an exception. People that have became superstars to where they can do shit way past their prime. Like, let's be for real. Snoop Dogg was in his prime when, champ? When was he the hottest?
187 on an undercover
Like, when was he on top of the charts? You get what I'm saying? Like, bro, you either a star, you either an attraction, or you not. You get what I'm saying? Before Devin Haney ever fought for an interim title, he was already in music videos. Tank, you get what I'm saying? Tank, it don't matter who he fight. He got the rappers, he got the ballers, he got the scammers, the pimps. Bro, you either got it or you don't. It's that simple.
Well, if that's the point, you weren't saying like that was the point you was making. You just making it like they sold this so everybody else should sell that.
No, I'm saying regardless, champ, is that because people calling in talking about illegal streaming. People calling in talking about pay-per-view is dead. But how when two retired individuals just did whatever they did on that pay-per-view? All I'm saying is that people talk even about the overpaying. Ain't nobody gonna sit here in my fucking face talking about an individual overpaid this or whatever, when the first $1 million person in this fucking sport was 100 fucking years ago. You understand? I don't want to hear that. The reason that was 100 years ago was because that motherfucker could sell. You understand? So once again, you either have it or you don't. Because motherfuckers had it 100 years ago to do 103,000 fucking people in Chicago. Jack Johnson did that. Motherfuckers had it to get a $1 million purse. 100 years, you either got it or you don't.
Well, the point that's been made right here live on the air, they ain't got it no more. So pay-per-view, we gotta say pay-per-view dead, except for the superstars. If you don't have two superstars, you gotta hang that shit up, cause it's gonna fail. Nobody buying a fucking fight that needs to be on regular TV no more. Them days over with. Like fight parties, man. The last time I had a fucking fight party when Floyd fought Pacquiao. At the last, cause everybody can watch that shit. Then you can get an app. My brother got an app right now. He can watch anything he want. UFC, boxing, whatever. He paid $50 a month.
All right, but here's the thing, right?
Why run 50 miles to my house and be at the party when you can just watch that shit at your house now? You can get drunk and all that junk right in your bed. instead of having to ride 50 minutes back.
Bro, because guess what? The motherfuckers is still doing it for every other sport, champ. Come to Vegas and go to the casino on a Tuesday, Wednesday. You'll see all the fucking sports books filled. Motherfuckers watching baseball, motherfuckers watching basketball, motherfuckers watching bro, you either have the attraction or you don't. Like,
but look,
I don't think
answer this though. Answer this. Why should a casual fan, you know what I'm saying, participate in building a sport when he can just steal it? It wasn't like that before, because everybody used to come to I'm the boxing guy.
But what you're telling me, like, motherfuckers
you
is
know
still
why? Because of illegal streaming.
Bro,
it's a difference.
So
come on,
how
you know
the
what I'm
fuck,
Next, who comes to your damn house to
man.
watch
You
boxing?
ain't getting
For what?
it.
What I'm
bro,
you're not getting
how
it, man.
how the fuck like what you talking about? Illegal streaming, everybody does it, bro. So like once again, why did Mike Tyson and Roy sell 1.9 million?
But forget about them. But what about Canelo and Caleb Plant?
800,000 pay-per-view. I'm just saying, like, the shit been going on. The UFC just had a huge fucking show, however many pay-per-views. Bro, I was live on the Boxing Voice Instagram, and I had damn near 1,000 people watching my reaction to the UFC, which was a pay-per-view. You get what I'm saying? Like, they are able to put on fights the fans want to see, fans tune in. You said it, yeah, you either got to be a superstar or it got to be a big fight, but you can't say one thing when it's been shown to not be the case.
Yeah, man, that's what I'm saying. They steal everybody's fight. It's just less people stealing certain fighters' fight. That's what I got to understand. And my man's talking about this Dominican acting like he don't steal on Fire Stick. I don't even own a fucking Fire Stick. I don't own anything Android. Nah, I'm lying. Some of these TVs might be Android. Fuck out of here. Out of here. Who next? Who next? Sauce Talk.
Yeah.
What up?
Hey, how y'all doing? Hey, Danny, shout out to you, Danny, for letting people know that, you know, the streams was really causing these sales to go down. You know, out of all the people buying it, I doubt that the few that's streaming it is going to hurt the sales like that. But other than that, fellas, I don't want nothing. I just wanted to address something real quick about the back call. Like, for some reason, I don't have the option to get in the back call anymore. And what we need to do is whoever gets on the back call, everybody in the TVV community listening, you come to the back call. If you can dish it out and can't take it, it's not the place for you. You know, somebody was in their feelings from yesterday, and now I don't have access to the back call, but it's all good. But if you can, just add me back, and that'll be all right.
All right.
All right.
Yo, and one thing I want to say, and let's be fucking clear. The last caller said something about like the few people streaming. Bro, I don't support it. I don't condone it. All I'm saying is that there's people that have had success on pay-per-view in the last, you know, in recent memory. You understand?
Absolutely.
Wilder Fury was a success. Canelo Plant was a success. And all I'm saying is that streaming was a thing during those times. So guess what? If
could be a success.
If Wilder sold 77,000 against Hellenius, and let's just say for fucking argument's sake, 77,000 people have stolen it, illegally streamed that. Well, how many people stole Caleb Plant Canelo if that sold 800,000? Yep. If 800,000 willing people paid $75 for that fight, how many people weren't willing and stole it? So I'm just saying the shit goes both ways. Maybe the wrong fights are being put on pay-per-view. Maybe that's the case. I don't know. And I'm not supporting stealing. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying the shit ain't new. Let's not be stupid.
Hey.
Let's be for real. The shit not new. Some people just have that star power that other people don't have. You get what I'm saying? As much as I don't think the world of Ryan Garcia, the motherfucker still getting NFL commercials and GMC commercials and whatever cheap tequila he fucking with. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So some people have it more than others, and to me, it's just that's what it is.
We got Rachel on Discord.
But real quick. Oh, I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, I got Rachel Donaire on Discord. Just want to get her up to the top of the line.
Oh, no problem. I had a quick question for you, but go ahead, man.
Go ahead.
If I can. No. You. When you was growing up, you grew up in Jersey, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You had Time Warner Cable or Cablevision?
Cablevision. Optimum. Well, first it was Cablevision, then I guess it changed to Optimum.
All right. Now, me and you close in age. I know you had the box that you would take to the barbershop and they put the thing on the back of it and you get all the channels and watch everything.
Hell yeah, for like $1.75.
Streaming has been going on forever.
Bro, let me tell you,
but it's easier
new,
now.
So people need to start talking about
but you know it's easier now. It's more accessible. Like you said, back then when you and I were around, we had to get the physical box from the cable company. Then we had to illegally break it so that they could go inside, put the chip in. Then we had it. Then every now and then the cable company, they'll send that lightning bolt and everybody boxes is down and everybody got to go do it all over again. But now it's on an app, it's on your phone, it's a desktop, a tablet, it's everywhere. It's different. It's on a web browser.
It's technology.
Yeah, no, it's
technology.
It's further
They got to
along.
give it the times. Like, believe it or not, fighting on an app is a good thing in these days and ages.
Hell yeah, because it's easy and accessible. I'm on the go. I'm at the shopping center watching you fight. But let me get to Rachel, champ.
All right, go ahead. Have a good one.
Thank you. Rachel, how are you? Thank you for joining us.
Hi.
Hi.
Morning, guys.
Good
How are you
morning.
guys?
We're good. We're good.
How are you?
Good. I walked in. Well, I usually watch you guys when I'm driving the kids to school, and I was listening about the purses, and I kind of want to point out something that is really relevant with all this. I mean, we can look at, for example, the Kambosos Haney fight in June, right? All these reporters keep saying, sources say, Haney's going to get guaranteed purse of 2.8 and Kambosos was guaranteed a $10 million purse, right? That's without the pay-per-views. The pay-per-views, I think Kambosos had the 70% of the split. But I mean, now with his manager, Peter Kahn, and his trainer suing him in Florida, those numbers got released that Kambosos walked away with a 3.8 net purse from the June fight with Haney.
Correct.
And and then plus the pay-per-view, which I thought it was around either 400,000 and then the seats were 200,000 plus. But that's nowhere near a guaranteed of what we were told as a story. And I think it's interesting that because none of these, I haven't seen a boxer really say, yes, this is the exact amount I got. They never confirm nor deny it. And then there's always these quote unquote sources that I feel buff up the purses, and it gets this disillusion of what really is in the market and what your value is when they do that. So when they go into these negotiations, it's kind of an inflated ego, right? Because they're like, oh, okay, well, that guy got that and I'm worth more than him, so I should be asking for double, triple, whatever. If that makes any sense.
Total sense. And you're right, because we were definitely sold and convinced that Kambosos was making $10 million.
Which I think it would be a marketing tactic. I mean, the only person that would benefit is promotion companies, because then they're going to look at them and be like, damn, that guy's making that much. I need to go over there, right?
Yep.
See, and I always thought that fighters would get more than what's being reported because I remember, you always hear
tax purposes,
child
support purposes,
back end checks and
no. I've heard, man, I've been doing this for 11 years. I've heard in the industry, child support is number one reason the real purses ain't out there. I'm being real. The mommies coming to get all that. They want their percentage. But Rachel, you are the manager, so purses and negotiations. What could you tell us on how to siphon some of these breaking news reports and what to believe and how much of the story to take as truth?
I mean, it's really difficult. I mean, even I've a lot of people have asked me like what I thought. I've gotten, different views from different people, and a lot of the reporters as well. And the thing is that what I've always said, and I'll say this again, um, boxing contracts and negotiations aren't like buying a house. It's not like, for example, who was it? Isaac Cruz versus Ryan Garcia, when they said that, we offered Isaac Cruz this much and he turned it down. It's not like they put it in writing and you have to sign that you received it and saw the money and you declined it, or there's a counter offer. So everything's kind of like weird smoke and mirrors. And I've heard there's been fighters that have talked to me that they heard from their promoter they were getting paid more, but by the time it came through the channels, all of a sudden it's like, cut off like 25% of what was supposed to be given. So I honestly, I think the best way to have it is clarity, and transparency within like the negotiations, and leave it at that. With these negotiations, especially with people that are not under the same banner, and even with the people that are in the same banner, these teams aren't directly normally sitting at a table and negotiating out like businessmen. And it's literally smoke and mirrors. So for me, when I try to differentiate um, what's true and what's false, I normally go back to, if I can get a hold of them, then I'll call. But if not, then I go with more of the calling around the reporters and seeing what they know as truth. But in all honesty, when it comes down to it, I have to sit back and just realize, when it comes to Nonito not being in the ring and it's other people fighting, I just have to sit back as a fan and realize that it's not my job to figure out why or how it was negotiated. And I'll never call anyone a duck. I'll never call anyone a bum. So for me, it's just whenever it's on my pay-per-view, then I'll click buy, and that's when I'll like really be invested into it. Until then, like, I think the energy of trying to figure out who had it fall isn't really going to be in the history books anyway.
So, based off everything you said, is it safe to say you do not believe these brand new reports of 8-figure purses for Crawford and Broner?
I had done so I have a different career field outside of boxing, and most of it is doing due diligence. And for me, in all the best, I really do hope that that it is real. But no one else besides, well, of course, AB said it, but I haven't seen anyone that has really confirmed it to me that makes any sense. Um, I mean, even the numbers don't make sense for Bud and Abernesian. At $40, you'd have to hit ridiculous numbers, and that's if you were taking 100% of the pay-per-view buys. So I don't believe it. But like I said, I hope that whatever they sign, that they looked at it like it's, at the end of the day, they're the ones that are going to be either screwed or rewarded. So I'm just at that point, I'm just here for the fights.
And Rach,
But yeah, the stuff, like when I buy stuff or when things are new, I always look into it. All of us do it. We look at the reviews, right? And I'm not basing it off the reviews. I'm basing it off of public knowledge on records of the company. So and the people involved. So I just I'm just waiting to see if it's going to be there. And it was taken off BoxRec too.
Yes.
So that was really interesting to see that move go on.
Yep. Have you ever heard of the people behind Black Prime from what you were able to find out?
Yeah, I found out a lot. We could talk offline about that. I'm not going to open myself up.
It's funny. It's funny because I found a lot and I showed it to my co and I said the same thing. I'm like, I'm not going to be the guy to, say the negative. I want to be optimistic and hope that this is real as well. As a manager, I'm assuming you did the due diligence because Obviously, if there's another player in the game, you have a fighter, and there's a potential there. Or is Nonito contracted to anyone specifically?
Nonito's contracted to Richard Schaefer. That's it. And that's
As a manager
Probellum.
or
And
promoter?
Probellum, co-promotes with different different promoters worldwide. So as far as a television network, no. We are like good friends with, Steven Espinoza, and he's been on Showtime numerous times before. But Steven would always have like my ear, and I would tell him and be honest with him that if there was something that was more lucrative that I was looking into, I would, give him the heads up, and I'd just tell him, just out of respect. We've worked with Steven for so long. I wouldn't want to just like say peace out, bye, for something that, first of all, hasn't been fully established, and I don't know the people, and that's one of the kind of hesitancy in business, right? Like, you've been with this person for so long, you know how they operate, you could call them. And then to look at a different entity, yeah, they have money, but you're like, you don't know them. Like, you want to sit down, have some coffee first before we go out for some alcohol, because this might not be like a long date that I really want to sit here for.
Now, Rich, obviously you guys have had experience dealing with Golden Boy, Top Rank, Richard Schaefer, Al Heyman, Steven Espinoza. I mean, HBO, Lou DiBella.
World Boxing Super Series.
I mean,
yeah,
you guys have been with
Japan,
everyone.
Tekken.
Exactly,
Yeah.
Oh, wow,
Tekken.
yeah,
I forgot
Tekken,
about
yeah.
that. So what can you tell us? We had a guest on earlier that feels that Al Heyman ruined boxing. My defense of Al was everyone is overpaying. Eddie came in after Al and did exactly the same thing. Now here we got Black Prime and Triller before Black Prime doing exactly the same thing, and now we have Black Prime doing exactly the same thing of overpaying fighters, trying to build a stable for a network. What have your dealings been? Who have you found it the easiest to make deals with? And do you feel that Al is ruining the sport, obviously?
So I feel like, first of all, Richard is the number one person. Of course, Nonito's contracted him, but he is like family to us. I really became a believer in Richard when, we were with Top Rank and there was some negotiation stuff that was going down. And then we stayed with Top Rank. And then after, when Nonito's contract was up, we went out into the, free world again. And Richard was the one that didn't overturn Nonito and tried to basically give him $5,000, right? Richard's fought for him, and anything that I've ever thought of as far as a career path, he's looked into, backed, and provided. So I have zero complaints. As far as our relationship with Al and Tom Brown, there has been, the same thing, like standing on a united front with Richard, with what we wanted. There hasn't been any problems with Al or with Tom Brown either. So for me, it's been easy. I'm not to say that, when they send a contract that I don't redline it. If I don't redline something in the contract, then that means that I'm not doing my job. I have to redline something. I bought a red pen for a reason. So but I think, people like different corporate structures. And for me, I like more family-oriented corporate structures where I could reach out and call you if I have an issue. Top Rank operates differently, and they have, just a lot of people, and it's always like pointing the finger to go that way, go down the hall this way. And I don't feel like there was that really big connection and family with Bob and Todd per se, but like their employees, of course, like you built such a rapport with them. So, and then Tekken Promotions, Mr. Honda, I can't say anything bad about him. He is utmost as far as hospitality. Whatever you need, he'll get, or he'll get someone to get it for you. It's always a joy to go to Japan and be hosted by Mr. Honda.
Were you surprised by the reports that Crawford wanted transparency and wanted to see, I guess, the spending that was going on for the contract with he and Errol?
Yeah, and I had talked about it on a podcast before because they were talking about like, oh, they should have showed him his net, and I jumped on and I said, I was like, are you guys, you guys are talking to me like you've never done business before. And they're like, no, they should be transparent. I go, why? And they're like, well, because of this, and that, and something. And, apparently it was from a no guarantee purse when there was a guaranteed purse offered, but he didn't like it. So they went into, no guarantee, but sharing all the proceeds. The problem with that being, first of all, unless you're going to invest in the company, you really don't have any real reason to be opening books. For example, if he was to say, okay, I want to see it and I want to approve expenses. Not that you just want to see it, you want to be able to approve. That means that my undercard that I stacked underneath you that I'm paying, you're going to see what they make, which is against the confidentiality clauses that we all sign when we sign our contracts, and what what I'm bringing in, what I'm asking for my hotel rooms, in addition to who is doing the graphic arts of the event. Maybe I'm paying 10 grand and you don't agree with that 10 grand. You're like, dude, I could get the guy on the corner who owns a print shop to do it for 1,500. Like, let's get that one. You know what I'm saying? Like, you start nitpicking, nickel and diming, and no one wants someone who's an outside source, not an investor or a partner within the company long term, to tell you how to run your business, unless you're going to buy them out, which we all know is not the case. So these are all the possible mishaps that would be if a company were to open their books and someone be able to approve expenses that's not within their company.
Now, Rachel, Bob Arum came out and said that if Crawford had a promoter, the Spence-Crawford fight would be done. Obviously, he used to be Crawford's promoter, so it's almost ironic. But what do you think about that? Had Crawford went into these negotiations with someone that was a promoter that was in good favor with Al, let's say, obviously we all assume him and Bob, it's difficult to do business, but in theory, is that correct? Like, had Crawford had someone that's used to these kind of talks and negotiations, would it have been smoother in your opinion?
I think it would have raised Crawford's value a little bit, because you have to understand that Bob has he has ESPN, he has his own negotiations with the sites, especially here in Las Vegas. I think it's safe to assume that the more money he brings to sites, the more, an event that he would get like a certain amount of local discount, right, of the site fee. And all the promoters do it. They have their favorites. And I think when you come to the table and you say, okay, listen, I have a network. I have this. I have all this lined up. What do you have? You have that? Okay, cool. Let's talk. Because now it's an even playing field. I'm not just bringing it as a fighter. I'm bringing it as a whole other entity that could do the same thing that you could do. And if I could do it better than you, would you agree to have Spence come to here where I have more of the money and you would get your, co-promotion fee of whatever percentage? Like it's like you're playing more on that same level. When you come to a negotiation table, they have to want what you have and you have to want what they have and have the same things on the table. If you're coming without any of those things besides your own talent, then you're lower on the stool than they are, because they have the network, they have this, they have that.
In your opinion, does this fight get made, or is it the new Riddick Bowe Lennox Lewis?
I don't see it getting made because of the fact that with Spence, I know he just got elevated to franchise. But that's within the
what? When?
Didn't he just get elevated franchise?
I did not see that, but we were talking about the possibility of that since Mauricio did say that Thurman is the mandatory and Spence has such a, negative stance on fighting Thurman, he may accept franchise. Hopefully, Devin diminishing that status will resonate with the rest of the boxers and they don't accept it, but it is a possibility. It is a door to allow undisputed. He takes franchise, lets Ennis fight Thurman for the WBC, and then undisputes with Crawford in theory as a franchise WBC champion with all the other belts. I don't like it because you just made Ennis a champion or the winner of that fight a champion, and then we're back to, are you really the number one?
So you guys heard it here first. Rachel Donaire just broke news.
Is it
Errol
true?
Spence has been. No, I don't know yet.
Rach, so how long
I don't
ago
know.
you heard that?
I gotta double check. I saw something come off my phone this morning that said that franchise, and it had a picture of Mauricio. So I gotta check my phone when I get off here
I
to
hope
see
not,
what that
man.
was about.
I hope he doesn't do that.
But
yeah, it's a
yeah, so
possibility.
I mean, I heard that Thurman's supposed to be the mandatory, so it's kind of like leaning towards that. If he hasn't been named yet as the franchise, it wouldn't surprise me that when we go to Acapulco, he gets named that.
Good thing we gonna be there.
Yeah, I was gonna.
I hope not. I hope not. I hope he does. Because, his energy is, I don't need tune-ups. That's for people unsure of themselves. Franchise just has a bad name around it. No one that's gotten that belt has gotten it as an award, and instead it's always been looked at as you're avoiding a fighter. When Canelo, the inception of it was with Canelo. Mauricio gave it to him, and it was to avoid Charlo. Charlo was his #1 mandatory. He took that belt so that he could move up to 75 and fight Kovalev. Same thing happened with Lomachenko and Haney. So that belt, that status, I don't like it.
Rachel, I gotta ask, have you heard the audio that was leaked of a one-way recorded conversation
with Errol
Spence discussing not just the fight, but in which he also reiterates that he will not be fighting Keith Thurman? And if you did hear it, what were your thoughts on that audio leaking?
All the audio leaks that I've heard are like really choppy. I don't know why. And then everyone, whenever I talk to anyone about it, they just keep saying he's at Disney World. I'm like, what does that have to do with anything?
No, because he said he just got back from Disney in the audio.
Oh, okay. So give me a really quick, dirty 15-second breakdown.
He just basically is expressing his frustrations on not being able to get the fight done and reassuring whoever he's speaking to that Al is saying he's going to get it. Don't worry, you're going to get it. He said that Crawford doesn't believe his own lawyers, that Al told him Crawford is asking more questions than Bob Arum has ever asked. Anything I'm missing?
No, just really quick. It seems like, you got everything.
Yeah, okay, so that's kind of the gist of what I got to from what people have told me, that, Crawford didn't believe his lawyers and this and that. Listen, if that's an issue, that, you needed to get the right lawyer before you went into this, because you don't fumble the bag, right when we're supposed to be at the finish line. I think that I knew this was going to take longer than expected, but at the same time, to me, I get, Spence's frustration. He didn't have a backup plan to this. And I think for me, as far as a manager, is disappointed in how it was handled, because of the fact that we all, if nothing else, just understand that there's a grown man that has to take care of his family on the other side of that table. And he is betting that you guys are going to step in the ring and he's going to make his bread and go home to his family. And that opportunity was taken away when he wanted to fight Bud on a certain date and wasn't given the reassurance that he was actually going to step in the ring. There was no backup person for him to step in the ring this year. They have to go look for one. Well, I mean, not look very far, but they have to start negotiating. And guess what? Whoever they're going to bring up on that side to fight Spence now has negotiating power, because they all know Spence wants to fight. He doesn't want to sit on the sidelines when Bud's fighting Avernesian. He wants to fight.
Absolutely.
So for me, I didn't think that was the smoothest move. I don't like ruffling feathers like that in the boxing community. And in addition, out of respect as another man that's bringing bread to his house, I'm not going to do that. So for me, whenever I've been in a position where someone isn't responding in a timely manner, I start, putting that stopwatch on. And I'm like, listen, like, we don't do this by now. I told you he wanted to be in the ring by December. Then let's look, we're going to start looking for other opponents. But I give you the heads up that there's something on my mind. Like, I don't just pull the rug from underneath you. Because,
Well,
like I said, I feel like there's another person on the other side.
According to the Michael Coppinger report that he did with an interview with Crawford, Crawford does say he specifically spoke to Al and Earl and said he told them he was going to fight by the end of the year. So maybe, them sending a contract for next year was, the straw that broke the camel's back in the negotiations for him, because he's like, well, I wanted to fight this year. Now you're trying to make me wait till next year so I could be closer to a year or more out of the ring to give your fighter the better chance at beating me.
I mean, I understand that, and I've heard that fight before. I mean, when we say next year, there really wasn't like a definitive like when next year. Like there's all 12 months in that year. Now tell me that he said, okay, next summer, next spring, then
according to Dan, it was this February 4th date contract that Crawford.
Yeah, but Steven Espinoza came out. Was it Steven? No, Mike Coppinger came out and said that was a lie. Feb 4th was not the date. So that's why I'm like, okay.
Well,
I mean, what if
audio,
it was in January? Would January have been that bad?
Exactly. The audio does state
what I'm saying? Like,
January.
Yeah, it really just depends. Like, I don't want to be, I don't want to be pessimistic about it, but at the same time, like, if you're going to say 2023, you can't just say 2023 next year. Come on. Like, when next year? Tell me when. And if it's going to be next year, November, hell no. But if you say January freaking 1st, 2023, that's really not that bad of a wait. I mean, it's not like everyone's near weight right now and sparred 12 rounds. So what's the rush? Like, you're good. Breathe a little.
So Rach, I got to give you an opportunity to address some of these comments. People are like, well, she's not going to say anything that isn't favorable to Al because of the relationship and obviously the connection. So even though I feel you are saying all this because it's your honest opinion, I do have to address it that way so you can explain it formally, because there's people that are doubting what you're saying due to affiliation.
Oh, that's easy. No Needles contracted Richard Schaefer, pro bellum.
Not
we
Al Heyman.
Choose to continue with Al Heyman. So I'm not contracted with him, contracted with Richard.
Did you go through this phase when you first started dealing with Al? Did you feel the need to, like you said, red line and want as much answers to questions that you or we feel Crawford is asking?
No, I never asked for net. I mean, like I said, like it's certain types of situations and things with site venues, maybe plane tickets and things like that, or ringside tickets, purses, all those things that as far as when you come into a negotiation, you want to get the best negotiation that you can for yourself. In all honesty, in business, the best negotiation that gets settled is both parties have a salty taste in their mouth because they had to give up something, right? So, like I said, like it really hasn't been that like any big of an issue or struggle when I've redlined with the contracts with them. So, yeah, I mean, they pretty much at this point they know how I operate.
Cool.
And I know how they operate, and I know when I'm asking too much, and they'll be like, "Yeah, you're asking too much." I'm like, "Yeah, well, at least I tried."
Rachel, I have to ask, do you think that, well, two things. The audio leaking, just the fact that anything like that would lead. We typically don't see anything like this.
We've never seen that in boxing.
In other negotiations or anything like that. And the fact that it's a one-way recorded audio, what were your thoughts on that? Because I'm gonna be honest, I found that to be more surprising than what was said in the audio itself.
Yeah, I think that's really suspect. I mean, I think all of us would like to feel like when we're talking, we're protected, and there isn't this weird entity listening in to the conversation and recording what we say.
Well,
I will say
I'm gonna tell you, we have over 700 people listening to our conversation now. So this is
Well, yeah, I know that. No, I mean, like if I call you and I'm like, hey, I'm gonna be at this club or whatever, like you don't need to freaking record me. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So yeah, so that's it. Like I will say that most of when I do business calls that are outside of boxing, I always do Zoom recorded. And that's so then we don't have anything miscommunication or misconceptions. And I always follow it up with, with emails. And within boxing, I don't do that. I don't freaking record anyone. What I do is after the call, I do this is what we discussed and email it to them. And then they confirm that that's what we talked about. So now I have a written communication with a person two-way that this is what we were talking about and this is, what you're going to go look into and what I'm going to go look into. I don't like it. It seems like there was an intention behind the record. Of course there was an intention behind the recording, but it was just, out of ill intent. I don't think that whoever was recording it what had like just the purest intention of, oh well, let me just record this beautiful interaction. No, you recorded it for a reason.
Right.
And it's I don't know, to me it's skeezy. Like you're tapped, dude. Like nobody wants to talk to anyone who's wired up.
No, that's a fact.
Rachel, the last one, you got another one? Okay,
yeah,
so the last one before we let you go is, do you think, and this is truly the last one, do you think that Terrence Crawford has put himself in that Demetrius Andre position where he's blacklisted with Al Heyman? Like, has this interaction with Al, in your opinion, will Al hold it against him?
I mean, I don't know him. Okay. I don't know him personally personally, where I would know how he would react to the situation. But I do know business. And if you wasted my time, then why would I play with you again? I've seen people say, well, he could have gone after Thurman. He could have gone after, Bud could have gone after Thurman. He could have gone after this guy. He could have gone after this guy. And I'm like, no. First of all, if you were talking to me and my favorite son was supposed to fight you and we fall through because you decide you want to go do your own thing and you want to fight my other son, what makes you think I'm going to waste another 2 months, 3 months, sit down at the table with you again? You did that to my favorite son. That's how I see it. And if you see it as a business, the same thing goes. Why would I sit down at that table again with you? How do I know you're not just pulling me along for the ride and then you're going to go sign someone else again? So I think it was just integrity. The integrity in it was not there.
Wow, so we're not getting this fight.
I don't think so because, I mean, Spence already said that he felt like he had to move up. And then if he takes franchise, then okay. But what about all the other belts? What happens?
I don't even want that either.
I don't want. Yeah, he takes franchise. He's gonna hurt so many people's heart.
And I just think that we literally just went through nearly 2 years
of
or
bullshit with the 135 division.
Yeah, with the 135-pound division, like for the longest since what was that, October of 2019, it's been an issue. Who is a WBC lightweight champ? And I just think that
champ, franchise champ.
Yeah, it just created so much unnecessary bullshit that hopefully that's not the case. Even though Rachel doesn't believe so, I still want to be positive and think that we're gonna get the fight, but We'll see.
Well, Rach, man, we do appreciate your time. If you have any social media, anything you want to direct the audience to, please do so. And just thank you again for coming on and educating us, really. We were privy to talking to someone like yourself that obviously has the experience in this matter.
No, of course. Thanks for having me. I do want to leave with this one more thought, because I did get phone calls this morning, and I've been talking throughout the whole BO convention. Nonito's over there right now. That Bam dropped his
Yeah,
BC
we seen that.
at
We seen that.
115. So this is going to be a little interesting BC convention.
Oh, so you're petitioning.
You guys going
I'm
back
not-
down.
What? I didn't say anything.
I love it. I love it. I love it. All right, Rach. Well, keep us posted on how that goes so we could definitely do a show on it.
Yeah, and we'll see.
Yeah, of course.
We'll definitely
see you out there.
see you
We
guys
land
out
the
there.
5th or the 6th.
Yeah, we get to
Of
the
course,
first day.
yeah. You guys, if you guys want to follow me, I'm on Twitter at knockout_queen, and then of course Instagram is Rachel Donaire. Nonito and I have a channel. We just haven't done anything with it lately. Beyond the Ring with Nonito and Rachel. Just remember, you guys, that at the end of the day, I know we all support our boxers. These guys are still humans. They're still men that have to feed their family. So if you can support them in any way, buy their pay-per-views, go to their fights, and keep lifting each other up. I'll see you guys next time.
All right.
Awesome.
Well, thank you so
Rachel.
much. There you have it. Phone lines are lit, and we're going to try and get to everybody before we wrap up. Looks like we got the People's Champ Cincinnati in the building. What is going on, Brandon?
Brandon in Cincinnati.
Hello, ladies.
Anybody that know me know I've been a player, whether it was in Alabama, Ohio, or anywhere around the globe.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
I've been smashing Telly Swifts, man. I didn't have to become a millionaire to get that caliber of woman.
One of the people's choices, one of the fan favorites, a guy that can galvanize this crowd such as myself.
He's too ugly to be the world champ. The world champ should be pretty like me.
The AJ of trucking. Yep, Brandon in Cincinnati.
SDS Promotions.
Brandon. Okay. So there he goes. What up, brother?
Yo, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I always got to bounce out and come back in. But good morning, gentlemen. Great show as always. Salute to the beautiful Rachel Donaire. She came in and put some clarity on some things I wasn't, all the way aware about, even though I might not necessarily want to hear some of the stuff she said because it doesn't go with my, narrative. Seemed like she was being genuine, so shout out to her for that. As far as who's to blame for this fight not being made, I still think it's the people who cut the checks. And that's, I remember years back when Bob Arum sent over a flat fee of $3 million to Danny. You shit all over that. $3 million flat fee. That's terrible. That's a slave deal. So if $3 million flat is a slave deal, a contract with no guarantees at all, it's got to be a slave deal as well. That's unacceptable in my opinion.
But did you hear her? Did you hear her that what she heard was they gave him a guarantee, and then he didn't want that, so they gave him what he wanted, which was 1%. But then he wanted to approve expenses, and she explained why that is a no-no, because then he will see information that he's not supposed to be privy to.
Yeah, and I can respect that. Like I said, that's some of the stuff she put some clarity on why that probably isn't something that they would agree with. So at the end of the day, I'm still pissed off we ain't getting the fight, man. It sucks. It sucks. But as far as this pay-per-view shit that we got on with the melted face cat Rick Glazier, he's right, man. I think us boxing fans got to leave outside of this small bubble we live in and got to come to grips. Some of your favorite fighters ain't as big as you think. I mean, none of these guys are standalone pay-per-view stars to where, regardless of who they fight, they're going to do good numbers. None of them draw like that.
None of these cats. But Brandon, are you telling me that you agree with this guy that these people that are on pay-per-view are only on pay-per-view because they do a good gate? Like, that shit don't make no sense.
They on pay-per-view because they purse is so high, the networks don't want to foot the bill, so they try to put it on the fan. That's why they on pay-per-view. And that shit hasn't worked yet.
Okay, but remember, according to that same individual, those numbers are fake. So I ask you the same thing I asked them. If those numbers are fake and they're not making what they say they're making, why do they continue to put these dudes on pay-per-view? It don't make sense to me. I've been in business for a long time. I'm not, and you too. You got to buy tires. You got to buy diesel. You ain't going to just keep buying tires if they fucking blowing out, bro. You want your 50,000 miles out them bitches. And that's what I'm saying. Like, none of this makes sense. You telling me I'm just putting Earl and Tank on pay-per-view just cuz. And I'm putting Wilder on pay-per-view just cuz I might make my money back with Ruiz. Man, get the fuck out of here. Ain't nobody that stupid.
I think so, man. I think so. I think so. I mean, think about it. They put Charles Martin and Ortiz on pay-per-view. Why? Why, brother?
Because Lewis probably don't want to accept anything less than because he was on pay-per-view twice or once with Wilder.
He was on pay-per-view once and they did 225, brother. That shit probably was a tank.
220. Bro, 225 is good money. It's good money for them.
Heavyweights?
Well, we don't know what Wilder got paid in that Lewis fight, but think about it. 225 is over 22 fucking million. What's that? 225?
Yeah.
16 million. How much you think they paying fucking Cuban Lewis Ortiz, brother? We never, ever. Listen to me. Lewis Ortiz's highest reported purse that he never got was the $7 million AJ offered him that he never took. And everybody and their mother was like, how the fuck you not going to take that 7 when you know damn well you ain't getting 7 for a rematch with Wilder?
So you saying he got $7 million for the rematch with Wilder?
No, I'm saying he ain't get 7. Like we all said, he ain't gonna get 7 for fucking. How the fuck they gonna give you 7 for Wilder if they paying you 7? What they paying Wilder in that rematch?
21,
I don't know,
25,
man.
like.
Oh no, but you gotta remember he got supposedly 20 for Brazili, and the Ortiz rematch on pay-per-view was after that. So let's say he got another 20, and they did 225. Man, that's a tank. That's trash, bro.
How the fuck? But that's what I'm saying. Why would they give you 20 for Lewis? Nobody.
They gave you 20 for Brazili. Shit,
Chill.
You gonna go
all
down?
Right. And here's my counter to that, which you're leaving out. Of course, they gave you 20 for Brazil. You were in a bidding war. You had a company offering you 120. The least we could do is offer you 20 for your next fight. That's it. Come on, Brandon. Tell the truth.
I hear you, man.
They don't want to lose you. The same thing DAZN doing. Right now, Mayweather Promotions want DAZN to let go of Ryan. What is Espinoza on Twitter every day saying? Well, Ryan ain't got a contract.
I just think bottom line is, man, the issue with pay-per-view is they putting shit that ain't supposed to be on pay-per-view on pay-per-view. None of these guys are big enough stars to where you can stick them in there with anybody and put them on pay-per-view and pay them $20 million. That's how you get 75K buys. That's how you get Thurman and Barrios numbers not even being fucking reported. That's how you get Charles Martin and Ortiz numbers not being reported.
We just had Rachel Donaire tell us that, these purses aren't true. So if you going off 20 to make Wilder and PBC look like failures. We don't know if he got 20.
We've been saying 20 all week. Come on. Now we saying because fat face Rick Glazer say they didn't get 20. We don't believe it no more.
I never said Rick Glazer. I said Rachel Donaire came on and explained that these purses be fake. And she gave you the example of Cambosis, who allegedly got 10. And she told you she don't believe.
So look.
Hold on. She told you she don't believe Broner and Crawford getting 8 figures. So why are you trying to make it about Rick Glazer?
And then look, 225 at $75, $16.8 million in a fight that Wilder got paid per the Nevada State Athletic Commission $3 million. Luis Ortiz made 1.5. So
how much back end they got?
So 25% your pay-per-view, not even your gate, just your pay-per-view alone, go to your main event.
And that ain't sponsorships, advertisement, nothing, no endorsements. But I got to get to some other callers. We debated enough, unless you got closing.
Oh no, you good, man. I just think stop putting bullshit on pay-per-view.
I'm with you on that.
That's my closing.
Nah, I'm with you on that, man. I mean, Danny made that point. Like, if you want to sell, good fights sell. JP, Long Beach, what up?
Long Beach in the house. Yeah.
Yo, I'm good, Ness.
Yep.
All right, man. Look, we got new information today. So my opinion changes with new information. Look, first of all, I'm glad you get people like Rachel Donaire on, people in the know, because on the back call, we spend a lot of time yelling about shit that really none of us have clarification on thoroughly. So people like Rachel really give us a lot of clarity. First of all, if you was one of them boys talk about Bud need to see the books and why Bud can't see the books, like Rachel said, you don't know shit about business. Just start there. Pay-per-view, it's just an outdated format. It's attached to premium cable television. It was started in 1975 for the Thriller in Manila. Now, one key thing to know there, the Thriller in fucking Manila. What I've been saying for 3 years is that pay-per-view is incentivized by the best fighting the best. That's the incentive of it. So not only is it outdated, you're not giving us the best fighting the best on it. Now, why they may do it, Rick Glazier, we can move on to him. To me, he discredited himself to some degree by his admitted friendship with Canahan. To me, he just said he's a Canahan shield, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have the inside scoop on giving good numbers. But as far as anything else, to me, he's just a Canahan shield. Canahan probably shoot him some little dough to basically be out here discrediting anything Al Heyman. As for Bud, look, I told people a year ago about the blackball stuff, over a year ago. This is not a great move. However, Bud has a chance to salvage this. If Bud is able to come back to the table February, March, and we get that fight, that man just made the greatest boxing move in recent history by going to grab 10 mil, allegedly, and coming back to the table and still giving us the fight. If him taking this fight cost us the fight, he just fucked his entire career for money. He'll not go down as a great. He'll just be a dude that was great and never got any legacy fight, not a one. So for him, he could be putting his goddamn foot in his mouth, or he's gonna be great. To me, that story still hasn't been told. But that's all I got, bro.
All right, we got a couple of counter punches. Looks like J Mac up first. Counter punch. For those.
Yo, can y'all?
Yep,
we hear you.
All right, let me run through this. Danny said, if you're not a big enough star, you should. It goes hand in hand with why the fighters are overpaid. Some of these fighters are overpaid for what they're getting. They're overpaid because they don't really reap the back end to cover up the money, to accumulate the money to get the payment. Rachel, I'm not discrediting her knowledge because she did teach me some stuff, but she did say some key things. She said if Bud does not have an investment, if you're a promoter and you have a promotional company, which I believe he has, he does have the right to ask. When promoter and they come in with a promotional company and Bud is part of the promotion, whether it's a small part, a little bitty part, Errol, I'm sure he's gonna be on the promotion as well. He does have a stake to claim and open up.
A small bitty one. A small bitty one.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I'm saying to your point.
No, don't cut me off because you're gonna mess what I want to respond to, and then I'm on a time base.
Go for it. Go for it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Go.
Okay. And then what far as what she said with that, she said if the fighter has some type of interest or invested interest in it, then they can request that, which I think she's not qualified to speak on due to the fact of she don't know the terms of that contractual agreement. Every contractual agreement with each fighter is different. Just because she has the knowledge base to understand what she did with her husband doesn't mean she has the same knowledge base to argue the point of what Bud did not have the right to do. And it wasn't Bud, it was his lawyers. Another point that was brought up, Errol said November he had a fight with Crawford no matter what, whether we want to validate it or not. Errol came out with a recorded call. Whether we want to validate that or not, he's saying in January. We heard that Bud got sent something in next year, first quarter. We hearing a lot of things. So to say who wasted who time, we don't know who wasted who time. We just was being told the fight was being pushed back and it was still in negotiations, and it seemed like they never came to agreement. We do know Bud said he wanted to fight before the year was out, so that's why he took the fight. Whether he getting 10 million or not, that's up for them to understand. And my last point I want to make, before we say who's credible to pay 10 million, we just spent half of the show talking about who has been overpaying who. So why wouldn't BLK take the same risk that everybody else been taking when they're trying to attract new talent and overpay the talent that they're trying to get in? So before somebody say they discredit what that person, that company can pay, let's do the research of what boxing has done. Overpay people to get them to come over. So whether y'all think Bud's going to get his 10 million or not, I think they're going to overpay him whether he makes it or he really earns it just to attract the talent over on their network. That's my call. Y'all got a response to any of that?
Yeah, no, we totally agree on that, but she made it clear that and gave you an actual, purse that was alleged and rumored up until before the fight and after the fight to be 10 million. And then once the the manager had to sue that fighter, it comes out that purse is significantly at least 60% and some change less. So she's not saying Crawford won't get paid. She specifically says she does not believe the 8 figures for him and for Broner. So she's not saying he ain't getting paid.
And then she also did not say having an invested interest. She's saying having a financial investment.
Yeah.
So when you say how Bud has his promotional company the same way that Errol does, yeah. And I'm sure Errol gonna get, a little bit of that transparency and say, but you get a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm
Tom Brown is the lead promoter.
Right. If I'm out and Tom Brown, like, we the ones putting up the majority. We the ones that built this shit up. So it's like, you gonna have, this much, a little bit.
And you gotta understand, you
hold on,
misunderstood. Hold on, brother.
Hold on, we let you talk, Jim. We let you talk.
Yeah. You gotta understand, you misunderstood what she said, too, because she said you have to be invested. So you have to be part of the promotion. So it's like Border Wars. I'm doing that out my pocket. Now if JT Promotions want to see how much I'm paying for the venue and you want to see how much I'm getting from my sponsors and how much I'm paying my fighters, well then you putting 50% in. You buying into this company or this one event, you giving me half of my costs, then you can see my proceeds. But if you're not giving me half, why am I showing you?
And then perfect example of a fight in this position. It was Jermall Charlo. Jermall Charlo last year spoke directly to me on camera. I can
pull up the video.
And where he said, he's like, look, I got Lions only. You get what I'm saying? But I'm not in charge to make the fights. I don't know how to go about that. That's not my job. That's not what I do. That being said, Tom Brown, that's their job. That's what they do. Despite having fighters with their own promotional company, it's like, yo, this, you stick to what you do. Let us handle this because that's the way honestly, this shit just goes. It's like, bro, you can't speak on something you don't know.
Danny, first of all, Jamal, like you just said, key words. That's not his job. They all operate within PBC, so they let them dudes do it. Jamal didn't hire a lawyer to try to get him a fight within PBC. He operates and works with the same lawyers PBC provide for him. So he's not going to do that.
Well, we don't know that. We don't know that. You assuming that. You assuming that.
Well, let me assume that. Let me assume that as well. That's my rebuttal for what Danny said.
So
what she said about the fighters getting overpaid, I agree that they hyphen their payments and make it big. Nobody ain't gonna sit up there. Niggas gonna put out there and stunt and put a big a number on it, cause that's just what we do. That's what people do. If you say if you made $895,000, you gonna say you made 100. You gonna say you made fucking 100,000 that year. Fucking
yeah, cause you want
1,000.
Cause everybody want to pay taxes on money they don't have. That makes total sense. Everybody want to pay taxes on money they don't have. Yeah, that makes sense.
And in this day, JT and JB, J-Mac, in this day and age, remember, in Atlanta, people getting indicted for what they say. So you out here lying that you making $10 million? Uncle Sam want his cut, which is about $4 million.
Right, but listen, but when the books, the reason why they protect it is word of mouth and it's tongue in cheek. You don't get charged for what you say because when the books come, the book says otherwise, and in court,
But that's
that
what.
matter gets settled.
But J-Mac, that's what's called cooking the books. And as a truck driver, you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. So don't tell me when the IRS come audit your ass, just because you got your books in order, they still don't catch you, because that's what an audit is.
No, unless I'm not arguing is an audit. If I'm out here stunting on the gram saying I'm making $1 million a year and I'm really making $860,000 a year, I'm gonna say I'm making $1 million. So if the IRS won't come after me for stunting and putting it out there, I don't have to worry about what I stunned out there and told y'all. My books go say what I make, and then if you looking for that million, my books go tell you I make that million. So you go come after me for what I stunned and said, and I'm saying that's what people do. And just the like the big up what they doing, they make it bigger. Most men lie about their height.
But that's what I'm saying.
5'9", they say they 5'11".
But
like,
you're not getting
some people
it.
say they some people 6'3", and they say they 6'5". Like it goes hand in hand. You made one more point that's I want to say before you get off. You said about she said, the invested interest. No, not the invested, the financial invested interest. My argument to that still is, I still think, whether you think it's a little bitty, 5%, Bud having a promotional and Bud possibly having fighters on that undercard as well, probably was something that was probably being negotiated in there. His lawyers put him in a position, not Bud. Bud didn't go in there and ask. Yeah, Bud asked questions, of course, like I gave the example earlier. You're going to ask questions if you don't know how to do this, if you're not used to doing it. But Bud had representation. He had two different lawyers, whether the first lawyer got it done, whether the second lawyer got it done. But he still had lawyers that asked these questions to put this in a position. So legally, they were justified to ask for them books to be open. I don't think the lawyers was wrong. I think L just chose not to due to the fact of his legal ramifications with everything involved, why he hasn't paid fighters their full books, and he don't want to disclose that information. PBC fighters been operating off of what L gives them and what have you. Last but not least, Tank has cried out to the world and asked, why would you let me sign why would you let me sign a contract like this? And the lawyer came back and told him, if you was my son, you would never do it. So my whole point is the PBC fighters rely on L and let L do whatever he feel like needs to get done and allow them to sit back and just take it. They don't put the front foot forward to get in them books and tap into why they're not getting paid this, why they didn't get paid that million, why they're not getting this. So that's what my response is to it. Shout out to the lady. I learned something from the day. I just think she was not, being that she's not privy to that deal and what's going on with it, doesn't make her qualified to speak on it. That's my call.
It's crazy that a manager who actually has dealt with these people, not read about them, isn't qualified, but he comes on and says, I'm assuming, and that's what I'm going to run with. So you're qualified, and your opinion is better.
My response to you is going to be the assumption that I came up while you was just cooking my ass live on the Boxing Voice.
That, I mean, but again, people want to believe what they want to believe. Like JP
next?
Came on and he's like, look, we got revealed new information that I didn't know, and I'm going to go ahead and accept that. Some people just like, well, Rachel said that, but I don't agree with her. She's not privy. She doesn't know, even though I don't know, even though I've never looked at a boxing contract, even though I've never represented any boxer. Even though I've never been in any negotiations for any fight, I'm not going to take her word for it. I'm going to take my own. We got some more callers. But listen, that's why we bring them on, man. Everybody gets to, hear everyone give their own opinion and make their own assessment. Looks like we got a new caller. No, Green. Cleveland, what up?
Talk to me, Cleveland. What up? Hello.
Looked at a boxing contract, even though
Green, you got to turn the radio down and talk to us.
Yo,
y'all,
I'm here, y'all. I was dialed back a little bit behind. What we hollering about?
I mean, we talking the Errol Spence league call.
Yeah, man. It kind of makes sense. I mean, I don't know why that version of a call will be recorded and then leaked out. It kind of seemed like damage control or whatever the case may be. But I mean, we not getting the Errol Spence and the Terrence Bud Crawford fight. So it's really asinine to keep on talking about, for real. You know what I mean? Trying to move on to other things.
What other things?
It's hard to move on when you got all this information dropping, though. This information dropped yesterday, broke the internet. Kind of hard to move on. Everybody wants to talk about this.
What bigger boxing news you want us to talk about, champ?
Loma, Jermaine Ortiz.
I really want to talk about who's next in line for these mandatories for these belts at 147.
According to WBC, Thurman is.
Okay, Thurman the WBC, Boots got the IBF, and
Stanoni is the
WBA regular.
Yes.
Okay, so what do you guys think about Virgil Ortiz activating his mandatory within the WBA instead of taking the WBO route, where he would have to
Al and Oscar not doing business,
and it wouldn't matter. Virgil was only a.
You said what now?
I said it doesn't matter. Virgil was only a WBA gold and not regular, so he doesn't supersede the regular champion Stan E. Onus.
Okay. What do you think about him activating that instead of activating his WBO mandatory?
You're not listening.
Just saying, like, forget it.
You're not listening. You're not listening. It doesn't matter because he was only a WBA gold,
so
not the regular. So he wouldn't
get the Earl shot.
He wouldn't go above Stanionis. There's no way.
Look, you're not listening to me. I understand what you're saying. Virgil Ortiz is number one. He's the number one mandatory in the WBO for Bud Crawford's belt. Why didn't he activate that?
He already passed up that spot.
He passed up the opportunity.
He passed up that spot about a year ago, bro.
That's what I was talking about. I understand the whole WBA business. I understand all that. I'm asking why he didn't activate that WBO.
Because he didn't want to fight Crawford. Him and his trainer said they weren't ready. At the time, Robert Garcia was the trainer. This is old news.
Well, let me ask you this: Do you guys feel like like he stands a chance against Terrence Crawford?
I feel like if the fighter and the trainer say they're not ready, then they're not ready. It don't care what I feel, is what they say. They not ready.
Okay, so you're not gonna give your opinion via your eye test. You're just gonna go whatever the trainer and the manager say.
I mean, based off what? Like his biggest win is Kavalauskas. You know what I'm saying? That's like, no, he's not ready in my opinion.
Okay. And another thing, so I was listening to what the Rachel lady was saying. I mean, she's kind of coming from it kind of seemed kind of biased because I guess she does business with PBC over there, whatever the case may be, which is cool.
But I don't understand. I don't understand why would you use the word bias? She signed to Richard Schaefer. She's been with PBC. She's been with Top Rank. She's with Probellum. She's fought on DAZN, HBO, Showtime. So why would she be biased?
But well, because she represents the old guard. Like if this black crime thing actually goes through, where you got fighters like Terrence Crawford actually leaving a promotional company as
what promotional company
Top
did
Rank to go and try and make fights on his own?
So he left Top Rank to fight on Black Prime, is what you saying?
That's not what happened.
No. Don't misconstrue what I'm saying.
You said if fighters leave,
just let him re-say it. Just let him re-say it. What is it that you're saying then? Because we did misunderstand you.
I didn't.
Terrence Crawford left Top Rank because he thought if he left Top Rank, it would be easier for him
to be able to fight Errol Spence on PBC, but that didn't come to fruition.
Well,
so
that's your assumption.
Like, okay,
that's your assumption. He didn't leave Top Rank for that because we don't have
that actually happened.
Say what?
Because that actually happened because he didn't go back to Top Rank. I'm pretty sure if he called Bob and said, you know what, drop the lawsuit.
Sir, it's still an assumption because what we do know that is facts is that immediately once he did stop working with Top Rank, he sued them. So, you assuming that he left to make the fight and me assuming that he stopped dealing with them because he was fed up with them and he wanted to sue them, we both have reasons to believe what we believe. Don't mean you right, don't mean I'm right.
Like I said, I'm just going off of the evidence because when he announced
evidence,
but you don't have evidence. You don't have evidence. I got evidence.
When did Terrence Crawford say? When did Terrence Crawford say I'm leaving Top Rank and Bob Arum to go to PBC to make the fight? Because I was there. I was at the press conference when he announced that he was leaving.
But Terrence Crawford said I couldn't get the Errol Spence fight when I was with Bob. So how am I going to get it without Bob? Insinuating that he was leaving Top Rank. And when he left Top Rank, what fight did he pursue? He didn't pursue any other fight.
But before he pursued the fight, what happened? Before he pursued the fight, what happened? Tell the people what I just said that you're trying to omit. When he left Top Rank, what the next thing he did?
What?
When he left Top Rank, what's the next thing he did?
It wasn't try to make the fight.
All right. No, he did not. Goodbye, brother.
How the fuck he do that? How the fuck he do that when Errol Spence fought 5 fucking months after Bud left Top Rank?
What he did after he left Top Rank was sue Top Rank. What he did after he sued Top Rank was pursue the fight. So your timeline is very, very wrong. I got a counterpunch from Vega, but I don't see you, so I'm going down the line.
I'm right here, man. I'm already in there.
Oh, shit. All right. What up?
No. Hey, man, just going back to earlier, Cesar, I don't like his energy. I'll fight Strawberry Shortcake, 160, man. Lock it in.
Bro, he got
I never
2
wrote a
fights
check. I ain't meaning to cash,
experience. He got 2 fights experience. What's the rush? Get
I
your
don't fucking
experience.
care. Because I just want somebody that's going to say yes.
Bro,
that's it.
People said yes to you already. But all right, I could only advise. You see, you don't want to listen to Al. Do you?
No, because look what happened when Al was running shit. We ain't get the fight we want.
Yeah,
if people want this fight, I'm going to give the people what they want, and I want it.
What people?
What people?
What the fuck you talking about?
I'm the one that knows you. I'm the one that met you.
I'm a fan.
I met you. I know you. They don't know what the fuck you even look like.
Damn.
They don't even know what you look like. I met you. I met your son. I know what you look like. What the fuck are you talking about? The people. Fuck the people. People don't know what the fuck they talking about. Ask those same people that telling you to fight them, have they fought in border wars 13 times that we had it?
I told Carol Top he was option number 2. You know what? He talked enough. I want it, man. I ain't worried about those 2 fights. They don't know how hey, man, some of them have seen me, some of them haven't. That don't mean nothing.
This is the definition. This is the definition of talking yourself into an ass whooping. Now, obviously, you could prove us wrong and not get your ass whooped, but this is the definition of that phrase in life, someone who talked themselves into an ass whooping. I'm not saying you're going to lose. I'm not saying you're going to lose.
Hey, man, that's fine. And I will show you. And I can't wait. February 25th, Las Vegas.
It's going down, baby. James Payne Lethal, you up?
Top of the morning, well, it's afternoon here, Central Time in Tennessee. So I want to say top of the afternoon to everybody in the boxing world, especially to the boxing voices. Me is me, the ambassador of the great state of Tennessee. It's your boy James, Payne, Mr. Lethal himself. And you know, like I know, the best part of waking up is TBV in my cup always. And salute to the TBV alumni made this slogan world famous. Yo, today is the reason why I'm so happy that I paid that Patreon fee no matter what I go through financially, yo. I pay for Patreon for the access and for the fucking camaraderie. But damn, the information that y'all have dropped today and yesterday, the Paulie and the Bill Haney interaction, And then especially today with the Rick Glacier and Mrs. Doner, salute to y'all because they gave so much insight as to what's going on behind the curtain. And I'm just in awe of the information that they revealed. I got so much going through my mind and I'm trying to organize my thoughts, but I just want to make a general statement that I feel like, man, the business of boxing has 100% got in the way of the boxing purists and what we love, seeing the best fighting the best. I think we're past that point. We've been past that point for quite some time. And I don't see it going back because it's all about dollars and cents and making a profit. And this pay-per-view model, I mean, it's definitely outdated. We need a new solution, but I just don't know where the hell we go from here because I'm still just thinking in my mind about the comments that they made this morning and the way that we've seen these fights that we've been anticipating, that we've been craving for. I mean, boxing fans are watering at the mouth for some of these fights, and we're not going to get them. We haven't got them. It's happened to us in the past. The past is definitely repeating itself, and it's a damn shame, man. But I'm thankful for you guys for being on the job and being frontline, giving us the information that we need so that we can be more educated as we go on throughout this the pursuit of following the sport that we love. I will say this to all of those fighters out there. Hey, you get 100% of what you negotiate for, not what you feel you deserve. So when you're on the negotiation table, when you're inside those boardrooms and you're at the table, make sure that you're reviewing and then re-reviewing those contracts that are in front of you, and so that way you can get what you negotiated for and not what you feel you deserve. Because once the contracts are signed, it's too late to pout about this shit. I also wanted to throw this out there. This is just me speaking from the heart right here. I have been working with some boxing promotions for about a year now, and I want to offer my services to either Mrs. Donaire and her team or any of the other people that have come on the Boxing Voice that listen to this podcast or they listen to this radio show. I'm offering my services free of charge for the next 6 months to you guys if you would give someone like me an opportunity to work for you because I want to be closer to the business of boxing, and I just want to continue my education and continue to grow in this sport. So if you don't think I'm serious, if you contact Ness, trust me, I can get you references, referrals. I can submit my work. I work in operations. I'm a specialist at this shit. I'm making boxing shows go off and making sure that I plug holes and put out fires. That's what I specialize in, and I do it quite well. And I will definitely do it for you, and I'm willing to do it free of charge for the next 6 months if somebody give me a chance. So I appreciate y'all once again, Ness, Rainwalk, Danny, and everybody in the backside that make this shit happen, man. Like the producers like Brandon Lenz and Counter, Bo, and so many others, and many that have come and gone. Man, I salute y'all because y'all do the dirty work so we don't have to. With that being said, man, you know what this is. It's the illest, trillest, dopest boxing podcast in the entire fucking galaxy. And if you don't know where you at astrologically, it's Third Rock from the Sun. And I am James Payne Lethal, the blue collar bully. Finna get back to the blue collar grind. And if you hating on me in the comments, go suck a dick. That's my call.
James Payne, appreciate you, champ. Thank you for calling in.
Rachel's back. Y'all done
Uh-oh.
pissed her off. Is she in there? Yes, she is. Rach, what happened? What triggered you?
Got unmute, Rach.
Oh, my bad.
All good.
There's a mute button. No, I just think it's funny. Like, listen, anybody that talks like about Al or talks good, like you don't hear me talk bad about Bob either. Like, I'm not that person. Like, we had a business relationship and we decided to go our separate ways. But I mean, any of you casuals that are out there that keep saying like, oh, they must be in their pockets of PBC and blah 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 blah, like they're paying me or something. Okay, this is the simplest homework for you to do. Type in Nonito Donaire versus Inoue Part 2. Who was the promotional company? Tekken Promotions. We fought under Tekken. Did you see?
So the check is
Al
not from Al.
Heyman? The check was from Tekken Promotions. So I mean, don't show your casual too much. It's showing on your comment because apparently you don't know how this game works, and yeah.
Rich,
So there's that.
what do you make of the casuals saying that you dealt with Nonito's career that you wouldn't know of at this level is what some callers have been saying. You wouldn't know the business at this level.
It's the same damn business. Business is business. The contracts are the same. The thing is they wanted to do this whole net crap. That doesn't happen. It doesn't work. The IRS is the only one that's going to see my books, or unless you're buying my company. And when you're buying my company, there has to be some proof of good faith that you are actually interested in buying my company. You can see a profit and loss statement after the fact. But that's pretty much it. No one, like I said, unless you're putting money on the table, and I feel like that's such a rookie move to like come in and say, oh yeah, well, I want half of what you guys are gonna make that night. Okay, well then put up half, like Ness was saying. That's how it happens. You don't just come in and say, I'm here, give me everything. It doesn't work like that. And if you want to say that Bud has his own promotional company, then I hear you, but what does that promotional company do? And I'm asking you guys to at least put on your kindergarten caps, okay? If your promotional company is just to protect you from the other promoter that you're going to negotiate with, okay, that's fine. A lot of fighters do it. I understand. If your promotional company doesn't bring anything, doesn't bring any media, doesn't bring literally anything, you're not doing any media. You're not trying to promote the fight. I haven't even seen anything promotion from, Bud's promotional company to promote the fight against Avernesian. There's no social media from his side, no posters, no ticket sales that they're trying to push, nothing. So when I see that there's actually a value to the promotional company and not just a shell to cover the boxer, which I have no issue with. I think they should have a shell on them. Then you have to understand again what you're coming with. And if you're not coming with money on the table, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, thanks again. We definitely are appreciating the education. Does anybody know? Is it T Bud Promotion, TBC, Bud Promotions, Terrence Crawford? What is it?
I have no clue because I was looking for it myself to see if they have like an Instagram.
Yeah, I was checking on Instagram too. I'm gonna try TBC. TBC.
Well, that's not the promotional company that I found out was actually has the license to throw the fight in Nebraska.
Oh, so it's not even Bud. He's using someone else's license, is what you're saying?
From what I heard. I'm gonna confirm it this next week.
Wow.
Because I know the people that they're talking about that's having the promote. You know how like there's some companies that you could use their license?
Mm-hmm, of course.
Yeah. And I've heard of them. It's not like you've heard of them too. I'm sure you have.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna have to
maybe it's gonna be Marv Nation since they just jumped in the pay-per-view business.
Does Marv Nation have a Nebraska license?
I doubt it though. They would have been public with it because they made a splash on a Zepeda.
That's true.
Why be secretive on this one? This is bigger than that.
It's not Marv.
There you go. Well, all right, Rach. I'm gonna get to some of these other callers. You got them. You got them fired up. All these hands are raised in Discord. Let's see. Canna, tell us who's next. J-Mac with the counterpunch. What up?
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
First, I don't like when somebody lie and say what I said. I was the only caller that said what she was qualified to speak on, and I didn't disrespect her knowledge to the sport. I actually learned some stuff. What I said when it come down to dealing with different negotiations, every negotiation goes different and goes hand in hand when it come down to different fighters. Just because she qualified to speak on how she's been negotiating on her line of business and her management for the Donnell doesn't mean it qualify her without the information she's not privy to know why Crawford and his team asked for transparency. I never said what level of fight she made. Danny, you said that. I didn't say that. I didn't question this lady. This lady obviously made
Bro,
millions of
you think
dollars
you the only
in a
person
sport
tuned
that I
in?
don't know
Do you think
much
you the
of
only
other
person
than
tuned in?
Nah,
Nobody
what you
was
say?
even talking about you, bro.
Nah, because
No,
you think
said
when
callers. I'm the only Danny.
no,
You
but
gotta listen, bro.
there's people in the chat too,
Danny,
bro. There's people in the
no, he
chat.
said call. He didn't say chat. He didn't say chat. I respond to what he said. He said callers. He didn't say chatters. He said callers. I'm the only one that called in and said what I said. Like I said, I respect the
you've
lady
never
and I respect
chatted?
Danny. Let me finish
Have you
my
ever
call.
chatted? I'm just saying, bro.
I
People that
respect the
chat
lady.
call in
I
too.
respect the lady and her knowledge.
Okay.
I respond to what you said. You can
Okay.
go back and play.
All
You
right.
said callers. You're all getting a point of something you said and you said it.
Right.
I respect the lady and I
Okay.
respect her knowledge. I still stand on what I believe in. I believe that these negotiations, she did not have enough information to understand why he can't speak. And I still think Bud had to write with his lawyers because he's not in on the PBC. He's not signed with the PBC to ask for transparency to understand what that guarantee net that he was getting paid or whatever it was so he can understand why what he would get paid and what was possibly being taken out of it. I don't think it was far-fetched. I just think I disagree with what she said about why Bud acts. And I think in that situation, his lawyers saw fit to ask the questions from what they were seeing with the negotiations about what was going back and forth. That's my call.
Well, thank you
Yeah,
for.
I mean, you know what people not realizing is this like it can be Bud's fault. Like,
bro, you more qualified than Rachel, bro.
No,
He told
but
us.
we've never heard someone fire their lawyer in a negotiation and hire another one. Like Ryan's lawyer, he just did negotiations on Twitter. What? Show me one fighter that went into negotiations with you, got fired.
No. I'm just saying we don't know that he got fired. I'm just saying people, listen.
They literally said
people have a team of lawyers. He could have used one person
and then sent in another.
I'm just saying, like, if
the bottom
this person
line is
ain't
this.
get it done.
Okay, but the bottom line is this: I've never seen or heard negotiations fail with two separate people. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to fuck up the relationship with Bud, but at the end of the day, dog, you didn't believe your lawyer. You sent in a second dude in there. Now, if more information comes out and he's saying, yo, the contract was so crazy, I thought that lawyer was bullshit, so I sent in another dude to confirm what this one is saying, and that's why we walked away. Then I'll take that. But like right now, all we got is that you couldn't get it done.
Yeah, but it's like we know about the two lawyers from who? From Rick. So it's like we just heard Earl say we just heard Earl say that he didn't trust his lawyer. You know what I'm saying? Like we didn't hear about a second lawyer through Earl or through you know what I'm saying? Like somebody at the table, somebody in negotiations. Like maybe J-Mac can tell us when the second lawyer came in. I'm not too sure. You know what I'm saying? But regardless, it's all just talk, champ. Like people is saying one thing. Even the Earl shit, that shit's so weird. Who does a one-way recorded conversation, bro? That's some wiretap shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm scared. Like, what if somebody tapped this show right now?
It's tapped.
It's tapped.
We got Joe. What do you know?
Info Joe is a beast. Checkbox red, undefeated punchlines, better place your bet. The number one call, fought my way up the ranks. Border Wars fighter, going hard in the paint. Boxing scene writers call me spectacular. My boxing bars are marvelous like Hagler. Worldwide, peace to all my boxing brothers. We boxing boys, forget all the others.
Yo, what's up, fam? You hear me?
What up?
What up? Man, first things first, man. For the best boxing news, breakdown, and previews, TBV is it, y'all. Hit the thumbs up, subscribe, all of that. Shout out to all the Border Wars fighters for bringing that back, Ness. I'm hyped. On to the topic, man. I think that the boxing fans have pay-per-view fatigue. There are too many pay-per-views, and I believe actionality, man, if the fight is not 50-50, it shouldn't be a pay-per-view. That's why they're not getting the high ratings like they think they should. You giving us Wilder versus Hellenius on pay-per-view. We already know the outcome of that. it only should be 50-50 fights. Wilder should have been on regular Fox television. He would have got over 2-3 million views possibly. You can't keep giving us these big mixed mismatches and putting them on pay-per-views, man. It's failing them right now. They're gonna have to reconstruct the whole model pay-per-view. I agree with some of the things that the gentleman you had on here earlier, what he was saying. They are paying him too much. If you're paying Wilder, hold up, let me pump my brakes. I'm for fighters getting paid what their worth. Pay what you weigh. I believe they putting their life on the line. They should get, a big bag. But what I am saying, if you paying him $20 million for fighting Helenius, what are you going to pay him for fighting, let's say, Ruiz? You're going to have to up the ante. He's a former champ. So you're going to give him $30 million? I think they should have took the $20 million that they gave Wilder, gave 10 to Spence, 10 to Crawford, and he would have got their money back. You know what I'm saying? It would have had big numbers. You probably would have got 2 or 3 million buys on pay-per-view or more. You know what I'm saying? So I think they have to stop giving us mismatches and putting them on pay-per-view. What happened to PBC with the free fighting on Fox and NBC and all the other networks they had?
Joe, it's the same shit. Joe, it's the same shit. No, I'm saying it's the same shit that happened with the Zone, bro. That they was pay-per-view is dead. No pay-per-view, free. Man, fuck out of here. And what happened, bro? It's like the same cats. They ran out of money, bro. The same cats that use overpaying or whatever. Now you gotta keep giving them that money. You can't make it. So it was legit the same shit. You gotta make your money back, bro. It's a business. But, I mean, it is fucked up. I agree the pay-per-views should be 50-50. But it's like if we get 50-50 fights, then you're probably going to ask the fighters to take a pay cut, which ain't going to happen. So it's just a shitty situation right now where we need the big fights to happen. I don't know if we're going to get the Crawford fight at this point with Errol. I hope so.
We're not going to get a lot of big fights we've been asking for because they are asking for too much money.
In my Kodak Black voice, I hope so. Like I really do hope we get that shit, bro. But I can't say that we will. Like a lot of times fans have to be realistic. Like they're like, oh, 50-50, but come on, who gonna do that? Bro, you work your whole life for something, for that big moment. If this is your Mayweather-Pacquiao as it is to Crawford or Bud, if this your Mayweather-Pacquiao out of my whole career, now you want me to take a pay cut? Like, out of my whole fucking career, I'm never gonna make the amount of money I can make in this fight. Now you want me to take a pay cut? You get what I'm saying? Like, bro,
I mean,
it's hard.
I get it. I mean, they started something now that it's going to be hard for them to stop now because they've been paying them so much. But at the end of the day, we're not going to get the big fights then, man. And if we do get a big fight, they're going to have a whack undercard, and people are going to be mad about that. You're going to have because you're paying the main event so high. So it has to be. You're going to have to give and take in this, though,
what
man.
Was the Mayweather
they
Pacquiao?
can't. They
What
can't.
was the Mayweather
It won't
Pacquiao
sustain
undercard,
itself
Joe?
if they're not giving us 50-50 fights.
Joe,
it's not.
What was the Mayweather Pacquiao undercard? Do you remember?
Oh, I can't remember, brother.
Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Guess what? Exactly. I did too, bro. It was my first day back home. Who gives a fuck, though? Because everybody wanted Mayweather Pacquiao for so many years, right or wrong.
Right.
So nobody gave a fuck that Leo Santa Cruz was co-main against a guy we've never heard of. Nobody gave a fuck that Lomachenko, who was like 3-0 at the or 2-1 at the time, opened up the pay-per-view. Nobody gave a fuck that it was only $3 3-fight pay-per-view and it was $100 because it was just a fight the world wanted to see that bad for so many years. You get what I'm saying?
But
I don't
I get
give
what
a
you're saying, but they're not hungry no more. I remember this, man, when they was with Golden Boy, not that I'm up in Golden Boy, nothing like that. When they was more hungry, we got better fights. We got at least 60-40 fights
but
before PBC took over and bought all the fighters out. He was they was matchmaking them hard.
Which one?
Then.
Which one of them was unified? You know what I'm saying? Which one of them was making unification fights? Like, bro, you're talking about them when they wasn't at this level. Cause let's be for real. What Golden Boy fighter is at this level right now? Not one.
Ryan?
Not one. No, not even.
Nah, Ryan is in his super fight. He in negotiations in his super fight.
But negotiation, I'm talking about not one title, not one titleist, not one unification. Like Errol Spence is a unified champion.
3 times.
Jermell Charlo is an undisputed champion. Jamal Charlo is a 2-division champion. Mikey Garcia is a 4-division champion. Like, bro, you're talking about the guys when you can't compare the careers. They weren't in the same place in their career. Golden Boy that nice. Why they ain't doing this shit now? Who they got now?
Joe, I got to get to some other callers, player, from the Himalayas.
We love you, Joe. Thank you for the call.
Love you too, brother.
BX the Don got that counter punch. Woot up. BX.
Nobody on Blog Talk.
We hear you.
Yo.
Yeah. My bad. This is actually my first call. I wanted to send one in yesterday too, but I can't find your Cash App. So
it's the Boxing Voice, $ Boxing Voice, THABOXINGVOICE numero uno.
So okay, good, because I typed that in too, and I seen another one, but we got a jam.
Yeah, somebody trying to be a little loser. Somebody being a loser out there.
I'm going to put it in the chat right now for everybody else wondering, but go ahead with your call, champ.
I just wanted to clarify something because I don't want J Mac to keep getting shot at over here and Rachel Donaire. Clarify something. I just wanted to put it in the air and clarify something. Bud's promotional company is called TBC Promotions. Now we got to understand that that's not an event promotional company. It's what Rachel said. It's a shell company. It's something you guys can look it up. Anybody that's listening, it's called a loan out corporation. It's used to protect your personal assets from something called charge and order protections, like the trademarks to his name and shit like that. If a promotional company says he didn't follow through with something on his contract, they can't sue him for his house and shit. It's just the assets held within the loan out corporation. So that's what she meant by a shell. For J-Mac, that shell, like I said, is not an event promotional company. The promotional company that's promoting his BLK Prime Fight, I think it's called BNB Promotions or some shit like that.
Oh, well,
that's an event promoter who has a promotional license, like Top Rank, TGB Promotions, Mayweather Promotions that works with PBC to put on the events. You can't go and try to get information on the books. So I want to clarify everybody that was arguing with Bud that he wanted clarification on the books. Like she said, you're not an investor. Now, if you're coming in with TBC Promotions and going into the arena and putting up money for the cost, you could get that info. So I just wanted to clear that up for everybody. I don't want to argue with anyone. You could go and look up the information. It's called the Loan Out Corporation. So that's to clear up any of that noise. I wanted to get that counterpunch, and I wanted to get on while Rachel was still there because she could have cleared that up. But that's it. If I got something else, I'll super chat another counterpunch and I'll cash up another counterpunch. Thank you, guys.
BX the Don, shout out. We got KD, DR 7989. So he was born July 9th, 89.
KDDR, talk to us.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes. What up, Ness? What up, Ringwalk? First time caller, long time supporter.
Thank you.
That's crazy. I didn't know this was your first time calling in. I just, I say your name in super chat so much. I just assumed you've been called in.
Nah, first time. But been supporting from back in the days when Beeve and all the other co-hosts were. So, long time supporter. I don't know. I mean, as a Bud, I get called as a Bud supporter and stuff like that. I'm not blaming either side, like, Spence or Bud. I believe that both fighters wanted to fight. I just believe that in this fall, you got to blame the suits. This was Earl's plan, right? To have Bud as last, like he said so. And now when it comes to time, Bud is a free agent and he goes over to make a deal and it gets dragged along. For whatever the reason is, you get its and bits here. We have heard multiple times Floyd come out publicly and said the fight wasn't happening this year. This audio gets leaked We don't know when this conversation happened, and in the audio itself, Earl is saying a January date, hopefully for January 2023. So, I don't know what to make of it. I believe that the fight itself was easier to get made when Bud was under Top Rank, with a promoter that might have had more access to the books, bringing,
Well,
some type of support.
Yeah, I mean, they wouldn't have needed access to the books because
the
then
promoter
it
understands.
would have been a mutual invested event. You get what I'm saying? Like the same way Mayweather Pacquiao was. Al Heyman would have had his investment the same way Bob Arum would have had his investment. And now it's like, cool, we coming together, and yeah, now we really is splitting costs. So now it's like we can't be transparent or we cannot. But I cover this, you cover that. However the shit may go. But it's like, bro, you ain't. It's like, so you want to cut.
But you ain't putting none in the pot.
I thought it should have been, negotiated and made when they were doing the negotiation for Fury and Wilder. I thought that was the perfect timing to draft the deal and just have it on the back burner. But unfortunately, it didn't happen that way.
Draft a deal,
but I mean, my questioning as a casual fan or someone who has been, into boxing for a few years, is like you hear publicly Tank, put his tweets up, delete them. Then you have TMT lawyers saying, "Look, if you were my client, I wouldn't sign you into a deal like this." So you got to question, Bud coming from outside, coming into this new company, not having any contractual ties, and we don't know who he has been speaking to before that's within the company and how the works around are. So it's like, it puts you in a hard and a rock place. I would want to know if my money is guaranteed or not, if I'm taking a percent, and then you have publicly who is it, Michael Buffer saying, "Look, yeah, I've seen this before where they charge so and so amounts, and we have the history of Don King charging so and so amounts for a towel and this and that." So I just don't know. I don't know, to be honest. I just believe that as fight fans, we want to see the fight. Both fighters want it, but the public and the world believes that Bud is to blame for this, and he should just take whatever it is, whether it's not guaranteed or not,
Well, KDDR, I got to get to some other calls, but maybe this piece of audio changes your mind. This is from 2018. And, man, they say history repeats itself, or speak it, believe it, receive it. I guess Bud and his team put this in the universe 4 years ago, and somehow it's manifested. Here we go. This is Black Fight Fan, by the way, too. Shout out to him, who obviously conducted this interview. What the hell? Oh, unlock. All right, my bad. Excuse me about that. Here we go. So this is the interview from 2018 that's resurfaced under the same Twitter account that leaked the audio. So do they not like Bud? I don't know.
Fuckers gonna give you $10 million. I mean, like I said, it's a no-brainer, man.
So that's Bomac that you hear on the phone. 2018 sounds relevant till today's negotiations.
I mean, like I said, it's a no-brainer, man. If a motherfucker's gonna give you $10 million to go fight somewhere, and you don't know who's gonna see you, and you get to fight, a mediocre guy, why not take the money? You know what I'm saying? Because you got to think about it. At the same time, Terrence is 30 years old. He at the peak of his career, but sooner or later he's gonna be coming down. So you got to start thinking about your kids, and your grandkids. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Shout out to my.
Well, I guess we see that he took the fight with Avanesian and not the fight with, Earl, because he's thinking about, the future. So it's like, go ahead and guarantee that generational wealth, get that $10 million in the bank, then come back to this fight.
Nah, for sure. I mean, you thinking about the kids, the grandkids, it's hard for people to say that ain't never been put in that position, bro.
Bro, at 30 years old, he thought Crawford was getting old. This is 4 years ago. Now he's about to be 35, if not 35. So I'm not saying I feel this way, Danny, but I can see the Errol Spence fans watching this, listening to this, and say, oh, yeah, Bomac has the protection plan in. He's been thinking of the protection plan since 2018. We got other callers here.
Let's see.
Who we got?
Who next?
Hands raised. Adrian, The Problem. Rowan, all the way in Wisconsin.
I'm good. I beat Polly. I left with his belt and his girl.
It's a dollar beat.
Hey, Pops, brush my hair one time. And I know all y'all against me. All that soft talking. I know you can do it, man. You got the, just shut that soft ass shit up.
BoxingVoice.com.
Yo, can you hear me?
We hear you.
All right, man. That's a great show, by the way. I want to give y'all a shout out. These last couple of shows, man. Not that they're not always good, man, but they fire. I'm just gonna say this as a fan, and somebody who's really in boxing in a certain way. At some point, and nobody's gonna agree with me, these dudes got to start taking pay cuts, because this is how I'm looking at it. All these new entities are coming in, overpaying, right? It's kind of like the NFL. When one quarterback gets a huge deal, now the next elite quarterback has to beat it by a little bit. What we need to understand is there's people who are putting money behind this. And if they keep losing money, that's why you're going to hop around. So if it's true that PBC's losing its funding, it's because they've been losing money for the people that have been backing them with the money. I mean, at some point, we kind of gotta like give this sport a reset to where everyone makes money. And I'm not saying these fighters shouldn't get paid, because I think they should, because I'm hoping I produce a big time world champion one day and can get a piece of it. If I ain't lying about that, but at the same time, I mean, if we want to see big fights, we want to see stuff continue, we just really need a reset. Because to what I think Danny was saying, how can we ask these guys to take a pay cut if other dudes is getting paid the same amount for fights that aren't even close to that?
Not just that, bro. But like you're saying, cool, you want to be a world champion trainer, bro. So you get your fighter to that big fight, bro. Your Mayweather-Pacquiao fight. Like, this fight, you've known for years that this fight was gonna be the big check for your fighter. And you get to that fight, now you want me to take a cut? Come on, bro. That shit damn near disrespectful, like, to some of these guys, because it's like they've worked for that moment. Now, I'm not disagreeing that some of these guys is getting overpaid, but that ain't.
But you see the guys. I don't mean to cut you off, but you see the guys getting overpaid are messing it up for the guys who want to get paid, and then they're messing it up for the fans, because now
I can't say that. I can't say that, and the reason why is because somebody's paying them that.
And by somebody paying them,
right, Danny, but
they're raising the value.
Here's my thing.
I can't be mad at the fighter. Look, I can't be mad at the fighter,
if you keep inflating, but listen, if you keep inflating the market, and I mean inflating.
Yep.
So what I'm saying is, if I got a house that's really only worth $300,000, but they keep inflating the market. So now this house that's really only worth $300,000 is $1 million, right? Knowing you inspect it, you look at the bones, you look at the thing of it, and it's really only worth $300,000, right? So when you look at some of these fights that they're overpaying for, now you got to pay the guys who are in the fights that are worth good money even more money, because they're never going to look, man, you paid that dude to fight 80-20 or a 90-10 fight. What are you talking about? I'm in a 50-50 big time fight. I need 40 million. I need 50 million. you got to look at the people backing the money. At some point, you're going to run out of backers, or you just not even run out of them. You're going to keep going through people to the point where it's going to be hard to see the fights we want to see as we keep going and we keep inflating and keep bumping up the market. Like, I'm not faulting Black Prime and not saying that, Bud don't deserve to get some money, but I'm just saying, going forward in the future as a fan, do you want to keep paying pay-per-view like Info Joe saying for 80-20 fights? Like, is that the future of boxing? When we went from PBC starting to be free and we saw really good fights and weren't paying pay-per-view. And I feel like at first when PBC came in, I don't know the exact numbers, but like when Thurman and Garcia first came out and was back on free TV, I mean, were these contracts really 8, 6, 7 million per fight? I mean, maybe I'm wrong, so educate me. But I'm just saying, if we keep bumping the price up and up and up, someday you're gonna burn enough investors that they're not gonna want to invest in a sport they don't make any money at unless they're just looking for a tax write-off or something like that. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna attract bigger and bigger investors to the sport. That's just my 2 cents. So make it make sense to me. Like, at some point, do we not need a reset?
Bro, but it's like cool, right? We get the fights we want, right? We was getting that shit during the Don King era, so it's like it goes back to the same thing, right? You either want the good fights like we got during the Don King era, and you got 2, 3 Hall of Famers on one card, and the way the UFC's been doing it, but you're not gonna pay your fighters. So that world champion that you're gonna be working so hard for, you get what I'm saying? Keep your part-time. Keep your part-time, because that fighter will not get you out of it. You get what I'm saying? Like, bro, you got to take one with the other.
I got BX the Don, another counterpunch.
Yo.
We listen.
I agree with the last caller about the payments, and I spoke on this yesterday about Deontay Wilder being realistic with his purses, because that fight should have been on, Showtime or something. We got to remember that these boxing promoters are a business. This is why boxing wound up on Showtime and HBO. What we got to understand is that boxing isn't advertiser-friendly sport. I'm gonna use the example with Top Rank and how they do business and where they messed up at. They put Shakur Stevenson on Showtime. On regular ESPN, because they feel like they're gonna fulfill that time slot. Where they didn't fulfill that time slot, and was with that Artur Beterbiev and Joe Smith fight. When somebody gets knocked out in the second round on TV, and then for the next 40 minutes you're listening to Mark Kriegel talk, people are tuning out. So how does ESPN justify to the advertisers that money that they just spent? That's why a lot of these fights wound up on Showtime and everything, because they're and ESPN Plus, because that's the subscriber money that they're paying. So, pay-per-view is when, like we said, you need a dance partner. You get the big fights on there and you get more money. Or it has to be tied to something. You got to sell that fight. Keith Thurman used to sell his pay-per-views. Dylan White didn't show up to that press conference, and that was one of the selling points with the Tyson Fury fight.
What pay-per-views was Keith selling?
Huh?
I said, what pay-per-views was he selling?
Not the bullshit one with Mario Barrios recently, but we know from history he used to talk up his fights.
I mean,
I don't know if the Danny Garcia. I think the Danny Garcia one was on free TV anyway.
Yeah,
but
that
he
was
talked up his fights.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No. I was saying that was CBS. But bro, it's like he would speak up the fights, but he still didn't become a star. You get what I'm saying? Like that Danny fight was available. That Danny fight had like 2.5 million viewers, if not 3 million viewers on CBS. You get what I'm saying? And that was such a huge fight at the time. I want to say that held the record for the highest attendance at Barclays for a boxing fight. But
that also holds true to my point that justifies CBS's point of putting that show on, because that's how you justify the Geico and State Farm and Budweiser coming and putting their advertisement on there. You get what I'm saying?
Nah, I don't
So that's where the
because
money comes from. So how it ties into the purses though is, I wanted to say, what the fault of the Spence fight not happening. My bad if I take too long. I'll send another cash app in. But Errol Spence, I don't know. Y'all pulled it up yesterday. I think Errol Spence got 8 mil to fight Mikey Garcia and Danny Garcia, but only got 2 mil for Sean Porter. Where Crawford got 6 mil to fight Sean Porter. So I don't know. I think the purse demands are too high. Terrence Crawford's getting these high guarantees, and he feels like that's what he deserves. When that's Top Rank's fault for paying him. They shouldn't have paid him all
yeah,
that money.
but see
So now
that's the
he's coming
thing.
in like, yo, this is what I made before.
You can't. So that's what I'm saying. It's the big suit
Mhm.
problem. It can't be the fighter problem when I'm the one getting it. I ain't writing my own check. Somebody giving me this. You get what I'm saying? Somebody giving me this. So it's like, how could I be crazy for wanting what I've been getting? I've been doing this against lesser opposition, smaller names, easier fights. Like, he ain't the crazy one. Earl not the crazy one. It's the people that's writing the checks.
Exactly. So now, how do you blame? Now people are saying, well, you got to blame Al for giving out these purses when I just told you he got 2 mil for Sean Porter, but 8 mil for Danny. First of all, when Al
I don't
first
know.
started doing the PBC shit,
I do got to get to some other calls, but BX Don, I will
no,
say
go
that.
ahead. All right, go for it. I'm good.
I will say that I don't think he got 8 million for Danny Garcia. I heard that for Mikey, and I'm sure we can't confirm it.
I'm gonna be honest, bro. It's been years, but I remember hearing 7
for what?
For the Mikey fight.
Nah, I've always heard 8.
Okay.
And I think that they went with 8.
3.
I think that they went with 8 because they had Eddie saying he would give them 8 each to do it. He said, and he was spot on. He said to me on my interview, that fight's only doing 400,000 pay-per-view sold. If that, I'll give them both 8. So obviously I took that information to Mikey, to Robert, to Earl, Derek, everybody spread that like wildfire. Talked to Espinoza about it. And yeah, I'm assuming the same way DAZN was offering so much money to Wilder, Showtime had to just do what they had to do or lose those fighters, which they did lose Mikey the very next fight. So again, it makes me believe that there was that 8. I got a counterpunch from someone, so I got to think. NO, you're up. Sent to you by Stainless. TheBoxingVoice.com.
Ladies and gentlemen,
The white wolf ready to emerge from the dogmas. You heard me?
Lomachenko is a legend in the sport.
Nobody at 135 won't deprive me.
So is Tank Davis a great fighter?
No, of course not.
Loma is back. Vintage.
That's why if you want to be on the top level, you need to take a fight with me.
SDS Promotions.
All right, so we got no NO. You must be busy on the road. We got QGGG8. QGG88. QGG88. What up?
Yo, that's good.
What up?
Q was dope.
Oh, Q was good.
So I got 2 things real quick. The shit with Earl and Crawford, that audio, it seemed like it was obviously sometime before they confirmed that the November date wasn't happening, but like it was after that time and before Crawford made this announcement. So I mean, it looked like everything that was being reported was true, and I feel like I don't see how Crawford could ask my man to open his books up. I get that you want to be like, I want to know how much you spending, so I know how much 30% really is. But Al could have deals with different people that those people not making with everybody else. That's exclusive Al deals, and maybe they like feel some type of way if like, yo, how you open up your books and now he a free agent, not even under you. Now he could go to somebody else and be like, oh damn, you paying how much for that? Like Al only pays so and so. Like
And then the people call, well, Al only paying it, and they call Al back, bro, what you doing? Like, so you can't, I don't fault, you can't ask people to open up their books because it's all kind of deals in there that like third party shit that you just can't disclose. So that's, to me, it's crazy that he didn't sign a contract based off of that. And when you doing any kind of business, from real business or hustling in the street, if I'm like, yo, I'm getting this for this,
Well, I
for
mean, I
everyone
don't know.
you
You might
sell,
have to
you
compare
get
the
this.
answers. I went to Ryan.
You're not telling that person how much you paying for it. You just like, yo, I'm gonna give you these. Everyone you sell, you get this. That person can't ask for how much you paying for it. Don't worry about it. You want it or you don't. And that's how I feel the shit should have went with Crawford, because that's real shit. As far as how much people paying and the overpaying, I feel like boxing would find a way to come under one league, yo. Because imagine if Tom Brady wanted different money for facing different teams. Like, when rather you just get your money signed, you're gonna fight 4 times or 3 times, and we're gonna give you this money.
Q, you dipped out into another galaxy. We lost you.
My bad. I don't know where I left off at. When
You was
Nah,
you
it
was
was
talking
literally right there.
You was talking unrealistic like league in boxing.
Yeah, I know it's unrealistic, but shit, like it got. I feel like that's the only way we're gonna just consistently get fights, because you can't imagine if LeBron say, when I play KD, I want 50 million for that game. It's gonna be like, bro, come on, like we. So like, but the only reason they able to get paid so much, and that's able to happen, is from CBAs, and that's what boxing needs.
Yeah, but guess
One
what?
thing,
Guess
or
what
at least,
though?
or at
Guess
least
what though,
one
champ?
type of
Yeah, champ. But you
commission. Right?
You talking
Right.
about all right, guess what? LeBron get paid, right? He got his contract right now, right? LeBron with the Lakers, right? Guess what?
Right.
LeBron get hurt tomorrow. Guess what the Lakers get to do?
Get a bench player?
They get to keep playing, keep making money, bro. So you talking
Fact.
about a team sport and an individual sport.
But tennis is an individual.
He said something about tennis being individual.
Yeah, and you get paid on how you place.
We got Hulk in Maryland.
You get your sponsorship deals and shit, but just like golf, you get paid by where you play. So it's like, if I don't win, I don't make as much money.
What time is it? What time is it? What time?
Hulk in Maryland.
Tommy, I can knock you out now.
Holy shit.
Good try.
Holy
Good try.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Great show. Yes. Dan and Brandon. I'm out.
SDS Promotions.
Yo,
hawking them down. Hawking them down. Where you at? Hawk, you gotta hit the unmute. Get your shit together. Hawking them down.
Hello?
Yep.
Oh, what up, TBV? Yo, Ness, what's up? Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Okay, cool. Hey, man, I know this fight done brought out a lot of accountants and a lot of money watchers and people negotiating for these guys. I'm from the old school, bro. I'm with the Devin Haney theory, bro. They told Devin Haney he get less money. They told him he got to go out of town to another country. The dude said, all right, let's do it. Whatever it take to get the fight. I say both these dudes ducking. They both millionaires. Why they rich? They rich because of the fans. Both of them get on Channel 5, work out some kind of deal, take a couple million, and fight each other. Fight for the fans. Why we got to keep negotiating back and forth about money? They millionaires. They're millionaires because of the
Hulk,
fans.
so fuck what they've worked their entire fucking life for. Let's shoot ourselves in the foot to do it for the
Why
people.
shoot yourself in the foot? How did you get rich?
Bro.
How did both of them become millionaires? Fighting for the fans, bro. They fought for less to get where they at. Take a couple million, 3 million. I'm quite sure Fox will work out something for both of them. It won't be no poor fight. But I mean, anything less, just not making the fight, man. Both of them ducking each other. I can't see it. Make the fight. They millionaires. Dudes take worse deals.
Yeah, but you talking about the accountants. You talking about the accountants came out, but you counting their pockets. What the fuck do it matter that they millionaires? So why do it matter that they millionaires? Why do it matter that they millionaires? They've worked to make those millions, bro. Now for the biggest fight of their life, you want them to take a pay cut?
Hey, look, all I'm saying is if they give a fight, if they get on Channel 5, whatever, work some kind of deal where they get a fight to the fans. Give a fight for the fans. Maybe you don't get 10 million. Maybe you only get 5, whatever. While everybody doing all the accounting, I'm just saying the two fighters, if they want to fight, like Devin Haney just did. Devin Haney is the blueprint. And look how he ended up. He got all the belts because he said, I don't care about that noise.
Huge difference.
Let me get the fight.
Can I tell you the huge difference?
Just go off Devin Haney. I won't say nothing more. Devin Haney already put out the blueprint.
No, but this ain't the blueprint because it's not the same. It's not the same. It's not the same. And let me tell you why it's not the same. The George Kambosos fight for Devin Haney was never, ever going to be the big payday. That was never the fight that fans been talking about for years. That ain't the fight that we've been waiting on, begging for years. It's not the same. This is the mega fight. We've been calling it the Mayweather-Pacquiao. This is the fight that we've been begging for since Bud was at 140 pounds before he moved up.
Now Bud is going at 36, and we already pushing it to where he's 37. And I guess Spence is getting younger right now at the same time. But while we sitting here keep begging for the fight, they're both getting older and older. That was a message on my phone. We're not gonna have the same fight in a year or two because they won't be the same fighters.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that, Hawk. I got some other people chant. Gotta go to special feature Louisiana. What up?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say these fighters are overpaid. I just feel like they need to slow up on the progression of how they raise the payment, and that way, by the time they're ready to fight these big fights, they're not priced out of them because we already paying them hundreds of millions of dollars and losing money. You know, Danny brought up the NFL. Yeah, these quarterbacks get these big deals, but they also have incentives. They have to earn it. They're not getting it all at once.
They keep making money. Yo, you sound.
Nah, that's Hawk, man. Hawk never left. He out here wilding. Out here wilding, man.
I also think it's a lot of it's like I said before, the promoters, because they scared. It's about control. If they have a champion, especially with a Crawford and them being independent, they don't want to lose their belt to somebody where they can't make where they don't have control of the belt. There's too many belts anyway. It's real hard to make these big fights, and it shouldn't be. But we do need a new model. The pay-per-view is getting because again, we don't have a lot of pay-per-view caliber fights, and people are not going to keep paying to watch sparring sessions. It's like people wouldn't watch LeBron sit here and beat a team by 100 every week. Nor would anybody pay to watch Brady beat a team by 100 every week. Then if every other sport has to provide competitive competition, so does boxing. These promoters need to get out of the way and make the fight. But that's my call.
Well, all right, brother.
Yo, y'all be using like bad examples, and I know Nez don't watch other sports, but I do. So what the fuck y'all talking about? Because this Sunday, the NFL, as they've done for a couple years, and they do it a couple times each season, they're going to fucking London, right, to bring an NFL game out there that's going to fucking do amazing numbers out there. But in reality, you get in two shitty-ass teams. They bring us Thursday night football every fucking week. Primetime television, two shitty-ass teams. So it's different when you have a team sport and a fucking individual. Let's not be oblivious or ignorant. Let's understand that Tom Brady gets hurt. Look, they talking about him and Giselle both hired divorce lawyers. Who gives a fuck? Because guess what? He get hurt the next motherfucker up. You know what I mean? He got to go to divorce court Sunday, the next motherfucker up. And guess what? The Tampa Bay Buccaneers is still going to have 75,000 at Raymond Jones, whatever the fuck stadium in Tampa Bay, Florida, because the fans come out to watch the team. You know, so if you get a Terrence Crawford fight and an Errol Spence fight, you only get one fighter in the ring, you think they still gonna sell out? You think they still gonna make money? Come on, bro. Y'all can't be mad that they been getting millions. Stop. You know, whatever they been getting, that ain't our business. They not the one signing the check. Somebody signing that shit for them. Get out that pen and paper, open up your fucking your ink, dab it in there, and sign that shit. Let's make it happen. I understand that it may be a bit much. They gotta find a happy medium, but y'all can't realistically expect either fighter to take a pay cut for the fight that they've worked their entire life for. Like, this ain't just undisputed. This ain't just both fight. Like, Terrence Crawford has gone through 3 divisions. Y'all talking about how old they're getting. Bud is 35, so he's been pro for over 10 years, however long it's been. But yet, nah, Terrence Crawford, you worked 11 years for this. Here, I'm gonna give you short money. Take this short money, Ness, because you've worked so hard, but do it for the people. You the voice of the people, Ness. And say it. It's the boxing voice, the voice of the people. Take this short money, Ness. Because you can feed your family and your grandkids off the people. Come on, bro. Let's be realistic. I'm not telling Al or whoever, I'm not saying that they should get $50 million a pop or nothing like that. But let's be for real, man. I'm not telling them to take no take no short money.
Well, we got JT on the line. Looks like our last caller, unless we get any super chats or counter punches or stuff like that. JT, New Orleans, what it do?
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what's going on? What's going on?
Another another show.
I think everybody put too much into this. I kind of agree with Danny just said. I don't think the fighters are being overpaid. They worked hard for it. That's what they get. People signing checks, and that's what they get. So at the end of the day, you get these type of checks. You're not gonna expect nothing less, unless you get a bigger fight. You gonna expect more. So I mean, I'm not getting caught up in all that. Who ducking, who ducking. I just want y'all to keep the same energy because when it came out that Bud had this fight, if that would have been Errol, that would have did it. Everybody would say he ducking. And another thing about that, I just think a lot of people base their fears on other people because they feel like they would duck that. That's how they sit there and say a fighter is ducking. I don't think Bud or Errol ducking each other. I think the business side is getting in the way of this fight. I think they both want to fight each other. That's what they're in the business for. But also I just want to touch on that that little leak footage. Errol looked like he was just talking and he didn't know he was being recorded. The biggest thing to me is he kept saying he getting killed on social media. So it's obvious he's listening, but he's being humble and he ain't going out there responding recklessly and crazy because he know they people talking about him bad on social media. So what he's doing, he just being humble, trying to get this fight done. He said he want to get them off their back. So he sounded genuine on the call. And another thing I think a lot of people mixing up is I think he said he thanks Bud don't trust his lawyer. He didn't say Bud don't trust his lawyer. He thanks Bud don't trust his lawyer because whoever he was talking to, he was playing to like the dude want to talk to L by himself. Because I don't think he trusts his lawyer. So a lot of people took that and ran with it and said Bud literally said he don't trust his lawyer. So I'm not gonna sit there and hold Bud to that and say he don't trust his lawyer, but probably knowing who Bud is, he won't hear that shit himself. Like I could have a lawyer, I'm gonna still won't hear that shit myself. I could have a lawyer looking at my paperwork to make sure my stuff right. Guess what? I still go on read it myself too. That don't mean I don't trust my lawyer. I know I hired him for it, but I'm still gonna want to look at it myself. And that's just probably who Bud is. But based on that, man, I don't really care now if the fight happened or not. Honestly, because it's just holding up the sport. We gotta just wait for the next fights to come up. You got Devin Haney, you got Shavante Davis, you got other Shakur Stevenson, other big fights to be made. Me personally, I don't think this fight happened at 47. It might happen at 54. The Jerron Ennis fight that y'all want to see with Errol Spence, I think that fight happened at 54. So, man, we just gonna have to keep waiting. Because as fans, we getting impatient, and that's how we get frustrated. Now we start pointing the fingers because we not all in the room. We don't know what's going on, and when we don't know something, we just start assuming. But that's all I got, man. That's my call.
Appreciate the call, champ. Appreciate the call. Boxing King 22 says, Danny, what's better, short money or no money? Yo, I didn't know $10 million now was no money, Ness.
I mean, and I don't know. You know, you keep saying like, oh, you waited your whole life for this, but Floyd took less money, and we can't say that he knew Canelo was there. Canelo wasn't even around. So in his big fight, he took 30%, which is unheard of, and he made it work. So you motherfuckers find a way to make it work. Cause Floyd, he didn't think he was greater than Oscar. He took the bigger gloves and the 30%. So a lot of you guys like to say this is his big fight. That was Floyd's big fight. Until date, it's still the biggest fight in terms of ticket sales. No. Finances and ticket sales? I thought they did more than the Canelo. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. He's got 2.4 worth of ticket sales.
I mean, definitely didn't do more than Pacquiao. So
I'm pretty sure Google Floyd, Oscar, record Vegas. Put that. Not biggest. You putting the wrong thing. They broke a record for that, believe me. I think that's everybody, though. We finally wrapped up here. We got a new caller. Elijah, what up? Elijah, the Don B.
What's up? What's up?
What up?
Hey, how y'all doing today?
We straight, man.
Good, good. I really was in terms of the Spence and Crawford fight and how that went down. If I was to make an assumption, I'd probably agree with the stuff that Rachel was saying earlier.
19 million's not close. To
it seems
what?
like Terrence Crawford.
What are you comparing it to?
I'm saying this. I can name 2 fights that drew a bigger gate than that.
In Vegas.
In Vegas. Floyd
I'm still here.
Pacquiao and Floyd.
Yeah, you did, brother. Sorry. We just did some background.
Floyd Pacquiao and even Floyd Conner. Even Floyd Conner that didn't even sell out.
No, but you talking about after, man. You talking. That's what I'm saying. When Floyd was fighting, his big fight was Oscar, not fucking Pacquiao, not McGregor, and not Canelo. The motherfuckers didn't exist. They weren't on that level. It was Oscar. So your argument, Danny's argument is Terrence waited 11 years. He can't take short money. I'm saying bullshit. Floyd took 30% in the big fight, the biggest fight.
That's your opinion, though, because
what you mean? He took 30. It's facts.
Yeah, in that fight, but some could argue that wasn't Floyd's biggest fight.
So when Floyd, before he stepped in that ring with Oscar, who was his nemesis?
Yeah, prior to, but I'm saying his career ain't stopped there.
But that's what I'm saying. But you are giving the advice. You are giving the advice to Earl and Crawford not to do it because this they big fight. This what they've been waiting for. I'm telling you, somebody could have told Floyd that. And guess what? He fought Oscar, and then bigger shit happened.
Floyd was younger, though, than both guys are now.
All right,
Floyd still fought.
You gonna make an excuse.
No, I'm not making an excuse, Nestor, but
yes,
let's be for real.
Yes, it is. That
Floyd
was the
still
catapult.
fought for 10 more years.
You're right.
Can we get Terrence Crawford or Errol Spence for 10 more years?
No, but is that Floyd's trampoline, and is this they trampoline? Did Floyd jump on that motherfucker and become a star? And can they jump on this motherfucker and become a star? I don't give a fuck how many more years you got. You could fight Earl, beat him, lose to him. Whoever wins is a star.
But the difference is,
star. Canelo, they already offering you $55 million.
Oscar wasn't that guy.
Canelo getting offered $55 million to fight Earl.
Oscar wasn't the undefeated champion.
How the fuck Oscar ain't that guy? I'm about to go use the bathroom. He tripping. He know he lying. Oscar ain't that guy.
So
what year was that fight?
What year was that fight? Floyd was the first person to beat Oscar.
What year was that fight?
07, 08.
Oscar was making $30 million in 07.
Okay, Floyd took
Hopkins' highest.
Floyd took Oscar's old. Floyd took Oscar's old, right?
Bro, you arguing something? I don't give a fuck about
undefeated.
So
how can you care? How can you say? How can you say that this is the same when, bro, it's 2 undefeated champions coming into it?
Bro, listen, you whether you're gonna agree to this or not, you pushing the goalposts back. Guess why? No one cares if they undefeated. We talk about their biggest fight. We talk about you telling the audience and the fighters not to take short money on your biggest fight because you've been working for this your whole life when the motherfucking king of boxing, TBE, highest paid, highest grossing, biggest draw, the fucking face took 30%. And he didn't know Canelo was going to be born. And by born, I mean bubble in boxing because he was obviously born before that. You know what I'm saying? But the biggest face took 30. Stop telling Terrence and Earl not to take short money because they've been here all their life. You ain't done shit compared to Floyd. And he took 30 and wore bigger balloon gloves. Y'all making shit up for your boys. Sway, New York. Not Sway. My man that we had to let go, bring him back. Bring him back, bring him back, bring him back. What's your name, Jack? Fuck, man, we robbed you for your call, champ. Do apologize. It is what it is. What up, Sway?
Yo, can I go?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna make this quick. So I don't know if y'all seen my super chat, but the Ali Act allows fighters to see the books. So Terrence Crawford would have seen the books regardless. So that whole transparency shit was just a wrinkle they threw in so they could control the narrative. He's able to see the books based on what he would have been making before and after the guarantees. So
how can you see the books? How can you see the books on everything that's being done because you're a fighter?
It's part of the Ali Act. It's always been in boxing. He can see what he's supposed to be making.
Exactly.
The revenue that he's making.
Exactly. So make sure that you say what you're supposed to say on this show. He can't see what the fuck the undercard is making. He can't see how much we paying for the liquor, how much we paying for security. He can't see how much we pay for hotels. So be clear.
Yeah.
Be clear.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that. I'm saying that Bud.
Don't say, but you can't just come in. You can't just come here and say vaguely he could see the books. The books is everything.
I said it. Listen, you weren't listening. I said he could see the books based on what he's supposed to be getting. That's the part you missed.
Again, you can't just say vaguely. Again, you can't just say vaguely he could see the books because he can't see the books. What you saying is he could see the part of the finances where he's making money. He can't see
That's
the
exactly
books.
what I said.
He can't see the plane tickets. He can't see how much I'm paying my publicists. He can't see how much I'm getting from Hennessy.
I said exactly what you just said.
No, you worded it different, and it could give the wrong impression to the people that heard it.
Well, maybe they misheard me then, or whatever. But that's what I'm saying. Bud didn't really want to fight. That's point blank period. Because he's putting all these wrinkles in the fight. There was no reason. He didn't want to fight. That's all.
Thank you. And Oscar De La Hoya was the biggest draw in the sport. After he lost to Floyd, Bernard Hopkins got a career-high payday back then of $10 million. The first ever $10 million payday he ever got after losing to Floyd. Don't tell me Oscar wasn't the fucking man. There was no other man. Canelo wasn't even thought of being as big as he was going to be. Nobody. There was nobody bigger than Oscar. Except Tyson. But that definitely is everybody. Yeah. Except for Eno, who did have a counterpunch. What up? Make it quickly. We got to go to the next show.
Whoa. Man, take your sweet ass time. Nuss has no consideration. You shouldn't either. Take your sweet ass time with your car. Fuck what he talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Talking about hurry up.
I'm good. I went to him before. He wasn't available. So, yeah, we could ask him to hurry up. But he had a counterpunch. He wasn't available.
Take your time, champ.
Yeah, it's all good. But look, I responded, but it didn't give me the option to accept the to just jump right in. I don't know what happened. But yeah, look, as far as man, look, bro. The fighters they're gonna have to realign this shit, bro. They're gonna have to realign everything like my man said earlier. You're gonna have boxing need a restart. Like the people that superstars, they need to get paid, accordingly. And people who have to continue to build themselves, continue to, make themselves a mainstream attraction, they're gonna have to do a better job of it. Floyd had the blueprint to do it, which, I might not agree with. I'm I'm an older man now, so I won't completely agree with how Floyd did it, but that's the way he went about doing it. Oscar De La Hoya, he had that Sugar Ray Leonard type of, attraction to, the Mexicans and, some Americans and shit or whatever that made him a superstar. It's just, who's a superstar? Who can we say is a real superstar these days?
And that's why I don't think that the Mayweather Oscar fight is a good comparison, right? Because I'm not saying that Oscar wasn't the attraction at the time, but Oscar had already lost. Like going into that fight,
he still was that guy.
Maybe.
He's still that guy. He's still.
Bro, but what I'm saying is,
AJ didn't lose, and he wasn't the guy. Like, what the fuck are we talking about,
bro? I'm talking about that people going into that fight don't like. This one is a 50-50 fight. That wasn't a 50-50 fight. So it's like,
what? Even after the fucking fight, people think it was a 50-50. They wanted Floyd to give him a rematch. The motherfucker retired not to give a rematch. Yeah. I'm out of here, bro. I'm out. This dude
he retired for 8 months later. How you retire? You fight 8 months later.
But Danny, you gotta look at it. You looking at it from a casual, like,
bro. But you talk. Look, Ness over here talking about Ness over here talking about it, like, bro, like that was Floyd's biggest payday. Like we know for a fact that Earl Bud gonna be each other biggest payday.
That made Floyd a superstar. That wasn't his biggest payday, but that put him in position to do what he did after.
Okay, so now let me ask you this: is this because you just said neither guy is superstar? So the winner somehow gonna become a superstar, but not get paid? Because I'm confused. Like if neither guy's a superstar, like for Floyd,
the big contract is going to come.
Against who? Because Bud is 35. How old is Earl? Floyd was only 30. He had just turned 30. Like fresh 30. I'm talking about he had been 30 for no more than 10 weeks. So you know what I'm saying? Floyd was still young. We knew he still had time. How much time does Earl and does Terrence Crawford really have left in the sport? Because Floyd fought at a championship level for another 8 years and fought professionally for another 10 after.
Let's say the winner get Canelo. What's your answer to that? What's your answer to
that? Zero attraction for somebody to move up 3 divisions. Or 3 divisions.
Canelo might come now and meet him halfway. Is that a mega fight?
No. It's not because Canelo. You talking? Listen. Because I'm realistic. I'm fucking realistic, bro. You talking about Canelo meeting him halfway? It's a 21-pound difference. Let's say he take the short end. It's on. He do the 10. So we are expected to believe that Canelo now can make 158 pounds. Come on, bro, y'all.
Wait. You saying Canelo can't? You saying he can't?
No.
He can't make 158 pounds.
No.
Right now today. He fighting at 60. That's just, man, you telling me Canelo, he can't drop 10 pounds for a mega fight. Come on, Danny, bro. You sounding crazy right now, man.
Bro, hold on.
Spence and Crawford, they going up to 54 after they finish with this shit. So we're not just talking about
Guess what though? Because guess what? Guess why they're going to 54?
Why?
Because that's what comes after fucking 47. That's the division after. But yet, you want both guys to skip 54, go to 58. Canelo come down to 58. No belts on the line. But that's gonna be they mega fight. Come on, yo, y'all is unrealistic. Y'all delusional.
How that's not realistic? Look, Danny, how that's not realistic? You go up to 54. You fight.
I don't know. Maybe because one guy already said he can't make the weight. But go ahead. I'll entertain the silliness since Nesta has stepped away. Go ahead.
Cool. Check this out. You go up to 54. You take a fill-in fight. Now this fill-in fight is gonna be one of the contenders. Somebody who's supposed to be a threat. You fight that guy, then you fight. Then you fight the man at the top of the hill.
Give me an example. Give me an example. Like who? What contender? What contender at 54 gonna help build up this Canelo super fight that you so dream of?
No, I'm not saying the contender is. I'm just saying you acclimating yourself to the weight division.
Right. So
Then you fight Jamel for the undisputed. If you beat Jamel, you can't tell me that's not a mega fight with Canelo next at 158.
So
Come on,
beating
man.
Jamel, beating Jamel at 54, beating Jamel at 54, going to entice Canelo to skip Benavidez at 68, who is a fucking entertaining ass fighter.
He's already skipping him. What we talking about?
Come down, right? I'm just saying because you talking mega fights. So he gonna leave that on the table to kill himself to make a weight that he has not made in 7 years. A weight that he has been on record repeatedly saying he cannot make. That is what you're telling me. That a year from now, he ain't been able to make the fucking weight since 2016. But in 2023, all of a sudden, he gonna be able to make the fucking weight?
Who says he can't make the weight? You ever heard Canelo say he can't make?
Yes, he has. He's been on fucking record. Guess what? And the last time he was down there, the motherfucker had to shave his fucking beard and had to drop his draws to make super fucking welterweight.
Yeah, man.
Man, have a good time. I don't know how to end this, so I'm disconnecting this shit.
That weight.
Hold up. So, no, we got to get to a counterpunch. I got JT. What up?
Canelo coming down to 58, champ.
For what?
For the winner of Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford in 2023.
I mean, he might. I know he can't make it, but you never know. You know, I doubt it though. I think
no
he said
belts
64.
on the line.
I think he said 64 for Earl.
And no said 58, no belts on the line. He said it's gonna be the biggest fight you can make in the sport next year.
JT, you up?
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, hey Danny, take some of that bass out your voice, man. You so excited about damn Canelo. Canelo been fucking making weights his own weight classes for years. So he can make 158. If
Hey, that's what happens. That's what happens when you're the biggest fucking attraction in the sport. That's what happens when you're the biggest attraction in the sport. That's what happens, my friend, when you are the biggest attraction in the sport. Hello, Canelo weight 155. Hello, Chavez 64 and a half. Hello, biggest name in the sport.
You said disrespectful, Danny. Why you being disrespectful, bro? I just paid for this call, man. You can't get mad less busting your ass up here. You want to take it out.
Bro, you paying for something that sound like shit.
All right, I'm sorry.
Take your Bluetooth off, JT.
Hold on, let me take it off. Yeah, because
It's all good. Work through it while you're doing it. Just go ahead, because we wouldn't know dead air, you know? Just rock with it.
You need to calm down. So Canelo can make 158. Just like he just said, he ain't fighting no Mexicans. Canelo full of shit. So stop giving him credit, and y'all. That's the problem.
He could make 58. That's why Al offered him the Earl fight at 64 because he could make six. And Earl was with it.
Canelo can make 158, man. Stop making excuses.
Okay.
Danny, stop making excuses for this man. And this man is not above the sport. Canelo has been a phony, and he's starting to move more like a phony to me. So stop making excuses for him. Y'all always got an excuse for Canelo. He can make 158.
Okay.
Man, look, that's all I got, man. I just heard you going back and forth. But, bro, Danny, get out your feelings. You can't get mad next close to your ass.
Yo, Al Heyman offered this man a 3-fight deal. The last one being, was it the last one or the second one? Wasn't it the last one being Errol Spence at 164? At 164.
I mean, it was Benavidez and Earl, $55 million each.
But now y'all think that Al all of a sudden gonna give him 6 pounds? Like, nah. Fuck the 64. Let it come to 58. A weight you ain't made since 2016. Yeah, we seen you had to drop draw, save your beard at AT&T Stadium to make that weight. Man, y'all full of shit. No belts on the line. No belts on the line either, so it make perfect sense.
That's everybody.
Not 61, so it can be for undisputed. 58, no belts. Y'all smart.
That's everybody. I do appreciate you guys rocking out with us. I would really like you guys to join us on our 12 o'clock show. It's going to be in 1 hour. We're already late. We're going to be at the Wynn. We would love to keep that studio, so we do need you guys to call in. We got previews and prediction, so go ahead, give us your thoughts on, whether or not we can get this, whether or not these predictions are happening. Previews and predictions, who's winning this afternoon. Catch us on the next one. Peace.